day in and day out, keeping our city beautiful and livable. Clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly. And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You've got Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. Council, we'll start with a little bit more of a solemn note where we offer condolences to Kat Norris's family. I want to first acknowledge Kat Norris, an Indigenous elder from the Lyakson First Nation and pivotal community member who passed away last week at age 67. Kat was a loving mother, grandmother, sister, auntie, cousin, elder, and a tireless advocate for Indigenous rights. She was a survivor of the Cooper Island Indian Residential School and spent decades talking to groups, schools, and universities about her experience to share the truth about what happened there and to advance understanding of the beauty of the true history of Indigenous peoples. Kat made immeasurable contributions to Vancouver as a counselor, theater artist, host of an SFU radio show, and community builder. In addition to providing healing drumming sessions for Theater Terrific, which works with artists with disabilities, she was the elder in residence for the In the Heart of the City Festival, which celebrates the downtown East Side community and was instrumental in organizing Vancouver's first Indigenous Peoples Day events. She was also a founding member of the Women's Memorial March, Trout Lake Day, and Downtown East Side Powwow Committee. She was well known and loved for her annual New Year's Eve fry bread giveaway and served as an elder in many organizations and schools throughout the province. So on behalf of council, I offer condolences to Kat Norris's family, friends, and community and thank her for her lifetime of generosity, advocacy, and community building in Vancouver. I'd also like to thank Wendy Nahini for her support in writing this recognition. Thanks very much, Council. I'm going to go on to the plan for the day. Comments on today's items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. A link to that form will be tweeted out at Van City Clerk. We also have a long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. Just to remind Council when addressing speakers and staff, we'll avoid using gender honorifics and instead refer to people by first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 3 administrative items, 8 reports, 63 bylaws, 10 administrative motions, 8 council members' motions, notice of council member motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. Plan for today is to break at noon for lunch, and then we go in camera from 1 till 3, and then we come back at 3 o'clock to finish the rest of the agenda. If necessary, we would take a dinner break from 5 till 6, and then we can come back at 6 to finish the business. Council is required to meet in camera later this week, and the reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Someone like to move a motion to go in camera, please? I heard Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, that passes unanimously. Thanks. We only have 1 set of minutes, Council. These are from the public hearing of July 7th. Any corrections?
Move adoption, Councillor DiGenova.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Seconder.
Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks very much. That passes unanimously. Council, we do have a whole bunch of speakers lined up for our reports. So the only item considered on the we can consider on the consent agenda is report number 2. Does anybody wish to hold report number 2? If not,
Move adoption of consent agenda.
Thanks. Yep, thanks. Just going to ask if anybody has a conflict to declare it now. If not, we'd consider that moved by Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Councillor Carr. And all in favor, yay. Opposed,
Yay.
nay. Great, thanks very much. Report 2 is passed. Council, I just have a request to have a slight varying of our agenda so we can accommodate speakers. We have the MMIWG2S response report, response to the National Enquirer into missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, call for justice, and a Red Women Rising report recommendations following item A. Just to accommodate speakers, I'm wondering if we could just have a slight variation to hear report 3 after the completion of item A. So, Councillor Boyle, thank you. Seconder. Councillor Carr, thanks. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. Great. Thank you so much. Great. So we're going to start with our first report, which is the report of the accessibility strategy phase 1. Before we begin item A, I suggest we move a motion to suspend the rules for section 7.5A and 7.7A of the procedure bylaw and double the speaking time, 10 minutes instead of 5 for speakers, and to double the time council has to ask questions of speakers, 6 minutes instead of 3. This accommodation is recommended for item A only, as speakers may require ASL interpretation or other accommodation to address council. This motion will require a 2/3 affirmative vote of council and is not debatable. Councillor Boyle, I heard Councillor Weeb seconded. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Great, that is passed, thanks. Also, I'd like to acknowledge in chamber today for report A, we have 2 American Sign Language interpreters. Welcome. ESL interpreters will be streamed live on the web stream. Anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest on this report? If not, let's move ahead. We have Sandra Singh here, the General Manager of ACCS, to kick it off. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We are so delighted as a staff team to be here with you this morning to present the culmination of a number of years of work on the city's Phase 1 accessibility strategy directed by council for us to work on. You have a long day ahead of you, so I won't go too long in these comments. I just want to recognize we have the coordinating staff team here from Social Policy, Karen Lai, Wilma Clark, and Mary Claire Zach. We have a host of our colleagues from the various departments who worked on this. This was a truly interdepartmental effort. We have them here in chambers as well as online to answer any questions that might arise from council. And I'm delighted to welcome as well Jacques Courteau, the co-chair of the task force, who will co-present with Karen. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Karen Lai, our planner, who will take you through a brief presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, distinguished guests, colleagues, community members. Thank you for the opportunity to present Transforming Attitudes, Embedding Themes, Phase 1 of the city's accessibility strategy. My name is Karen Lai. I'm the lead planner of the development of this strategy through the Social Policy Division of the Arts, Culture, and Community Services Department. There were many hands that have helped us bring this work to this day. So it has definitely been a collaborative effort, both from working from the task force members, the internal working group, the equity office, and the community at large in this staff team. So a big thank you to all. We are presenting to you a strategy that is proposing how we do things in the city, how we interact with each other, how we think about things. It is transformative. It is a call for change. This strategy is a call to action to put persons with disabilities at the forefront so that they feel welcomed, valued, and respected within city policies, procedures, and program and services. Just so you know, this strategy has been endorsed by both PDAC and SAC advisory committees. A broad overview of what I will be presenting gives you a brief background, the recommendations put forth to council, and the elements of the accessibility strategy and the proposal for phase 2. So today we put forth to council 8 recommendations for you to endorse today. Recommendation A is approving phase 1 strategy. B, recognizing the underlying culture of ableism through education and awareness. C, approving plans for phase 2. D, to approve the departmental actions and direct staff to identify resources. E, for staff to report back to council on the status of phase 2 in 2024, including meeting the requirements of the Accessibility Act. And F, amend the parking bylaw. C, to align their strategy to the city both for the library, police, and parks and recreation. And lastly, to endorse the continuation of the task force until the mandated accessibility committee is established. This is a brief overview of how we got here. Like Sandra said, it was council direction of in 2018 for phase 1 and the convening of the task force made up of members from PDAC, SAC, and back then Mayor's task force on substance use and mental health. But in between that time, there's been many start and stops, but work kicked back in 2019, and we hired a part-time accessibility planner to do a lot of the background work, and the task force started meeting up again in 2020. The accessibility planner, which is me, got hired in November. And then work began with an updated council memo, and then a very targeted community engagement happened over spring and summer of last year, hearing from the voices of people with disabilities along with identities. We did an interim council report last November where council approved of 5 accessibility commitments and 3 quick start items. We produced a what we've heard report, a summary of all the community voices, and then we did a comprehensive analysis of all the community engagement. And once that was completed, we went back to all the different departments to work together, to develop a action plan, which you'll see in appendix 6 of this strategy. As we were developing our own strategy, both the provincial and the federal were developing their own accessibility legislation. The Accessible Canada Act came in 2019. The Accessible BC Act was developed in 2021. And they have outlined some requirements for prescribed organization. And they termed prescribed organization be referred to municipalities. So we are required to have an accessibility plan in which we are ahead of the game by presenting this strategy to you today. Put together an accessibility committee and develop a mechanism for public feedback. The last two requirements are proposed in phase 2. The province currently is developing a set of standards and will be consulting with municipalities for feedback. So today I present to you Transforming Attitudes, Embedding Change, City of Vancouver's Accessibility Strategy Phase 1. What we heard loud and clear from community is to build more awareness, more education. While persons with disabilities are more visible and part of community today, unfortunately, the culture of ableism is still ingrained in our society and everyday language. The majority of persons with disabilities continue to face attitudinal barriers because of the overarching generalization, assumptions, and patronizing thoughts that are still prevalent today. The quotation you see on your right is just one of the many examples we heard through the voices of community. Everyone, including the city, has a responsibility to reflect on the challenges, ableism, and to disrupt ableist attitudes, beliefs, practices when they show up in daily interaction. One of the ways we can challenge is by changing our culture. It is through changing of a culture we can have honest and brave conversations with each other, challenging our own biases and attitudes of one another, dismantling our ableist narratives, where we come with openness and curiosity. Openness and curiosity are some of the key elements that help the city to transform to a culture of vulnerability. A culture of vulnerability, we have adapted a quotation from Dr. Brene Brown, which is outlined in this strategy. It talks about building a culture of curiosity, to seek questions, to learn from each other, to celebrate the uniqueness, there's no one right way to do things. It's to talk openly and bravely with one another. Through community engagement, we have the community has outlined 4 different recommended approaches. I talked about education and awareness earlier. The second one is intersectionality, recognizing the multifaceted nature of our identities and the intersecting and compounding forms of discrimination. Social inclusion is the third one that promotes interaction and meaningful engagement that reduces social isolation for people with disabilities, creating opportunities to freely move, participate, lead, contribute to the community. The last one is racial justice that acknowledges that persons with disabilities also face the compounding effects of racial injustice. Within this strategy, it outlines 8 focus areas. 7 of them align well with the BC Accessibility Act. 1 is built environment, 2 transportation, 3 housing, 4 information and communication, 5 employment, 6 governance and engagement, and 7 capacity and collaboration. The 8th one we have discovered after all the community engagement analysis that a lot of community members talked about the TransLink, the different roles of government, provincial, federal, or the school board. So we have titled the 8th one as advocacy and working with other orders of government along with other agencies. Because we know that the city has a role to play in advocacy. The work of making Vancouver accessible is broad and complex and calls for an expanded focus beyond persons with disabilities. This is a long-term commitment that will require collective and intentional actions across all city departments. Each of the focus area has an overarching goal attached to it, along with developed actions set out by departments to move this strategy forward. The actions must occur in conjunction with the attitudinal change to maximize effectiveness and to evolve a culture of accessibility throughout the city. In this strategy, we are proposing an accountability framework that has 2 components, one the internal and 2 external. In the internal phase, we have departmental leads who will be required to complete an action plan every 3 years. This document is specific and action oriented, and we ask departments to outline strategic priorities, are embedded in the core work and objective, and this falls in line with the BC Accessibility Act as well. The departmental leads will be required to complete progress reports each year, including reports on the actions taken, the progress, and the related indicators of success. We will also be developing a community of practice to share with one another best practices of accessibility. Externally facing, we will be developing an ongoing public feedback mechanism supporting the alignment of actions to the provincial accessibility standards. And through the Healthy City strategy, the city will track the long-term impact of accessibility actions by identifying relevant population health indicators and data sets, along with their well-being outcomes across social determinants of health. We have a 5-year review of the accessibility strategy and what is needed in order to assess its overall implementation impacts, outcomes, and effectiveness. Overlapping both the internal and external, we have the provincially mandated Accessibility Committee, as we are proposing that it will have both internal and external members sitting on the committee. This committee will review, evaluate the progress report, providing feedback, identifying progress gaps, and reprioritizing actions as needed. We are proposing phase 2 of the work. We know with the completion of phase 1 that the work of accessibility and inclusion is just beginning. We are recommending to Council that phase 2 will include a coordinated structure and accountability framework, the establishment of a accessibility committee, a broader community engagement, a multi-year action plan, and working alongside community organizations to implement community-based projects that support the goals of an objective. I will be coming back after I introduce Zach to end the closing remarks. I'd like to introduce Zach, the chair of the Accessibility Task Force. Welcome, Zach.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I'm Jacques Courteau, Chair of the City Task Force on the Accessibility Strategy. I want to give thanks to past and present members of the task force. Many have put forward their hearts and souls into this for almost a decade, myself for 7 years, and more formally since 2018. They brought a very meaningful contribution, input, and insight to the draft strategy, and their efforts deserve to be recognized. Many of these members are here today. Noted Peter Brown, Teja, and Caitlin from the task force here today. We're not here because we're in wheelchairs or because we're disabled. We're here because we are able and we have done a lot of really good work that has to be recognized by the city. I personally was a former crown prosecutor, senior officer in the Privy Council in Ottawa. I'm not my wheelchair. The task force comments that are already in the reports refer to the extremely compressed process to which we were subjected. The comments had to be written in relation to a previous version of the strategy, drafted by city staff and that we had not seen. One member described this process as crazy speed reading, which is what it was. How did we end up in such a marathon after 4 years of work? Unfortunately, this is not unusual, and this reflects many experiences on both PDAC and SAC. There is room to improve these processes. This being said, we've read the final report. We support the recommendations in the final report before you today, with one exception. The next report should be by the end of 2023, not 2024. There's no reason to take more than 5 years to develop this strategy. I've divided my comments into 5 sections. The first one is nothing about us without us. This is the driving principle behind the strategy. Persons with disabilities, including seniors with disabilities, are the experts on accessibility issues. We live this every day, and able-bodied city staff do not. We need to develop an inclusion and accessibility culture within the city so that we can remove barriers in policies, programs, and services. The insight of persons with disabilities is crucial for this. 20% of the population has some form of disability, compounded by other aspects of their life, such as poverty, homelessness, indigeneity, color, etc. These intersectionalities affect the ability to access city services and programs. You want to know what doesn't work in accessibility? Just ask a person with a disability. It's that simple. Nothing about us without us. My next comment is on task force independence. During the review process, we had a troublesome exchange with the city, and I want to address this issue of task force independence. Task force members are independent experts whose job is to put forward the interests of persons with disabilities, including seniors with disabilities, and guide the development of the strategy. It's important to note that it is this independence and expertise that give the task force its credibility. Persons with disabilities look to us to represent them with integrity. If we give advice that is not what the city administration wants to hear, they are free to follow or disregard it. But directed advice would destroy the credibility of the task force. If the city truly wants to engage in meaningful consultation, city staff must accept that the opinions of persons with lived experience may not coincide with their own. An open mind and respect for their opinions will go a long way to encourage people to speak their lived truth when consulted. Accountability is the next item I want to talk about. This is a source of the greatest concerns of the task force. Task force members have decades of insider experience dealing with the city on accessibility, with many disappointments, and want a strong accountability and responsibility framework. Why? Think of the Peter and Dogwood Center for Persons with Severe Disabilities. The city sold the land to a developer. A consensus agreement was reached by the city, Vancouver Coastal Health, and only for services to the residents. This included a replacement therapeutic pool, a new Canada Line station. These have vanished. Never happened. The city recently commissioned housing units at Dogwood Gardens Social Housing, and an intended tenant of an accessible one-bedroom unit had to be turned away when it could not access it. Where was the city's accountability framework when these subpar units were planned and when they were built? Where was the city's accountability framework when the city delegated to developers the authority to determine whether their buildings met accessibility requirements? And we ended up with a new accessibility certified Nordstrom without accessible bathrooms. Or how about guarantees of accessible public toilets going back a decade or more, or maybe the fight for functional, accessible toilets in the Millennium Line extension. Why does accessibility often turn into a battle to the death? All of these failures have resonated very negatively, and there is a need to rebuild trust between the city and the disability community. This requires an accountability framework for the strategy with clearly identified responsibility centers, both at units and with designated senior managers, improved transparency, and public reporting. Calgary makes accessibility accounts a part of the performance assessment of managers. Just saying. My next comment is on data. The task force notes with great concern the paucity of data on children with disabilities. Canada's census data only starts at age 15. It is imperative to obtain much more robust data on children with disabilities, as well as the impact on their parents and grandparents who play a crucial supporting role. These efforts must be coordinated with the school board. Poor data lead to poor programs. My final comment is on momentum and credibility. It is time for Vancouver to join the federal, provincial, and many municipal governments that already have an accessibility strategy. A lot of effort and consultation have taken place in the last 4 years just to bring about phase 1 of this draft strategy. The task force is defunct as of today, subject to continuation, and it is our sincere hope that whoever is hired by the city to work on phase 2 will bring not only lived experience, but also a high level of experience in dealing with the city on accessibility issues. A mountain of work has already been done. Let's build on it. It's now time for the last push. Phase 2 is an administrative matter. Council should allocate the necessary resources and direct city staff to start immediately on phase 2, so we don't lose momentum and can meet the expectations raised during the limited public consultations. City staff should report back with the final strategy by the end of 2023. Persons with disabilities are waiting and hoping. Thank you. I have printed copies of my remarks for whoever wants to see them. I know my speech is impaired from my paralyzed tongue, so if you want copies, please, I have them.
Two more minutes, maybe one. Transforming attitudes, embedding things, aims to raise the collective consciousness of city staff, both on how persons with disabilities experience the city as both a place and an organization. An accessible city benefits us all. When we have curb cuts on sidewalks, not only do people using mobility aids benefit, those with strollers and shipment carriers also benefit. When we prioritize the needs of those who experience the most need, we all benefit. The work is about evolving the culture of the city through addressing systematic barriers, committing to education, improving and expanding service delivery, and creating a welcoming city, a work environment for people with disabilities. Thank you for your time, and now we open for discussion.
Thank you so much for your presentations and being here today and all this fantastic work for us to consider. Thank you, so much. Clerks have asked me to remind the public that the link for the closed captioning can be found on the meeting agenda page, and it's also been tweeted out. So that's the link for the closed captioning can be found on the meeting agenda page on the city website, and has also been tweeted out. So thank you so much for your presentations, and now we have a number of questions from councilors. I shuffle my paperwork here. Great. So we start with Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just before I go, because I know we have a lot of speakers and a lot of agenda today, and I just want to just commend everybody who's been involved in this work and everybody who's showed up today to speak. And we won't have time to ask you all questions, but I certainly think on all of us at council really appreciate you taking the time to come here today and all the work, volunteer work and efforts that have gone into this today. I want to start off just maybe right off the top with a question of staff, because the speaker from the task force made a pretty clear ask about the deliverable for the next report in 2023 rather than 2024. And I'm curious what that would entail and how can we, I think that's a reasonable ask, and I'm curious if that's viable from a staff perspective.
Hello, it's Wilma Clark here, Assistant Director for Social Policy. The ability to deliver in 2023 is really not possible because it would we need to first go out and do the broader consultations. So what we did was targeted consultations with some key organizations and individuals and community. But what we haven't done yet is the truly broad consultation to confirm the focus areas, for example, and also to set up the structure. So 2023 will be focused on that broader consultation, setting up the structure, particularly as outlined in the BC Accessibility Act, and then working towards our next report. Also, our departments will need time to develop their action plans and their implementation plans, and we all need the opportunity to identify the resources to do that work. So the possibility for 2023, I don't think is something that we can achieve. That's why we identified 2024.
Okay, and thank you, Wilma. I think that's a reasonable context to give this, and I think the consultation is definitely critical, and hearing all the voices and nothing without, or nothing about us without us,
Exactly.
I think rings very true. Okay, I'm just curious also, because obviously we've been through a very challenging time through the pandemic, and that's, you know, obviously put a lot of impacts on folks and accessibility, and certainly at my Vancouver City Planning Commission, we had a really big conversation around how we needed to maintain that virtual ability for folks to connect who may have, you know, immunocompromised situations that put them at greater risk on account of the pandemic. I'm wondering if you could just reflect how that has impacted or influenced the process getting us here, because I know it's been a long wait for a lot of folks, but obviously this has been extraordinary because of the circumstance that we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Well, the pandemic definitely did impact. We had to think about our consultation in a slightly different way. So a lot of our consultations were virtual. And also we had to think about if we were doing it virtually, what that means in terms of accessibility, even to that process. And so when we were looking at, you know, our need for ASL and closed captioning, in some ways that actually helped that it was virtual because we were able to do that closed captioning and ASL. One of the things that we're looking forward to in terms of the go forward is to be able to have some of those in-person sessions that we weren't able to have. But that being said, even at those in-person sessions going forward, we may have to do hybrid just to make it more accessible to persons who may have not just mobility challenges, but also some challenges around various communications. So yes, it impacted us, but I also think that there was some opportunity in going virtual as well.
Okay, that's great. I see so many colleagues on the list for questions, so I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much. Councillor Weeb, you're up next. 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, my first question is on resourcing the phase 2 if this passes today. Can you speak to what resources we've put in our current plan to fund the phase 2, recognizing that we heard speakers today talk about ensuring momentum going to put this task force through?
Thank you for the question, Sandra Singh, General Manager. So we have been able to extend our planner into Q1, as well as find some internal reallocations in ACCS to support the next phase of engagement, and that's identified in the financial impact section of the report. And we will be bringing some ideas forward for the 2023 budget process.
Okay, so we will see. We just passed our capital planning work. Can you speak to what quick actions or funding is available in our capital planning, and how will the department work plans be able to be funded adequately to do the work for 3-year department action plan?
So I'll ask Michelle Schulz from Facilities to speak to the capital plan.
Hello, Michelle Schulz, Director of Facilities Planning and Development. We have $2.5 million in the upcoming capital plan for accessibility upgrades to existing public-facing buildings. This previous capital plan, we had $2 million originally and added $500,000 at the midterm capital update, and that allowed us to complete a feasibility study of public-facing existing buildings and create a prioritization of upgrade work that's much needed. We identified about $25 million worth of work, so there's much more that we actually do need to do, but at least we have a good start. We're working on the quick wins first, that are the smaller cost items, and doing some larger upgrades in buildings like Carnegie, the West End Community Center, Gathering Place. Also, all new buildings are going to be built to Rick Hansen Gold, so we're investigating that for Marpole Oak Ridge Community Center, for example.
Okay, and the department work plans, action plans, do all departments have funding to do this work?
Sandra, if you
Yes,
could
thank
please
you for
take
the
that one.
yes, thank you for the question. So each of the departments put forward the actions that they could accommodate, and certainly we do anticipate that they will be identifying some additional resources that may be required. So at this point, that would be in it for 2023 as well.
We'll get that action plan. Okay, there was comments today about the accountability of ensuring that accessibility guidelines are being met across the city, including, we heard, housing projects and TransLink for transit stops. Can we talk about what our process is to ensure that current building forms are meeting accessibility guidelines, and how we are making sure that that accountability is being met?
We're wondering if Saul from DBL is available to respond. Or Andrea Law. We'll find out and get back to you.
Okay. I guess in 2018, I was part of that committee, recognizing that we wanted to ensure that the task force was continuing through the election cycle because we didn't want to lose the momentum. Can you speak to how we're going to ensure that if this passes today, that we will have the task force continue through the election cycle so that we don't miss one day on how important it is to move this accessibility city work forward?
Yes, one of the recommendations, recommendation H, is about the continuation of the current task force until the Accessibility Committee, as mandated through the BC Accessible Act, is established.
Okay. I'll leave that one, listen to the speakers that I know I've been working with for 8 years, so looking forward to hearing from them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Dominato, up to 5, please.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll echo my colleagues' thanks for all of the work, both to our staff and the task force and the volunteers. I do have a question for Jacques, and so I'm wondering if, with respect to the task force, and so I'm wondering. Thank you. I'm curious if you could comment on. We've obviously got this draft strategy phase 1. You talked about the time frame and having it done sooner, but I'm curious about what do you want to see? How do you want things to look different a year from now or 2 years from now, and more tangibly in terms of actions? So I appreciate that there's a strategy and a framework, but I think often we have to have action and planning, and so a strategy is great, but what are the things that you want to see look differently? What are the top priorities, if I can reframe that question?
Well, as I've said previously, the City of Calgary imposes on each individual manager an obligation to put forward projects for accessibility, and the performance appraisal on a yearly basis is rated partly on that aspect. One of the issues that we had when we were going through the work of the task force is the nature of the current actions that were being proposed by the city. Some of them very minimal, because that's a start, if you want. But there seemed to be a lack of this greater vision of some ideal to strive for that would really impact on all of the work of the units. So I think that there has to be within, in the next year, a big rethinking of the inclusion and accessibility mindset in the city, so that they can start to see some of the impacts that the existing programs and policies and services have on persons with disabilities, rather than focusing on the incremental parts of the program, a rethink to make sure that they are in fact open to everyone in this city.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I do have a couple of quick questions for staff with respect to this work. One's around progress made around expediting permits, particularly around home renovations for individuals with disabilities. And this was a motion I brought. I don't know if we have permitting staff available to comment on that.
Again, we're hoping Andrea Law is on the line to respond.
If not, we could get a response later. That would be fine
Yes.
too. Okay,
Okay,
perfect.
thank you.
My other question goes to the subject of children and play spaces. I know we know, for instance, I believe it's like 2/3 of schools are not necessarily accessible, particularly for adults, bringing caregivers, parents. But in terms of our planning for playground spaces and other public spaces, do we have anyone from Park Board or staff who could comment? Oh, I see Jacques' hand up too.
So I was just at a Vancouver Parks Board meeting less than a week ago,
Okay.
where the Parks Board decided to adopt the findings of a report produced by a group of mothers of children with disabilities in 2015, a report that's been sitting on the shelf for years, that was never part of the Van Play study, but at the meeting of the Parks Board the other night, they agreed that this report contained a ton of useful recommendations, and they decided to implement them immediately. So there's a lot of work now being done with regards to parks and playgrounds for children with disabilities.
Fantastic. I appreciate that. I think I'll pause there because, oh, sorry, Wilma, did you want to just comment as well?
We were also hoping that Paul Cheney from the Parks Board may be on the line to respond.
It's okay if it's not, because I know there's lots of speakers, so but that I appreciate you giving me that update, Jacques, and I'll pause there, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. We have Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Great presentation, exciting work. I have a question first for Karen. I believe that, Karen, you talked about the need to add another goal around advocacy, goal 8, and that it related to also TransLink. I'm wondering if you can detail what the issues are that you want to see resolved in that regard.
Yeah, there were quite a few comments that came up through community engagement, talking about the movement, the handy dot, the disabled place, the seating on buses, the infrequent stops. So what we're hoping to do as staff is to gather the list of comments that we heard, and having a meeting with TransLink, and then say, here are a couple comments that we heard from the community. We know that the city has a role to play in advocacy, so all we can do is share what we heard from the community.
Okay, that's good. And if the city can play any role in advocacy, I think that's good. Mayor, I think you sit on the mayor's task force around Translake.
That's right, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I think there's some other opportunities around advocacy.
Great.
And I have one other question, and that is a point was raised around accessible public toilets, and some mention also about, I think it was around accessibility generally within the city. And I'm wondering if curb cuts in our streets is something that's of concern. There's not that many right now. And whether or not the task force had any interaction with the planners doing the Vancouver plan, because accessibility, equity are big themes in the Vancouver plan. Oh, and also in the Vancouver plan, is a call for more public toilets, and you talked about accessible public toilets. So I'm wondering what the conversations have been between this task force and planners working on the Vancouver plan.
Hi, thank you. My name is Margaret Witkins from engineering. I'll just sit down. I would like to answer the specific question around curb ramps, and then would likely pass back to Karen to speak to the Vancouver plan related questions. Curb ramps certainly is something that has been a large focus as part of the current capital plan, and one where we hope to make continued progress as we continue forward in the next capital plan. And so a target as part of the most recent capital plan was to eliminate the backlog of requests for curb ramps. And so that is something that we hope to have achieved by the end of this current capital plan. And then as part of the next capital plan, we would look to sustain progress on shortening the time frame in which curb ramp requests are addressed. It is worth noting that that doesn't get at the full picture. There remains a gap in curb ramps, not just the responsive ones that come to us as requests. And so that's something that we would continue to progress through the next capital plan and subsequent ones.
Great. And accessible public toilets?
The accessible public toilets is really something that would be addressed as part of the broader washroom strategy that's being led by ACCS. So there might be somebody from Sandra Singh's team who would be better suited to respond more holistically. Certainly within engineering, we have a piece of that in the context of the automatic public toilets, which are able to be implemented in an accessible format. But obviously implementing them within a street right-of-way presents some geometric constraints. And so it's not, sometimes we reach barriers there. So really it needs to be addressed within that broader washroom strategy context, and that work is underway.
You hear that?
Hello, I just wanted to give a quick response around the Vancouver plan and accessibility. So PDAC and SAC were both consulted on that, and members of the task force individually participated in consultations, but they were not as a task force consulted. The individual committees were.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And again, echoing thanks. We won't get a chance to, speak directly to all those speakers. So just thank you very much for being here and contributing to this conversation to staff and the task force as well. I just wanted to follow up on, in terms of phase 2 and what the discussions have been with the task force and our city staff in terms of internal processes, hiring, technology, resource availability. And is that part of this discussion in terms of how we're sort of leading, let's say, as an employer or as a public resource in terms of how our website functions or how information is available, that sort of thing, to persons with disabilities?
Yes, we've had those conversations, and those are part of the departmental actions that you'll see from each department. Mm-hmm. So, and also our focus areas. So one of our focus areas, for example, is employment within the city. Another focus area is communication, information technology. So those discussions have been had with the various departments, and what we're doing now, current state, as well as what we're hoping to do, is detailed in those departmental actions.
Okay, it would be helpful. I mean, I would certainly be interested to see where we're starting from in terms of an audit type report that lets us know, for example, how many people with persons with disabilities are employed by the City of Vancouver per department and that sort of thing, just so we have a baseline of information that as we build out the strategy, we can be looking at.
We do have representatives of our HR here. I don't know if they're able to speak to that. Simon, are you able to speak to that?
Hi, good morning. Simon Goldsmith, Director in Human Resources. So we don't actually currently capture information related to staff with disabilities. We've recently conducted an employee benchmark survey that has asked staff that question. So we do have information through that means, but we are looking at how we can kind of capture that information more broadly moving forward.
Okay, great, great. Look forward to seeing more on that. Next question, so thank you very much, is related to when we talk about persons with disabilities. Could you share a little bit about where persons with cognitive learning differences sits in that sort of spectrum, just so that we can understand? You know, I saw in the, I can't remember which appendices it was that sort of defined how we're talking about accessibility. It means very different things to different people, and we're talking about persons with disabilities, but could you just give us more detail around that specifically?
Yeah, well, I can start and then maybe Karen can help as well. Our definition is very broad, and if you look at the definition within the report, it does include individuals with cognitive impairment, as well as physical, as well as, mental health concerns, substance use. So it's a very broad definition of persons with disabilities, age-related disabilities as well.
Okay, great. Well, then I just want to echo Councilor Dominado's questions and the need for that data related to children with learning differences. And of course, that becomes so much a part of some of these future challenges that we see in our city right now.
Absolutely.
So that's great. Look forward to seeing more on that. And I just have one quick follow-up question, and that is related to the part of the report that talks about funding for the assigned planner. So for our new planner on this topic has been reallocated within the 2022 ACCS budget. And I'm wondering, just to better understand what the process was there internally to be able to do that.
Thank you, Sandra Singh, General Manager. We had higher than expected turnover, and so we had some vacancy savings that we were able to prioritize to allocate to this and to a couple of other projects to extend the work without coming back for funding right now. And we will seek to put forward some considerations for the council for the 2023 budget for ongoing resources.
Okay, great. That's super helpful. That's my time, and we've got lots to do today, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes, please.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to start with an email that I had found when I was looking up some of the information I was trying to find for myself. So I might not have to ask questions on curb cuts and curb ramps. And I understand in a 2020 email that was sent from the city manager to mayor and council, copying a number of staff, it actually says the plan for 2020, so this was in 2020, is for all curb ramps that are not already included in larger projects to be constructed by contractors, as city crews are fully allocated to other capital construction projects. So I'm wondering if staff can share where in the list of priorities curb cuts and curb ramps are.
Thank you for the question, Margaret Witkins, Engineering Services. So we received council direction around the backlog on curb ramps to inform the current capital plan, and eliminating that backlog has been a critical focus. And so I'll just reference some numbers on this. We have funding to construct 50 to 100 curb cuts annually, and we have constructed over 800 new curb ramps over this current capital plan. We do know that the backlog is closer to 2,600, and so our focus has been on responding to where we receive requests from it, and our constraints relate to funding. The priority in terms of how we address them is quite high. I would just see if Joyce Lee has anything further to add from the Streets Department.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Mayor and Council. So regarding curb cuts, Margaret did touch on, we did eliminate the backlog that we received from 2019, but we want to recognize that ongoing curb cut requests do come into the city. And it's our plan that in the next capital plan that we are able to address those requests within 6 to 12 months. And that's our plan with the current capital plan budget.
Thanks so much. Can I just ask, I know last term actually council unanimously supported a motion that came forward. I believe it was from former councillor Elizabeth Ball on behalf of the seniors, and I was working with her on behalf of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, to which I was the liaison then, that actually the city would meet and I don't have the exact number in front of me, a certain number of curb ramps within that term. I'm just wondering, do we still have backlog from then, from the previous term and what council approved? Or have we cleared that backlog and now these are new requests for curb ramps and curb cuts?
Yeah, so we embarked on using the additional funding in the current capital plan, and we are able to eliminate that backlog at the end of this current capital plan. But we just want to recognize that we do get ongoing requests, and we're anticipated to get approximately 80 requests a year, and we can, address those curb ramp requests within our next construction season. That's our current objective and plan.
That's great.
Prioritization.
So we don't need to wait for the Vancouver plan. We can address these now.
We want to recognize that we do have 2,600 missing curb ramps, but as we're prioritizing the ones that come in, the requests that come in, we are constructing those within the next consecutive year.
Thanks so much. And I have a question for staff and also for Jacques. As well, but I'll ask staff this question first. If I don't have enough time, I might just correspond via email with Jacques, if that's okay. But I'm just wondering, as for our goal of at least 5% accessible housing units, I'm wondering, built to the standards of adaptability level 3, where is this council on what percentage of housing units have we approved in our term that would meet those requirements of adaptability level 3?
Hi, Councillor Dan Garrison from Housing Policy. I don't have the number for the number of units in this term, so it may be something we need to follow up with you. Our full accessibility requirements primarily apply in our non-market housing stock, particularly in our housing and design and technical guidelines that apply to turnkey housing assets that are being built on behalf of the city. But I can get you numbers more broadly than that in a follow-up.
Thank you.
Thanks, that's my time. So I'll leave it there and email the rest of my questions.
Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thank you for all of this work. Most of my questions have been asked, so I just have one more, which is around the accessibility committee structure. I'm interested to know now a sense of how it's working between the various city advisory committees and the committee that's worked specifically on this report, and what the plan is going forward so that we're making good use of volunteer time and not duplicating efforts between committees.
I can respond to that, and then maybe Jacques may want to also contribute. So the task force was made up of actually originally 3 representatives of 3 advisory committees, one which no longer exists. So we have the SAC and PDAC, and at that time it was also a committee around mental health concerns and substance use. So since then, we've worked with the task force members that represent SAC and PDAC, and those task force members could also go back and forth between and take information from the task force back to the and so on. We did not have a lot of direct relationship with those committees, except through the task force, until towards the end, as we were finalizing the framework, the accessibility strategy, and we then interacted directly with those committees as well to get some feedback and to seek endorsement. In terms of the go forward, we've had conversations both with the task force, also with our internal staff working group, and where we have kind of landed in terms of our thoughts on what the accessibility committee should look like that's mandated by the province is that it should be a combination. We believe that having both the community and staff together so that we can directly from the various departments be hearing from community and working together towards creating the type of inclusion we want in the city. That's where we've kind of landed in our thoughts of where the best place to go is.
Thank you for that.
Jacques.
Yes, I think that we basically divided the work along the following line, that between SAC and PDAC on one hand and the task force on the other, we were looking at the future, they're looking at current issues. So if there's an issue with current cuts, for example, PDAC or SAC would have looked at that. If there's an issue with what the city intends to do with a certain program or service, then we would look at that. I think that it's important at this point because it's I just want to raise this. The task force was really a specific project that was put together to create the strategy. If there is going to be an ongoing accessibility committee, I think that the people from the community participating in that should receive some kind of a stipend. There's no reason why this kind of ongoing work would be unpaid. But that's my thought at this point. Just putting that forward.
I appreciate you raising that. Okay, and all my other questions were asked. Really appreciate all of this work.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby Young up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. The advantage to going towards the end is a lot of questions are asked. I do have one follow-up though, and sort of framing it with respect to, I'm hearing two things this morning. One is really about a cultural shift in terms of embedding the accessibility perspective in everything the city does. And then a lot of the outcomes fall in the realm of the built form. So just following up on staff's comment with respect to new facilities like MOCA, the Marpole Oak Ridge Community Center was mentioned. I'm wondering with respect to things like the Vancouver Aquatic Center, two-part question. Would you see us doing anything differently than we do today with new facilities with a brand new build like that? And secondly, if and when this sort of legislative committee is established or there's a continuation of the advisory committee, is there a path for an active role for them in advising on facility design as we are undertaking new projects like that?
Michelle Scholes. Yes, hi. Michelle Scholes, Director of Facilities Planning and Development. Yes, very much. We would build things quite differently than when the Vancouver Aquatic Center was first built in the 70s today.
Yeah, sorry, to clarify the question, not back to when it was originally built, but compared to, say, a facility we're building right now, such as the Marpole Oak Ridge Community Center. Is there something even that would be different to push us beyond what we've been building the last few years, just to clarify?
Yeah, what we're planning to do going forward is have all of our facilities meet the Rick Hansen Gold certification, which we have not done in the past. The Marpole Oak Ridge Community Center would be our first one to do so, and we would do the same for the Vancouver Aquatic Center.
Okay, and is that, do we consider, like, is that the penultimate standard that we're shooting for, like, in terms of where that lets us sit?
Yes, for now.
Place us in terms of how we could be viewed as to whether or not we're leading in accessibility as a city.
Yes, there are a number of other municipalities also using this standard, and we did some research into what other standards are out there, and this one seems to be the best available to us.
Okay, thank you. The other part of that question was really around a formal role for whatever committee is constituted at the time, whether it's advisory or it's a more legislative committee, but is there an opportunity as part of the process in that facility design to engage a group?
Absolutely. The accessibility committee will be looking at all of those focus areas, and we'll be working closely with the staff who are creating the monitoring framework. So that'll be staff in the equity office as well as within social policy. So absolutely, there will be a role for that committee.
Okay, super. I'll leave it there. My other questions were asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson up to 5, please.
Yeah, thanks so much for the report. There's lots of great stuff here about process and attitudes, and I really love the recognition that plain language is an accessibility issue, and the idea that we need to compensate all the people that are advising us on this. I think that's great. But I'm wondering about the really concrete things, like moving the bus stops, getting accessible washrooms, changing the building code so that people can actually get into buildings. Do we have any kind of a timeline on when these concrete things can happen?
Well, phase 2 of the strategy is really focused on that, about developing the multi-year action plan across the city. And in doing that, all of the departments who have the various responsibilities will be building out their action plans and their deliverables, which include many of the things that you've just identified.
Okay. And the other thing is there any plan to have all city reports in plain language?
I'll turn that over to the Director of Communications to respond to. Okay, we'll follow up with that one. Thank you.
Okay, so I hear the frustration about the slowness. So I'm hoping we can do something about that. Thanks everybody for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dominato, you have about 50 seconds.
I'll ask questions after speakers. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bly, you have about 30 seconds.
Thank you. I just have one quick question, follow-up for Jacques, and that is related to the composition of the task force. And if you have a member of that task force that specifically represents the community of folks with learning differences.
I believe that Teja would be able to deal with that. Teja is sitting here.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, you're speaking. Yes? Okay, I can pose that question then. Thank you very much.
We're good. Okay. Thank you so much for that. Thanks, Councillor, for all your questions. We are now going to move to speakers to this report. Just a reminder to speakers that you have 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes to make your comments, and be great if you could state whether or not you are in support or in opposition to the recommendations. Council members have up to 6 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. Let's see. Start with our first speaker. Okay. For shuffling here, we have Peter Brown, the co-chair of the Disabilities Advisory Committee. Thanks so much for coming in today. Appreciate it. You have up to 10 minutes, whenever you're ready. Right.
No, okay. Alrighty. Good morning, Mayor, and good morning and well to all who are here today, including city councilors. I'm going to basically go over a lot that's already been spoken, but I would like to start with saying one thing, which I'm going to commend City Council for something that's not been done in my experience speaking in person, and also well, certainly in all of these meetings that I've attended over the last 5 or 6 years. All points, double A to all of you, were at the very beginning of the meeting. You said we will increase the time to speak. Now, I was at a rather fascinating park board meeting last night, and I had to ask for more time. That should not happen. It's certainly quite obvious for those of us who do have a speaking problem that should not happen. So accessibility starts at the beginning, and full points to the mayor and to council for doing that today. Thank you. I will continue on as co-chair of PDAC we fully endorse the strategy. There was a motion which we passed in support on May 19th. I'm just going to go over a couple of quick points. And some of the points I'm making are already in the motion, so I'm going to keep it rather brief. Number one, the strategy is from birth to death. People with disabilities are of all ages, children and beyond. So it's for all ages. Number two, this is probably the most important part of it all, is the accountability framework. Transparency to the public that we're doing the right thing. And responsibility to those staff members who should be imposed with specific obligations to make sure that this strategy comes all the way home. So it's critical that the accountability framework is done well. Number three, the potential to keep the momentum going. We have people on our task force who are keen and capable. We have the ability to get this thing done. It is imperative for the city of Vancouver as an open and open and welcoming city that we have this done. Let's move forward. I would suggest today that that the mayor and council direct that the task force carry on until the creation of the accessible committee. So there was a specific direction in September 2018 that has now expired. It was only until the end of phase one. We're moving on to phase two, and I would suggest that there be a specific direction that HAPA is maintained in place to carry on to get this next phase done. Number four, the language of the strategy needs to be progressive and it needs to be empowering. People with disabilities are capable people. A lot of us are well schooled. We have a lot of desire to succeed in life. We want to see language that shows, or at least reflects, that spirit of ability, not disability. So I would ask that the language not only be plain language, but also be empowering language. What are we, number 5? This involves, it is crucial for the city to ensure that all reasonable steps are taken to meet and fulfill all parts of this strategy. So as has been said, this is transformative. This is a new way of thinking, entirely new. There's got to be buy-in. And that buy-in should start immediately. Number 6, phase 2 should also recognize the diversity of disability. It's not only wheelchairs, it's hearing, sight, mental illness, all sorts of disabilities. So it's not always visible. Something to keep in mind. Number 7, given the persisting challenges in ensuring that proper, accessible housing is built, it is recommended that city planning and city funding be put toward consideration of the creation of a permanent accessible housing coordinator or specialist, someone who, let me go back. I'll take away the word coordinator. Specialist, no coordinator, specialist. Somebody who has the experience, preferably someone who does have a disability, to take on the task of ensuring accessible housing is done properly. Property. We want accessible housing that works for those who need it. So it would probably be very beneficial to the city to consider creating that position. And again, on a permanent basis. I think those are my comments. I would again like to endorse this strategy. And I would also like to say that there are very capable and keen people involved in this. Let's keep the ball moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time. You do have some questions. Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 6 minutes.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Peter. I just had a question. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm wondering, on behalf of the committee, is there any top priorities that you see or anything that needs to happen immediately that the committee has been talking about? Embedded within this strategy, are there certain priorities that you and the committee, share your own experience, of course, too? Thank you.
Okay, let's see. How much time do I have now?
You have up to 5 minutes to answer my question.
Number one, accessible housing, for sure. I mean, no, that's probably the number one concern throughout the whole city, province, country. This is more specific. It's about the ability of people who need affordable, accessible housing. That is a double whammy. Not simply affordable, it's got to be accessible. That is a really big concern. I think that one might be the top one. There are some more I would have to give it a little more thought. Certainly, the need for the shift in attitudes, which certainly I've seen throughout my life, has got to continue. Because I think it's got to be acknowledged that people with disabilities are very capable people, and they can make a big difference in our society. I'll leave it there, though.
Thanks. Just a follow-up question for you, if I might, because accessible housing means different things to different people, and this is a field that I have some expertise in. I'm just wondering, do you feel that when we talk about accessible housing and the city's goal of 5%, is 5% enough? I mean, I'll find out from staff if we've even met that 5% over our term as a council in what we've approved, but do you think 5% is enough? That's my first question. And then I have one more for you, just to follow up on that.
Okay, I would tend to say number one, let's find out if indeed 5% has been met. Number two, accessible housing doesn't mean a whole lot if it's not also affordable. It has to be affordable, so we need both of those together. So it's somewhat difficult to peg a number when we have to look at both of those together. So I don't know about the actual 5%. I wouldn't like to comment.
Okay. I'm looking forward to hearing more from staff on that. My next question to you and my final question would be on the degree of accessibility. I mean, to standards sort of I understand, Canada and North America would be adaptability level 3, which would allow for that European model, or, that sort of safer model of a wheel-in shower and full accessibility, and for a unit to be made fully accessible for a person with physical disabilities in a wheelchair to make sure they could live independently. When we talk about different levels of accessibility, do you think that we need to build to the most accessible level, such as adaptability level 3, or what do you define as an accessible unit, aside from affordability, which I heard you on?
Well, it would seem to me simply on a common sense basis, you build to the most. You don't build to the least and then try to build to the most. It's a lot more doable if it's built to the most. So I would say myself, and I don't live in accessible. I don't live in accessible. I don't have a accommodation which is accessible, but it would seem to me, again, on a common sense basis, that you would build to the most, and then if indeed there is a need for something less, it's still there. And also, down the road, you don't know who your clients are. You don't know what level of accessibility they might need. So I would tend to argue you would always build to the most.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate you answering my questions. And I hope I didn't put you on the spot, but thank you for your work and your service to the city on the committee. And please thank the committee members for me as well.
Certainly will.
Thank you so much. Councillor Weeb, up to 6 minutes.
Yeah, just one question. We've heard many times over 8 years, path of travel and visibility in the housing. Can you speak to how those concerns were addressed in this strategy, or do you think that's more in phase 2?
It's not been solidified yet. It's certainly there. It's in phase 1. It's a big issue in housing, and it certainly has been for ever. It's really important that we understand that you can have the most accessible home you want, but if you can't get inside the front door, you got a problem. And that has been an issue for years. I've been involved in PDAC for 8 years, and it's way before my time. So this is certainly that's a very good point. It's a point that needs to be dealt with for sure. It's already been put on the table, and it will be part in phase 2. I would think, as a certainly from the point of view of PDAC, it's a priority because it's been around forever, and it has not. Certainly has not progressed to where it should be. So yeah, it's a big priority.
Okay. Yeah, no, thank you. My mom sat on the committee decades ago, and they were fighting for that same thing. So.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That is it for questions. Really appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
Move next to speaker number 2, Mark White.
Yes, hello.
Hi there. You have up to 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. As noted, I'm Mark White, speaking on behalf of the Seniors Advisory Committee. SAC members are grateful to live and volunteer on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Musqueam and Squamish nations. SAC at a recent clerk meeting strongly supported the Accessibility Task Force report and see this as an important and critical foundational step to improving accessibility for all. As you are aware, older adults and elders make up a large component of persons with disabilities. We are pleased to note that Phase 2 will begin immediately and not be interrupted due to the gap between terms of office for advisory committees. We hope that adopting the Accessibility Task Report will result in immediate changes to city rules and practices to address accommodation necessary for civic participation, including the ability of the meeting chair to extend the 5-minute speaking spot for people who require more time for oral communication, not only for this meeting, but for all meetings. We want to give thanks to the thousands of hours that have gone into the preparation of this report by City staff and advisory committee members. Thank you in advance, Mayor and Councillors, for moving this agenda forward. We look forward to specific timetable, targets, and accountability metrics. Thank you again.
Thank you. Councillor Weeb has questions for you.
Yeah, there's a motion later on today that talks about having a planner, and we heard from one of the speakers today about having a permanent accessibility housing planner. Do you think that position that we're speaking about later today could be someone that could really advance some of the accessibility needs in our housing forms and development?
I think it's actually critical. When you look at some issues that happened with, I think it was the George Pearson, where they had accessible rooms that actually a person in a wheelchair couldn't actually use, that it's critical that we have expertise, not for both in the realm of housing, but also for other areas as well in terms of accessibility. So I think that would be a terrific move forward.
Thank you, appreciate it.
I just in relationship to that point, I think that the point that Peter made and also Laura has made in the past around accessible pathways is also very critical. I mean, if we're really looking at issues around social isolation, whether that be for children, visiting friends who are disabled, or disabled people, disabled persons, children, visiting friends and not being able to access the house, I think that we do need much more on the ground planning, and I think such a planner could really facilitate this.
Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks very much, Mark, for coming to speak. You sign up to speak often, and we do really very much appreciate your time and energy that you put into these issues. You mentioned around speaking time, and given you are well versed on our process right now, do you have a specific recommendation on how we could improve that so that we could make it as streamlined as possible and as destigmatizing as possible, that somebody can sort of, for example, elect to ask for more time before they sign up or something like that? What would you suggest?
Well, I think that I think I would leave that to some of the expertise from PDAC. But my personal perspective would be that if the chair recognizes that a person is having needs additional time for oral communication, that just happens. It doesn't need to be requested. It's just a given, and can be left to the judgment. You can tell fairly quickly if someone may require more time, and that could just be. I would think that may be a destigmatizing way of addressing it, but I really would like PDAC and maybe Jacques or Peter to talk about that.
Okay, that's helpful. I'll follow up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is it for your questions. Really appreciate you phoning in today. We're moving to now the individual speakers list. We have Vanessa Mendoza, speaker number 1, Vanessa Mendoza. Followed by Vanessa Mendoza, we have AJ Brown, and then Dr. Mike Prescott. Welcome, Vanessa. You have up to 10 minutes whenever you're situated. I'll start your timer.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Vanessa Mendoza. I'm a huge advocate for people with disabilities, and I've been a part of CLBC Community Living since, this is just a ballpark here, but probably since 2010. For me, having an accessible city matters because I'm in a wheelchair, and accessing sidewalks and buildings are a crucial part of my daily living, like it is for many people with disabilities. People with disabilities want what everyone else wants: to be treated fairly and as equals. Excuse me. One of the challenges I face as a person with a disability are the sidewalks in Vancouver are not wide enough. And a lot of the times they are not flat. I also experienced 2 car accidents while crossing the street because the cars did not see me. Getting turned away from jobs is another barrier that people with disabilities face a lot of. Having the right attitude matters because people with disabilities want what everyone else in society wants: to be treated equally. Some examples of barriers I have faced is getting turned away from employment because managers didn't know how to work with, don't know, sorry, how to work with an individual that has a disability. Other challenges I face are sometimes going into a store or a medical building, and if I'm with my care aide or a friend, they ignore me and talk to them as if I'm not there. Sorry. Some people with disabilities get stereotyped by their ethnicity. This is important because people with disabilities want to be treated fairly because we get treated differently in the community. For example, sorry, I'm losing myself here. See, because we get treated differently in the community. For example, going to a friend's house is sometimes a challenge as it may not accommodate wheelchairs or it does not give us access to doorways and bathrooms. Another thing is getting to college level is difficult for a person with a disability, not having the proper support from schools or government. One more barrier people with disabilities face is accessing debit machines or checkouts when grocery shopping. Also, getting a wheelchair accessible taxi and handy dart is also a challenge, as most companies do not have an accessible vehicle on the road. And again, handy darts take quite some time to also access, as you have to book in advance. And if you have to go somewhere immediately, it's crazy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. I don't see any questions for you, but do really appreciate you coming in and sharing your thoughts today on this important item.
Thank you for letting me speak this morning.
Thank you. Next speaker is AJ Brown, and just wait for folks to get situated. AJ Brown. Oh, great.
Hi, I'm AJ Brown, and I am in favor of this accessibility strategy phase 1. In the case of my work, I have been discriminated against for probably many reasons: my deafness, because hiring a sign language interpreter costs so much and organizations don't want to pay the fee. So maybe it's my CP which needs more time to communicate with me. I also use a walker and a power wheelchair to get around my community. I can do stairs, but I need someone to carry my walker or my power wheelchair. I prefer handrails on both sides for climbing and descending stairs. Concerning building access, I have to say I was appalled when I saw the construction of the Pacific Center Mall at Howe in Georgia. There are stairs there. So how do people get up and down who use wheelchairs or another wheel device? There should have been ramps up and down. I hate being an unthought of person, an afterthought, an oops, I didn't know, or I didn't think of that. The able-bodied people get everything handed to them. Everything. For example, you have more options to get around. You have escalators and elevators, ramps and stairs. But people with disabilities should have all those options as well. I heard in Japan they have ambulance stretcher that is the length or the width of steps. And they use that for their escalators. And why don't we have this here as well? But the Pacific Center Mall is just one of the buildings I go to. And again, there are barriers. And while I'm on the topic of ramps, please have all new buildings with ramps. So everyone can rescue themselves in the case of an emergency instead of waiting, for the fire department to come and save people one by one. So please do that. Sometimes when I shop for clothes or other things, I really wish there was someone who knew sign language in each store. I can really feel the impatience of hearing staff in the store. So that impacts me, and I don't go shopping often anymore. Another thing that irks me are the corners of intersections. Many people with disabilities prefer the curb cuts, going all the way around the corner, instead of the current tiny curb cuts, whereby I have to wait for people to finish crossing. And it gets pretty congested. It's like I'm completely invisible to these other pedestrians. I'm not seen. Afterwards, I then can start to cross, but often with the narrow curb cut, it goes to the street only, not to the crosswalk. So I have to go out into the street, then make my way to the crosswalk. You can imagine how stressful and anxiety-provoking that is. And very frustrating. Having the curb cut go all the way around the corner is far better because there's nothing to trip over. And there's lots of room for everyone. And I don't have to play find the curb cut. Because the curb cuts are usually the same color as the sidewalk and the street. Granville in Georgia is my perfect intersection. There needs to be a plan for emergencies, natural disasters. Typically, deaf people are the last to know. I need to know beforehand where to go during and after, for example, an earthquake. I need to know beforehand because likely the power will be out during such a disaster. So that will further limit my accessibility. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in today and sharing your thoughts and experiences. Don't see it.
Thank you.
Don't see any questions for you, so I'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is speaker number 3, Dr. Mike Prescott.
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. Speaker number 4 is Socorro Laurel. Speaker number 4. Hi there. Thanks so much for coming in.
Your worship and esteemed councilors, and special guests like myself. My name is Socorro Laurel. I'm a young 72-year-old senior who's physically disabled after a result of my stroke 6 years ago.
Could I ask you to just bring the microphone a little closer to your mouth? That's great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And I have a prepared speech, but after hearing everybody, all the good points and everything that they have discussed, I think I will just be duplicating that. All I could say is that I used to be just like yourselves, able and very strong, and be able to do all the things that I could do. I think what we have brought here today are good points regarding being, aside from being a senior, and also being not able to do a lot of things and not be able to do all the things that we would want to be, because there's not accessibility and availability of things that we could have. One of the other things that I've also noticed is there's not enough handicap parking in the city. I'm being dropped off by Handidart. Sometimes it's so hard for them to find parking, or getting off a taxi or Uber, or being driven by my children to drop off. So I think it was nice to see a couple of places that there's handicap parking, but I think there should be more. I've traveled around the world and I've seen how all these handicap parking are available. And I really applaud the council, all the things that you could really done for us. And I really acknowledge all the challenges that the seniors and disabled like me, we are facing all this predicament. There will be an influx of baby boomers, and so there will be more needs for all these things. And I know you'll get there too. And on to part with, I just want to say that if you make the city accessible now, when it's your turn, it's already there in place. Thank you. I really appreciate all of you. That's all I could say.
Thank you so much for your time today and coming in to share your experiences and thoughts with us. I don't see any questions for you, so
Thank you.
I will move to the next speaker. Thank you so much. We have Caitlin Anderson next, speaker number 5.
I am very nervous. I hate public speaking, even though I talk a lot. I wrote stuff down and it disappeared. Oh, come back. Okay. Please bear with me. And thank you for the extra 5 minutes. I may have to need it as I whisper my way through this.
Can you move the microphone just slightly closer to your... There we go. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I don't know who said that. Oh, you said that.
Yep, I'm up here.
But the speaker's over there. Okay,
Oh,
that's
sorry.
very confusing. Okay, I'll start. Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Caitlin, and I'm a settler with a disability. My disability is lifelong, and I use a manual wheelchair to navigate the world. I wanted to talk about how accessibility is more than just built environment. I wanted to talk about my first experience coming to these council chambers maybe 8 years ago, 7. It was my first time here. I never entered into this building. It is a scary building. And I could not find a map online. And it was an after hours meeting. So I was coming to speak on a development that had incorporated an accessible suite in its design. I had made a commitment that I was coming. So council was after 5, the taxi dropped me. I had trouble finding a taxi. I finally got in one. That was my first hurdle. I got here. I come to the steps. There's steps. And it's not a very nice looking building. So I'm like trying to figure out where to go. I see the sign. I'm like, oh, there's a ramp. I go to the ramp. There's a door. The door is locked. I don't know what to do. And part of it was dark. There is a doorbell, but I did not know about the doorbell. There is a window. I did not know about the window. These were all new experiences to me. So I had to kind of like meander back and ask this poor taxi driver or this great taxi driver to be my hero and to go in and find me a way to get into this building. And he did. People came out, they let me in. I came in through the like VIP access, side access door to come in. And next I had to go up the elevator. That needed another entry to come in. Someone needed to buzz me in. And I got to the chambers. There were a lot of people. A lot of people had lots of strong feelings that night. And I did not know where to park. I was like, I am going to be a fire hazard if I sit here. People are going to trip over me. This is horrible. What am I doing here? But I had made a promise, so I sat here. And then my time came up, and this podium was extra tall. And I was like, oh, I will look a fool, toddler-esque, trying to show off my homework with only my scalp to show. And magically, the podium came down. There were the space had been adapted for me to participate. But having lived my entire life as a person with a disability in a world that was not made for me, I had intrusive thoughts of, you shouldn't do this. This is only bad. You will hurt yourself. You will hurt others. You will make a fool of yourself. You will do something odd. And it will ruin the day. And I will not be a positive aspect to this meeting. These are not true. I know this. But these are intrusive thoughts that you get when you live in a world that is not built for you. So this strategy is so those intrusive thoughts are no longer part of our thinking, that someone coming into a space can feel comfortable knowing that they can participate and that whatever obstacles that they come across, they will have known that someone would have thought of that the city had acknowledged that this was an issue and that there were steps being made. I am a person with a disability. I'm a Vancouverite. I'm a French Canadian, half. I'm a volunteer. I'm an employee. I am a dragon boater. I got Weeb to dragon boat with me once, and it was amazing. But he never came back, so I think I scared him. But so these are all part of my identities. And the thing is that people with disabilities are everybody. This strategy will literally touch every project and strategy throughout your whole commitment as a city hall. And so this is why this momentum needs to continue. And the resources need to be put in place so that you can support literally every citizen to participate in city life. I don't want someone else to have thoughts of, oh, I don't want to come to City Hall. What if there's no bathroom? I can't, like, what if the bathroom's broken or the door? I can't get through that. Maybe I'll just stay at home. That'll be easier. And I don't want that. I want someone to be courageous enough, like I was, but maybe not, to come and speak and do all this stuff, which is terrifying. So, so that's those are my thoughts, and I rambled through them. So I'm sure I didn't do 10 minutes, but that is what I wanted to say. Did I want to say anything else? I told them all what I wanted to say, and I asked them to like prod me if I. Okay.
Thank you so much. You do have questions. Councillor Dominato, up to 6 minutes.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Caitlin.
Yes.
You were very well spoken. So.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry about being nervous. I did want to ask you, how long ago was it that you came here for that public hearing and you said you had challenges with our sort of ramp and signage and access to the building?
I actually cannot remember. It was before I was part of PDAC, and I've been part of PDAC for maybe 5 years. So it's before then. It was really truly when I joined PDAC and I like met other folks who were kind of in the thing that I was like, oh wow, there's more of us and we can make change in the world. So it was before that, and before I really felt comfortable at City Hall. So maybe 7 or 8 years ago.
I'm asking because, not to be super granular, but when I asked earlier about sort of tangible actions, and here you are in City Hall, we're talking about accessibility, and you're talking about the very building that we're in. And I'm curious, have we made improvements to that, or is it?
You have changed the doorbell. Okay. There is a new doorbell. Oh, it doesn't work. So the doorbell still sometimes doesn't work, but yeah. So yeah, there's going to be pitfalls. Like this building was built what in 1930 something. Like I think like building an environment for all was the least. it's in its essential in its design, but I acknowledge that there has been updates since.
I asked the question because we have our staff listening today, and I think about this is in our very own backyard, literally. So I tend to be very action focused in how I operate. I like to get things done. So you're surfacing something, and again, there's much bigger issues to tackle in this strategy. But I appreciate you identifying that, and again. We have staff listening.
If you want to talk about my own obstacles as a person who uses a wheelchair, and this is very individual to me, right? There are other obstacles that other people with different disabilities have. But for me, when I come to come to this building, or when I used to, one of my main issues was where it was. So it's at the top of a hill. I have had staff people kind of come and save me from the bottom of the hill because it is a very steep hill. And there's no entrance for a wheelchair on the other side in the back side of the building. So if I'm coming from transit,
right.
I would have to take a bus up one stop. And then there was the anxiety of going onto a bus and be like, hey, can you please deploy the ramp? Let me on for one stop. And I acknowledge that all these anxieties are not are not fair to me, but they are what lives in my head.
And I appreciate you sharing that. You're being very open. And can I just ask you one last question? The previous speaker mentioned the curb cuts, having them all around, as opposed to right now you're kind of on each side of the intersection. Did you like that idea of having the all-round curb cut? In terms of as a person who uses a chair, I do kind of like the idea.
I like there are some kind of awkward curb cuts in Vancouver where it's like really steep and then it's just like steep into the street and then you're just like, this is how I die. Um, but, or, you know, you're trying to get up a very steep curb and because it is so étroit, narrow.
Vous parlez français, okay.
Yeah, so étroit. So it's so narrow that you really have no like ability to kind of like veer your way up it. It's just kind of like, oh, you failed at this, go back down. So, but this is also just my personal experience as a manual
Well, and that's
wheelchair.
what we're here to listen to, and so I appreciate that. I know I'm probably at my 5 minutes, so thank
Well,
you.
yeah, you had 6, so you're fine.
Oh. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Caitlin.
Hi.
So you said something that kind of tweaked me as well, and I appreciate the context around coming to City Hall, but then you mentioned the kindly cab driver who came out and assisted you, so I'm assuming they had waited to make sure.
Yeah, I think he saw me going into the darkness and was like, I will make sure that this person is okay.
Is that a typical kind of thing? Is there a role for us to sort of really push for when we license, say, cab drivers, that they have a culture, that they have a sort of competency and consideration?
Some people who have been on PDAC longer than me might be able to speak better to this, but historically there had been some training that was involved in the licensing of cabs, and it was I can't remember the title of it. There were 2 of them. I can't remember the title of it. I'm sorry, but they were put forth to the cab companies and they were trained up with these kind of modules. And it was all about kind of how best to support different people with different mobility needs when they are using a taxi. So kind of like ask the individual what they need, you know, those kind of things. That was part of the original taxi kind of licensing. I think it kind of went away when that became provincial. And so I think that is a current concern for a bunch of people, that they have kind of lost that that module of learning for within kind of taxis and ride shares, or specifically ride share things. I do not feel comfortable as a person with a wheelchair using rideshare at the moment because there's no accessible ability for me, but yeah, if that answers your question. I ramble.
This was a concern that Michael and I had brought, or Councillor Wiebe and I had brought forward to the UBCM actually when we started to introduce the ride hailing kind of capabilities through the province, that we might lose some of this. So I think that's a really important takeaway. It's not really articulated, that sort of competency training in this.
Yeah, well, it's a safety issue too, right? Like if you're taking the big concern with losing those modules too was the ability for people to interact safely with each other and to safely support each other when someone is taking vehicles, like a commercial vehicle somewhere else. And by losing that, I do think personally that the industry kind of has lost an ability to support seniors and persons with disabilities within that framework.
I really appreciate it. It's an important takeaway for me to bring back to UBCM, the accessibility strategy with Minister Simons through the Health and Social Development Committee that I sit on. So thank you.
Thank you so much. There are no other questions. I really appreciate you coming in and sharing your stories.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we are at 20 to 12. We do have our interpreters here to facilitate, but not perhaps available after our in-camera. So I'm hoping that we might be able to finish the speakers before lunch, or if need to slightly extend. So I'll prompt as we get towards noon. But with now, I'll move on to.
Can I just, Mayor, can I move a motion right now to do that?
Well, let's
give
just.
the speakers some certainty?
We have 3 speakers left, so let's just see where we're at. But we
Sure.
will. Thanks. We have Carmenosio Baroni. I got that right. Speaker number 6.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members, and guests. My name is Carmen Barone. I was born and raised here in Vancouver, graduated from UBC, and I'm now a retired teacher living in New West. I wanted to talk about a different form of accessibility. I don't know if I'm in the right place and time, but it concerns getting in and out of Vancouver by car. This is becoming an increasingly frustrating experience due to the level of traffic which keeps growing. Vancouver keeps growing, population growth, all this building, all these cars. And people are not willing to give up their cars and motorcycles. The problem is there's no access from Highway 1. And this is a problem because of generations past, they did not do proper planning. We should have a highway that goes into the core of the city. I think that's still possible. It would require tunneling and above, what do you call them? Elevated highways. So I don't know if it's still possible because we have to ask ourselves, where will this tunnel end? Where will it surface? So this is something that has to be looked into now. If it's to ever become a reality. This may sound like a pipe dream. But if we don't take steps now, it will be a pipe dream. It can never happen. But there's still a window of opportunity. So what I'm proposing is, and I requested a map of East Vancouver. Didn't appear, I don't know. But I feel you probably all know East Vancouver. Okay, here's what I envision. You leave Highway 1, take the First Avenue exit, go into a 2-lane tunnel. It goes around, I don't know who owns that land, I think it's city land. That tunnel comes up and connects to a 4-lane elevated highway that runs along First Avenue. There's all that land there that goes down between the lanes. Yes, we'll have to lose trees and grass, but we can build supports to support a 4-lane highway. Okay, 4-lane highway, 2 lanes each way, west and east. Okay, now we're driving along the elevated highway, past Renfrew, as we approach Nanaimo, this has to go to 1 lane because we have to go into a tunnel under Nanaimo Street. So you have 1 lane each way getting into this tunnel. The tunnel proceeds now all, of course, underground. We go underground past Victoria Drive, past Commercial, heading to Clark Drive. We're under Clark Drive. On the opposite side of Clark Drive, near Vernon Street, the tunnel emerges. You are in a scrapyard, metal scrapyard lot. Okay? Where this goes from there, I don't know. I don't know who owns that land, and I don't know if it's possible. The destination for this tunnel, elevated highway, would be via rail and access to the SkyTrain and access to parking lots where people could park their cars, walk to the SkyTrain or whatever, to get their bicycles, continue cycling, and so on. I think maybe Via Rail could be involved in building a parking lot. I don't know if this has to be underground or above ground. I know there's lots of land in front of Via Rail, but, you know, God forbid we pave paradise. So that's where the tunnel ends. And I don't know how it would continue. The planners would have to get involved in this, obviously. I see this project crucial to the future of the city. For people wanting to get into Vancouver, and for people, Vancouverites, wanting to get out, to go on weekends, to explore the Fraser Valley, whatever, without the frustration. Before Vancouver gets into gridlock. We are quickly here, you are quickly, because I'm not a resident, but Vancouver is quickly approaching gridlock. So this is the only thing I see as a remediation. We are now into the age of tunnels. So let's continue in that direction. Let's make this project possible. Let's do a feasibility study and determine if it can be done before it's too late. Thank you all.
Thank you so much for your time today. I don't see any questions for you on the queue, so I will thank you for coming in and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Davidovich is speaker number 7.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hi there. Please go ahead.
Oh, you hear me? Yeah. It'd be very hard for me to follow the previous speaker who does not understand that more roads lead to more congestion and that what we need is regional rail system. But that's another matter. You know, I'm here to speak about accessibility.
That's right.
The American Disability Act was passed in 1990. The Canada Disability Act was not passed till 2019. 29 years later, we are so far behind. The BC Disability Act was passed in 2021, and starting September 1st, 2022, many of the sections of the Act and the regulations will come into force. But it will take many, many more years for BC to catch up. A uniform set of policies and deadlines should be BC-wide. I commend the committee and the council for taking action on this matter, but it has to be done BC-wide and throughout the province, you know. I will talk about the built environment and public spaces and transportation programs, services, and policies. For example, in Ontario, the deadline for the Toronto Transit Commission is 2025 to have all those stations, all the facilities accessible. No such deadline exists in BC for our 3 independent public transit companies. Read the 4 pages from page 69 to 73 out of 128, which is the main report. It describes many of the problems that we have right now, and very little is being done. Actually, things got worse since COVID started. So those pages list many obstacles that to accessibility. I'll list some of them. For example, only 80% of our bus stops are accessible, and we still don't have a bench at every bus stop. You can see that on page 70 of 128. In 2018, the BC Seniors Advocate has issued a transportation report, but nothing has been done about it. over the last 13 years, over 200 bus stops have been canceled. And this is what it's written on page 72 of the report. Bus stops are being moved when they should be increased. However, the city staffs are continuing to cancel bus stops every week. Also on page 72, it states not enough accessible and walking elevators and escalators at SkyTrain station. Well, we have the new Broadway subway that's being built right now with inferior stations, and the urban design panel and the development permit board have done nothing about it. And the city staff has no choice. They just rubber stamps all the provincial plans. Improvement in the built environment, is necessary. Yes, we can expedite things, but we need a proper list of items and how to shift the city staff priorities. For example,
Nothing about us without us is the phrase used to communicate the idea that no policy should be decided by any representative without the full and direct participation of members of the group affected by that policy. This is how you inspire a culture of inclusion within the city. The city's engagement process was very important in the development of the strategy. The city spoke to people from various communities between January to April. They held a total of 15 sessions. Persons with disability and lived experience of disability, family members, caregivers, and organizations providing services participated in the dialogue engagement sessions. The staff invited a diverse range of community members feedback, but the city created spaces that were safe, accessible, and inclusive. The city provided an overview of what was heard. There were 7 main themes from the community. 1, engage with people with lived experience meaningfully. 2, increase public education and awareness to counter ableism. 3, increase understanding of the full spectrum of disability across all city departments and related boards. 4, shift an accessibility culture. 5, apply an accessibility lens. 6, instill universal design principles. And 7, implement accountability mechanisms. The city provided the community participants draft reports to review and make sure that the information they shared was listened to and correct. For the community engagement, the total number of organizations that were involved in the meets and greets were 27. The online targeted community dialogues, 15. The total number of people that attended the online target community dialogues, 119. The total number of people that completed the surveys through the Shape Your City, 89. Surveys were sent to all participants and their networks, and all the sessions had ASL closed captioning, language interpreters, and information was written in plain language. Meetings were co-hosted by community organizations, and it was important because people trusted those community organizations. The summary of the community engagement report, what we heard, was shared with participants, inclusive communities that are rich and inviting and welcoming, where environments are accessible to people to have equitable access to the city's services, resorts, facilities, and programs. When you improve services and supports for people with disabilities, you improve services for everyone. The overarching accessibility strategy will require keen focus, trust, vulnerability, collaboration with people with disabilities and city staff, determination, persistence, and a plan of action with goals and outcomes that are measured and transparent to the community. We want a city where there is equality for all citizens, where everyone belongs and feels included. Phase 1 of the strategy will be momentous, life-changing opportunity for the cities of Vancouver. I want to love Vancouver, not for its promise. but for its practice. Let the City of Vancouver lead by example with the accessible strategy. It's not going to be easy, but we are capable and Vancouver is ready. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you so much. You do have a question from Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, thank Teja for coming to speak and everything you do. What do you think the biggest barrier will be for the city to build and create an accessible culture here at our city?
Attitudinal barriers.
Attitudinal barriers. And I just want to thank what you did during COVID to support the vulnerable people in Vancouver. We owe you so much thanks. So thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb.
Thank you so much for coming in today. I don't see any other questions, but appreciate your words and your contribution to the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, we did actually have someone we left off the list by accident. The clerks informed me, so I will add that person to the list, who is Jesse Bear. For coming in today.
Thank you, Chambers. First time being here, and I lived in Vancouver for the last 7 years of my life here. I have trouble reading. I have my iPhone with me all the time, and it's just hard because you don't have people to actually read the documents to you or sit with you. And being as a disability, as a CP cerebral palsy, I have challenges, even being looked at different, being different of my walk. And because being this way all my life, growing up through challenges, through the education's number one. Because I have a physical disability, I have a physical alternate grade 12. Alternate grade 12 is not actual grade 12. So that's one. And I've been physically working around Saskatchewan all my life as a laborer or I have my license. I'm appreciated to have this license, and because I work in the construction field, I work in the construction field in the hoist, and I'm gladful for this person named Vivian Seegers that passed away from COVID. Before she passed away, she helped me do the test. Sorry, but I don't like speaking about it because it hurts. She was my mentor and person that kept me on this trail to be here, and there's a lot of physical challenges. Like even me stepping on carpets, rugs, sidewalks. Like I could fall at any minute. I could fall at any time on that street. It's scary sometimes when I walk on the road because I'm scared to fall. I'm scared to hit in a car or falling on the street. And these are physical challenges that I have. And being hired as an employee of all the temping agencies here as a hoist operator or as a laborer or as I've been in the cooking industry all my life because that's all I knew till I came to Vancouver and been a flagger here in Vancouver. Did all these compliments on my own, like people helping me, taking the time to read documents to me. And I understand when I'm listening and learning from it and actually listening to all of you guys here. Even our bus system or our train system or like all these things people are talking about. And these are all things we need. Like even we only get, like for us as workers, like we only get $80,000 a year. 80,000. And if you guys could up it to 20,000 a year for people that are on disabilities that could work, they could do all that thing, that'll be awesome. Even a little more could be more grateful if people would work. And that's all I have to say right now. I'm not from this territory. I'm from Saskatchewan. I'm Cree. I'm thankful for being here on Squamish Nations and Sabertooth and to be in these chambers. And thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much for coming in and sharing your stories. Sorry for your loss through COVID of your mentor. We'll say we don't have any questions for you, but appreciate you coming in and sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Council, that is it for registered speakers. We are going to, sorry, did I miss somebody? We'll go back. Right, I'm sorry. Right, I think we have Dr. Mike Prescott now who's on the line.
Speaker is not on the line.
Thank you. Sorry, clerks, I didn't mark this on the way along. Was there anybody else that I missed? No. Okay, thanks. So, okay, Council, we have finished the registered speakers and call back through the list. It is 10 after 12, so we'll now break for lunch. And I do see an amendment coming forward for us to consider after the lunch break. In camera at 1 p.m., back here at about 3. Let's say 5 after 1 for the in-camera start. Thanks so much. We'll see you in camera 5 after 1. Thanks to the public and staff for participating today.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, Kirsty?
Hi, Bonnie. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Great.
A report on the accessibility strategy phase 1. And just a reminder for the public and for council, we finished hearing from speakers prior to the break. So we're now at the point where council can consider the motion. And would anyone like to move the motion? So moved by Councillor Wiebe and seconded by Councillor Boyle. And if there is debate, now council, please go ahead and put yourselves on the queue. Councillor Wiebe, I see you're up first, so I'm going to advance you.
I have a quick amendment.
Okay.
That I circulated.
Hold on, just let me go ahead and move us to the amendment queue. Put yourself on if you can. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I have a quick amendment, and that's to put Q2 as well as funding in the report, recognizing that staff, we heard from some of the speakers, they were hoping for 2023. However, the next council is going to want to make sure that they get the report back in time to make large funding decisions, including the midterm report for capital funding, as well as the 2025 operational funding. So,
Councillor Wiebe, you might want to just speak a bit closer to your mic, maybe pull it down a bit.
okay, so I think it's important that this work, which has been going on for decades, not only moves forward, but is properly funded. So this amendment is just to ensure that there's adequate time to be able to put this into funding asks of that year.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Amendment. Seconded by Councillor Boyle. Any debate or discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to take us to a vote. And clerks, while I'm getting my panel going, can I get a vote assist in favor, please? Okay, that has passed with none in opposition. Councillor Wiebe, anything further?
Is admirable, and I think we need to recognize the city owes a lot of gratitude to all the hard work as well from staff and the team, because this isn't an easy report to move forward. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of different departments it touches. Obviously with COVID, it was difficult to get the staffing, and things continue to get pushed back, but it's great that the staff and the committee worked so hard to push this forward to the stage we have today. I'm excited to see what happens in phase 2. I think that the idea of changing the accessibility culture and everything we do is so important. And I think that this really starts to put a pathway towards that. So thank you so much to all the staff that have been working on this for so many years. And hopefully we can get really good pickup from every department. And I think we've heard from other staff members in other departments that they would love to see this work move forward, and they'll make sure that their departments change their culture to make sure we create a city for all. So I'm supportive of the project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Any last chance for any further debate or discussion from the rest of council? I'm not seeing, oh, okay, I just saw a cue flash on and then flash off. Maybe the clerks can check that. Mine is showing blank. Oh, okay, now I have Councillor Dominato. And it looks like Councillor Bly is also aiming to be on the queue.
I'm actually just, I think, picking up the question that Councillor Boyle was seeking was simply last chance for discussion on this amendment, not on the report.
No, we've now concluded, the report has been moved. Councillor Wiebe has moved his amendment. His amendment has passed. And so now it's either closing comments or any further amendments from council.
Back on. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Bly, I'll advance you. You have the floor.
Chair, I'm just going to cede my time and come on after Councillor Boyle, because that was the order we were in when the queue got wiped.
Okay. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks. I also just wanted to say a huge thank you for all of this work. I know a ton of community effort and emotional labor goes into getting this important work done, and I want to acknowledge that and what a
important piece of work it is for all of us to see move forward, and the depth of the thought and recommendations are really incredibly powerful. So thank you for all of that. The one thing I just wanted to name, and I won't bring it as an amendment, but there's quite a bit of mention in the work around building accessibility of work with the Rick Hansen Foundation. And I sometimes hear from community voices some concern about some of the barriers that as a private business rating system can create for community involvement. So, and I gather the province is working on a more public standard. So I'm hopeful that that can be the direction we move in towards a standard like where the province is creating. And I see nods. I'm sure it's not new to you, so we'll leave it there and really just want to emphasize a huge gratitude for this work. And I am grateful and proud to get to be part of moving it forward and to continue to see it implemented in all of the important ways it lays out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. I have 2 amendments that I'd like to move.
Okay, I'll just move us to Amendment Q. Go ahead.
Move these separately, probably just for simplicity. So if that is fine with the Chair. The first amendment is that Council directs staff to conduct an audit of internal City of Vancouver employment practices with regards to accessibility and persons with disabilities that identifies the number of persons with disabilities employed by the City of Vancouver and the accessibility of internal resources for our employees, using an intersectional lens to ensure they meet accessibility standards, and report back in 2023. And what I'm looking to do is really just I guess initiate some of that work, and maybe it's already happening, but we heard from our HR department that that's not something that they're really tracking at this time. And I think it's one thing to look outside of City Hall and ensure that we're building a safe and accessible city. And I think there's an opportunity as an employer and as a leader in this space to also look in our own backyard and make sure that we are doing exactly what we want to be promoting out there in the world, so as best we can. So I'm moving this amendment.
Seconded by Councillor Boyle. Any comments on the amendment? Is that all at this point, Councillor Bly?
Yes, that's all for me. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Councillor Swanson, comments?
Not on the amendment.
Sorry, Councillor Swanson, we couldn't quite hear you.
I don't have any comments on the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'm not sure who my question is to, but maybe it's to the mover of the motion, recognizing that we have at the advisory committee, there's a lot of conversations about people having to identify and people with hidden disabilities and people that get challenged with some of this wording. And I'm wondering, have you had discussions with people from the community and community members, community groups on the language in this motion on what we should be measuring and calculating in our data?
Respond, Chair?
Yeah, I'll take that as a point of information. Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the sense, the naming of the importance of language. I haven't. It was really just this amendment came out of questions to staff, which oftentimes amendments do, versus a motion that has had that time to sort of research. I think coming from the place of being a parent of somebody with cognitive disabilities, I recognize the challenges related to the lack of visibility with when it comes to particularly in this case cognitive learning differences. And I often have come up against some of our materials, our website, our reports, and how inaccessible they really are for people who may be challenged with language, reading, various ways that they can interpret large amounts of information is just one example. So it's really just to initiate that work without a fulsome motion at this point to see what we find, and perhaps there's more concrete ways that we need to address this going forward in the future.
I guess recognizing we have staff here, Chair, if you'll indulge me, a question through you to
Point of information.
point of information to staff, recognizing the amount of work. We have great staff here. How do you see the wording in this, and is there differences that we should make, or do you think this is okay with the community?
Yeah, Wilma Clark, Assistant Director for Social Policy. I think at this point, the wording is okay as long as we tie that wording with the definition of disability that's in the strategy itself. Because I think that it's a very broad definition. I'd also like to mention that there has been some work started through the Equity Office at looking at some of these pieces. It's at the very early stages. I don't know if the Equity Officer is on the line or if you'd like to get a little bit more information there. But I think the wording is fine in terms of the definition.
Okay, and I know that at the committee, they talked about having members maybe self-identify instead of having to check. Is that something that you think is appropriate, or is this?
I think in terms of if we were doing a survey or an audit, it's really important that people can do it in a way that's anonymized. So what happens is if you're in a very small group, sometimes it's hard to capture that information. Whereas if you're in a department where there's a larger staff group, then it's easier to capture that information because we don't want to inadvertently be releasing people's personal identities that they're not ready to share. So I do think we're careful in how we do that.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to support the amendment. I just, in supporting it, while it's focused on employment practices, I will just reflect back again what we heard this morning from several speakers about being here at City Hall and that the challenges that those individuals have encountered. And actually, Jacques pulled me aside after to speak about his experience with the ramp outside and the grade and how slippery it gets. And that he has suggested in the past that there be some sort of rain weather cover and that it's actually quite difficult to navigate. So I'm just identifying that in terms of the physical realm, and that and given that we have staff listening, that those considerations I'm not moving any amendments, but I just want to highlight it because I think it's really important. Obviously, physical realm is important in all of our buildings and across the city, but just noting that several speakers identified being here in the building some challenges, and so I think there's an opportunity there to address those concerns. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Seeing no further comments, going once, going twice, I will ask the clerk to take us to a vote on the amendment. And sorry, can I get a vote assisted in favor, please? Okay, and that passes with none in opposition. Okay. Thank you. That concludes the amendment from Councillor Bly. Anything further, Councillor Bly?
I have a second amendment.
You do. Go for it.
I'm not sure what queue we're on, so I can.
We will move to a new. We'll move to a new one. There we go.
So the second amendment is actually to respond directly to the comments that we heard from, I think at least two of the speakers related to having the meeting chair having the discretion to extend speaker time as needed, and was quite specific in how we go about that there doesn't need to be some sort of request in advance, or just that if it is a needed accommodation in that moment, that the chair has the procedural bylaw changes necessary in order to grant that speaking time. So essentially, I can read the amendment. It's that council directs staff to prepare amendments to the procedural bylaw to allow the meeting chair discretion in allowing for additional speaking time for persons with disabilities if there are accessibility barriers or constraints to speaking, with amendments for approval by council prior to Q1 2023.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Dominato, I heard first. Any discussion? Oh, seeing none, ask the clerk if we can trigger a vote. And until I get my voting panel up, can I get a vote assist in favor, please? And that has passed also with none in opposition. Okay, anything further, Councillor Bly?
I'm happy just to express my gratitude to the staff team presenting today and also working with the task force ongoing, Persons with Disabilities, our Seniors Advisory Committee, to get to this point. And I very much look forward to the second stage of work, and just a real acknowledgement of the push that it took to get here, and recognizing that through the pandemic, there were a number of challenges related to how quickly this could come forward, and hoping that we're able to move stage 2 forward within that 2-year time frame, and look forward to those updates. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm happy to speak in support of the strategy, the phase 1 portion. And I'll echo, like my colleagues, the thanks to staff and to all the volunteers and members of the task force and the advisory committees for their input to date. I do appreciate the enormous undertaking of developing a citywide strategy in this vein. And I really appreciated the number of speakers who came and spoke in person and also on the phone to reflect their lived experience, because rightly so in pointing out that, as we had a speaker, that really much of our world caters to the able-bodied, and many of us take that for granted, and you don't realize until you're struggling with an injury, or you have a member of your family or someone close to you, the implications of having a disability. And as we noted, it's not just physical. There are other disabilities that can pose challenges, and that we really need to employ an accessibility lens on all of the work that we undertake, and across departments and across policy areas. And so, and I see that's certainly embedded in this strategy. And I think the other piece that it really stood out for me is that, and what I think is really important is that while there is an action plan that's being developed, I think that's when I was asking one of the speakers about, what do you want to see different? How is it going to look different a year from now or 2 years from now? It's those tangible pieces. There's also intangible, don't get me wrong on that, but I think we have a great opportunity through this work to really get to some of those tangible things that make a difference in people's lives. And the example, the speaker that spoke about the curb cuts, and how traditionally at a corner we've done 2 curb cuts, and so you have that bulge, and if we just did a curb cut all around, it would be a lot easier. And again, those are little things, but they make a difference. And I think fundamentally that's what we want to achieve here, is to make improve quality of life and living in the city. And so I really applaud staff for the work on the accessibility strategy, and all of the committee members and task force members who've contributed to it, and because it is really an important piece of work, and so I'm happy to see it move forward.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, you're up.
Yeah, just through your chair, could I ask a point of information to staff?
Yep, through me to staff, go ahead.
So on page 91, action 7, it does mention using the Rick Hansen Foundation for creating standards to put in the city code. So I'm wondering if we can get some assurance from staff that actually we will be looking at a more public standard that's more inclusive.
Staff?
I'm wondering if Michelle Scholes is on the
Yes.
line to answer. Thanks, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle Schulz, Director of Facilities Planning and Development. Yes, we had heard those same concerns. So we brought this proposal to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee to ensure that they also supported using the Rick Hansen certification process, as it's the best that we have available right now. As soon as there would be anything public coming from the province that is equal or better, we will definitely move to that.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank all the staff and especially all the community volunteers who've been working on this. I'm sorry it's so frustratingly slow. I'm really hoping we can move forward faster in the coming years. And yeah, just thanks for all your work. And let's do this.
Okay, short and sweet. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
There we go. Sorry, I was double muted. I want to start by first of all thanking the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee and all of those who have been a part of the working group that has, brought this to fruition with our staff. And I also want to thank our staff. Back during my time on Park Board and also during the last term of council, I had the honor of being the liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, and I really appreciate all of the volunteer time and hours and the great ideas and the thoughtfulness brought forward. And, I'll echo some of the, same sentiments as some of my colleagues. You just don't realize how inaccessible something is unless you're with someone or you hear from someone or you witness something that isn't accessible, because many of us don't have to deal with those issues. And, I appreciate, the effort to go beyond pushing, the barriers of what we've thought accessibility to be, and also to put, a intersectional lens on that as well. I am concerned that we're not moving fast enough. I am concerned that, for the people that, have to go a block out of their way when there isn't a curb ramp where they are and they're alone. I've been with people in those situations before, and if there's no one there to assist them, it is. I mean, it's not a small thing. It's a huge inconvenience, and sometimes it actually really excludes people, from our community and from our city. And I know we're working towards doing better and being a more accessible city, but some of the things that I'll note, and I appreciate that staff is working on this, is some of the most accessible entrances, even in our city buildings, aren't the most well lit, aren't necessarily the safest. And I think that it's important that we look within at what we're doing at the city, but also in setting standards and guidelines out there in the community. Really want to, shout out to, many of the speakers. I don't want to single anyone out, but I appreciate, Peter Brown coming out on behalf of this, Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. Also want to, share my appreciation for Jacques and all of your work over many years. And Tasia Alexis also, and I know she has sat for many years as a member of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, all had great suggestions and answers. And it's not lost on me that accessible housing and truly defining accessible housing is important, because that can, for some people, mean the difference between them having housing and independent living in the community, or having to live in an institution or a care home or a place that they wouldn't have chosen for themselves. And that's the only place in the city of Vancouver, perhaps, that they can find appropriate housing, considering the care needs or the support that they need. So I just wanted to share those thoughts and reflect back on some of that and say that although we're moving forward, and we might not be moving forward as fast as I'd like to see us moving forward, I think that it's important that we, also get this right. And I think that we are moving in the right direction there. So really just want to appreciate everyone who's been involved. And, I appreciate the amendments that have been brought forward, especially the amendment by Councillor Weep. And I will be supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Carr, any closing comments?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll make mine brief. Just thank you so much to the Accessibility Task Force, to our staff, and to all the speakers. very powerful. And to the amendments by fellow councillors, this is a great piece of work. It can, it's a long time coming, and so speed it up. And that's what it's called for. And I just want to say that for me, the Vancouver plan has a key goal of equity. The meshing with this strategy is, for me, very clear. So I can imagine us moving forward as we implement the plan, the implementation of these kinds of, or this specific policy is totally aligned with the kind of city that we all want.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. And I just put myself on the queue to provide a couple of comments. And I just really want to say thank you and express my gratitude and appreciation to all the speakers. I always learn a lot when we have a chance to hear from the community, especially in how generous you are in sharing the reality of your day-to-day experience in terms of trying to navigate through our city and through life, quite honestly. And if you're somebody that doesn't have that experience, it really does help to make it real for us so that we understand translating the policy reports into the sort of the real human context and the human experience, and I'm very grateful for that. I was really struck by the sort of the guiding principle of nothing about us without us, and also the comments from all the speakers were really eloquent. But I think it was Tasia, the last one, who said that she sort of aspires for a city that is not just based on principle, but has accessibility in principle, but in practice. And I think that really summed it up for me in terms of getting to the implementation, the outcome. So the planning is kind of the necessary evil along the way to get there. But I think the goal is to really get to that outcome that we don't have to have these conversations anymore, because that's just how we build our city, right? And how we design it, it's seamless. So I'm really grateful and appreciative for all the work, and I feel privileged to be able to support it. So thank you to everybody that has inputted on it, and all the staff, and also the advisory members for all the time and effort you've put into. Thank you. Okay, so not seeing anybody further, we will proceed to a vote. And I am very pleased to say that that passes unanimously with none in opposition. Good work, everybody. Okay, so that concludes Report A, Council. We're just streaming through this agenda. We're now moving on to Report number 1, which is titled 2022 Community Services and Other Social Grants. And I believe that oh no, I'm sorry, we're doing Report 3. We had a shift in the agenda there. My apologies. Which is the MMIWG2S report, which is the response to the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, Calls for Justice, and Red Women Rising report recommendations. And before we begin this item, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest?
Are you staying? Well, you can go.
Nope, hearing none. And I believe, according to my script, we have Sandra Singh, General Manager of Arts, Culture and Community Services, to introduce the MMIWG2S response report, and just give her a moment to get set up. Well, thank you. That was a privilege. Sandra, go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Staff are very pleased to provide this report back to Mayor and Council on the city's response to the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Calls for Justice and the Red Women Rising Report recommendations. The work to date has included extensive work with our advisory committee and UIPAC, and I express my gratitude for their work with us and their leadership. It's also included extensive work with all city departments, and should council approve the recommendations in this report, the effort will continue so that the call for a systems-based response inherent in the recommendations can be achieved. With me today are staff from ACCS, including Rachel Watney, social planner who leads this work and who will be offering the presentation to council, Shabna Ali, our senior planner, and Mary Claire Zach, managing director of social policy and projects. And we have with us members of the advisory committee and UIPAC. We also have colleagues from the Equity Office, PDS Engineering, and REFM with us to answer questions should they arise. To start our presentation today is Christy Lee Charles, who is from Musqueam and who has recently joined our staff team at the city. Christy is enacting her People's Protocol to open the presentation, so together we can guide this work in a good way.
RCM na CA ya, RCM na CA ya, thikum quinan sap heights up card na CM na CA ya. Antlaska clear to leet and atla ha ha ho muscuya mastamas. Then a 10 to thalamat kwasana men us that some can CM. Then a mamana a Komora a Almuch Sophia a Hoya na CM na CA ya. Set no smart and then mamana. Heights up car, then siala kwa us. Heights up car to ait musteo. Tan swala kwa e Charmin so, tan swala kwa e Cecilia, heights up car, ju ametstam tahaha, kwelmoch e skohomish e talewatas e chumasquium as tamas nasi amnesiaya. The kwam slan e ta natsamat ta squalowens nasi amnesiaya. The slan e quel ta snu ta haha tamas nasi amnesiaya. Than Salsila e Meli Eleanor Hosim sit samchen Kayapalano e Wasimoch nasi amnesiaya. Eat an ametstam tahaha tamach. Ait tan squallowin. Talit an atla humasquium, talit an atla malay, talit an atla sasnam, talit an atla temtem tomach, talit an atla sanak, talit an atla spapiak, talit an atla stalitzas, talit an atla I almuch, talit an atla Chacha Thomas Nasiam Nasiaya. Ait tan squallowin, kutsnala Nasiam Nasiaya. It's in quell hunkaminum kan, ni hai tanasquals konitamakan. Good day, my honored and respected friends. My name is Skachlia. My English name is Christy Lee Charles. My pronoun is slane. Slane in our hunkaminum dialect means I am a woman. And as soon as I say that, our language families can recognize who I am and where I'm from. I also identify as a 550, as an Indigenous woman in this place. I'm categorized as a number. 550 means I come from Musqueam Indian Reservation. I also come from the village of Skalech, where my house sits today. Skalech is an ancient village. You can find basket fragments at the Museum of Anthropology that date back over 7,000 years old. Not only do I live on this Indian reservation lot, I live on this ancient village, I live on this archaeological wet site of DHRT4, but it also was a place of governance. Kaistam, the beautiful stone figure that sits in our Musqueam Chief and Council chambers today, used to sit there. Since the first sunrise, our people have been practicing Sinoot, our traditional governance, in our Squamish families and our Tsleil-Waututh families. There's another word, but we all practice our inherent right on the land, in our governance, in our healthcare, and in taking care of our strong Indigenous women. It's my honor to stand here to share a little bit of who I am with you, to see your faces once again. Not only am I standing here as, as a part of this team,
but as a part of the team with these beautiful ladies that have come together to bring our voice to share today, and enacting my inherent right as a Slane of this land, practicing my ancient protocol and practicing our ancient laws till the last sunrise. Haitsapkan.
There, it's working. Miigwech, thank you so much. Tansei buju ani nishnabe kichname kose bag ininawag makodo dam. Izagatik sagastes Rachel Watney Nishnakas. Miigwech, thank you everybody who's here today on my relations. I also want to hold up my hands to the Indigenous women, Two-Spirit of these nations who have been affected by colonialism. I also want to honor and hold up all of the survivors and all of the people who are still missing. There is still a lot of people who are still missing, and they're not, the numbers are not accurate, so we're not sure of how many people are missing right now. And I'd also like to acknowledge all of the grassroots who've done this work in their spare time, unpaid, after they work, and trying to take care of their children. I also want to acknowledge everyone who's here today. What we're talking about is systemic violence and systemic racism. I want to acknowledge everyone here who's working with us to implement these calls for justice and to break down these barriers, so that Indigenous women and girls in Two-Spirit will feel safe on their homelands once again. So I guess I should have, sorry, I didn't follow protocol. My name is Rachel Whitney, and I'm a social policy planner for Arts, Culture, and Community Services. Miigwech, thank you, everybody. So we're here to discuss the response by the City of Vancouver to two reports. The final report into the National Inquiry into Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and the Red Women Rising Survivors in the Downtown Eastside report. And just acknowledging again that, sometimes this is really difficult work, so I just wanted to thank everybody again for being here, and for Christy and everybody for bringing in the culture. There's a lot of ancestors with us here today. I'd also like to acknowledge them. And for your information, the hashtag MMIW, MMIWG, and MMIWG2S has been increasingly proliferating the internet, both in Canada and abroad. So these abbreviations stand for Missing Murdered Indigenous Women, Missing Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, and Missing Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit, respectively. So staff and advisory use MMIWG2S in the advisory and in this report. So this presentation will touch upon 4 areas. We're going to look at the background. So we'll look at the council motion that got this started. And we'll also look at some history of marginalization and some impacts of colonization from Indigenous women. And then we're going to do we're going to look at how the review started and how it went, where we landed, and that's going to include like where we are, that's the pilot evaluation, and then where do we want to go. So we have recommendations to begin this coordinated citywide implementation, and then we're going to end with community voice. So this presentation provides an update on staff efforts related to MMIWG, which was directed by the Mayor and Council as part of their commitment as a city of reconciliation. The Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory also passed a similar motion in that year. And the purpose of the review is to review recommendations from both reports. So there's 431 in total, assess whether or not the city has implemented the relevant recommendations through previous or existing work, and determine how effective the implementation of previous or existing work has been. Also to ensure implementation can better align with the intention of the recommendations and where there are gaps. And so we basically want to move the city toward approaching the recommendations as central in their decision-making processes around policy, practice, priorities, and plans. So by doing so, the city's work will inherently address safety and security for these community members, for all community members. So this project has been implemented keeping in mind the intention of TRC, UNDRIP, Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the UN Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People, and MMIWG2S. And all of these recognize the need for self-determination and centering of Indigenous-led solutions. They also all say that there's a huge education component and learning for anybody implementing these recommendations. The TRC calls for the appointment of a public inquiry into the causes of and remedies of violence against Indigenous women and girls. Again, UNDRIP recognizing that there's an inherent right there that's actually there regardless of any law or statute that's passed by this government. And that the MMIWG 2S calls for justice and Red Women Rising recommendations are designed to center Indigenous women. That's what we've done here. So here we'll provide a little bit more context around violence experienced by Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit. And what I want to say is the MMIWG2S refers to a human rights crisis. And this has had a long history spanning centuries in Canada, and it's a direct outcome from colonization. The Truth and Reconciliation speaks about this. And Indigenous women and Two-Spirit peoples, many of them here, have long identified the high and disproportionate rates of violence and the appalling number of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls across the country. And while all Indigenous peoples have experienced colonization to some degree, there is a very specific violence that's centered around gender, and it's found in language and jokes and TV. It's all over the place. It creates a false narrative within mainstream and within Indigenous communities regarding the self-worth of Indigenous women and girls in Two-Spirit. And some common, things that people know is like, people have been calling Indigenous women squaws and that's sexualizing them, but it actually comes from a word, esquel, which means woman. And that they're using it in a derogatory form. Also, Pocahontas is an example of another way to create a false narrative. And this also has, all of these false narratives have just normalized the violence against us. And if people are so light about it, then it's going to take a lot of work because there's cycles, the intergenerational cycles within Indigenous community, but they also exist in the mainstream community, and that's what we're trying to address here. So on this slide, we're recognizing that that colonial settler policy, it has had deep and far-reaching consequences for Indigenous women and Two-Spirit. And violence was used to colonize Indigenous people. That was one of the tools that they used. And the impacts have reached all generations in Canada and all nations within Canada. And so while systemic harm exists within the city of Vancouver, actually most of the events on this timeline are actually under the jurisdiction of the provincial and the federal government. Having said that, even though the city may not have actually created that system and that problem, they have to deal with the outcomes of that. And for example, youth who age out of foster care age out into homelessness, and then they're on the streets here. And I never mentioned this before, but I'm also a frontline worker. I work with youth who age out of foster care. I hold an emergency phone Monday to Friday, 5 p.m. till 9 a.m. And that's what I'm doing in the evening because a lot of these youth are struggling. And I see that happening, I guess, 24 hours a day right now. So I'm just going to show you a couple of things on this timeline of actions leading to the genocide and violence of Indigenous women. And then as we move into present day, we will see actions taken by Indigenous peoples and governments to raise awareness and address these harms. So I want to begin with the point of contact where early explorers were funded by European crowns to discover and colonize lands for the purpose of creating and maintaining wealth. This was known as the Age of Discovery. One of the key events in the Age of Discovery was the discovery of the New World, otherwise known as North and South America. And in order to lay claim to the New World, a papal bull known as the Doctrine of Discovery was passed in 1492. This gave Christian explorers the right to lay claim to the lands that they discovered that were not inhabited by Christians. And if there was people there, they might be spared if they could be enslaved or if they could be Christianized. Otherwise, they would be enslaved or killed. So The doctrine of discovery, with its intent to destroy lives and steal the lands of uncivilized peoples, gave birth to the ongoing colonization, extinguishment, and assimilation of Indigenous peoples and our homelands today. So I want to mention two key documents currently still being used to carry out the intent of the doctrine of discovery. First, you have the 1857 Gradual Civilization Act, designed to civilize Indigenous peoples. The second is the British North American Act of 1867 to carry out the colonization of Indigenous homelands and assimilation of Indigenous peoples. The Indian Act 1876 is the result of these two acts, and it's actually one of the most discriminatory and violent acts committed against Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people. Although there have been various revisions since the onset of its creation, the underlying intent to subjugate and decimate the lives of Indigenous women is embodied within the Act and is still in effect today. What I'm presenting today is the truth, and what we are doing with the MMIWG2S is to motivate the settler population to reconcile the violence and deaths that have been and still being committed against Indigenous women and Indigenous peoples. So actually more detail about this timeline can be found in Appendix A of the November 2021 memo to Council. And this timeline spans over 500 years. Numerous acts and policies were enacted. The final report actually notes 3 types of genocide that came out of this: biological, physical, and cultural. This timeline also portrays actions taken to address and dismantle systems and structures that continue to cause harm to Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people. And as settler populations and governments begin to awaken to the truth about systemic and structural harms, we will see movement happening across Canada to understand the plight of Indigenous women and girls and to take action to correct these wrongs. A few examples are that Canada established a Commission on Truth and Reconciliation to hear the truth and the stories from the people who'd been harmed, and to reconcile or to begin actions on reconciling. In 2014, the City of Vancouver declared themselves as the City of Reconciliation. Subsequently, the City Reconciliation Framework is actually guiding this work. In the timeline, you will note following key documents that have prompted the work to further reconciliation. So we have the Missing Women Commission of Inquiry 2008 and the Forsaken Report released in 2012 from the Missing Women Commission, as well as Canada's adoption of UNDRIP, to mention but a few. But of particular interest is the National Inquiry, which began in 2016 to examine systems and structures to see where they cause harm. The National Head Office in Vancouver, the National Inquiry Head Office opened in 2016, and in 2017, the city hosted a working group with Indigenous staff and Indigenous community members on what is needed to support the National Inquiry and the families. So there's, again, 431 recommendations which can be done to respond and prevent missing murdered Indigenous women and girls. The City of Vancouver, through the Union of BC Municipalities, passed a motion to review the calls for justice. So in 2020, the review began, and I'll go over here. So we have the council motion in 2019. We started in 2020. Right away, I was seconded to the Emergency Operations Center, and I'll talk a little bit more about what we did during that. And we started the MMIWG, working with them a little bit in 2020, but we worked a little bit more with them in 2021, and the directors table, where we looked at all of the recommendations and saw what are all the actions that would respond to those. And then in 2022, we piloted this evaluation with the city manager's office, specifically equity, and looked at the JEDI curriculum. Okay, so these are the 2 reports that we looked at. Again, 430 recommendations. So Reclaiming Power and Pace, the final report, has 231, and Red Women Rising has 200. So while we were doing that first review, the pandemic happened, and I was seconded to emergency outreach. And while we were doing that, so I began to support Indigenous-led grassroots groups, organization, programs, and services. We saw that there was a big need to support Indigenous community, especially after hours, because during that time, outreach workers were only doing one-to-one, and there wasn't a lot of people actually out on the streets. So Skundal, who's also on the MMIWG, she was the one with the big house voice. She told me that her and a group of Indigenous grassroots were handing out food and providing support, and especially to people who weren't lining up to, and the ones that weren't getting the services, right? The ones that were not known to people as well. And everybody in the community, like I've gone out with her and they all hug her and they call her the Moccasin Mafia very lovingly and know that she's like, she'll be there for the people, but don't mess with her because she's an auntie. And so when we supported Moccasin Mafia during that time, oh, and sorry, I'll just go back because we were able to secure funding from United Way to get started. We actually started a partnership with Watari, Cedar Feast Catering, and got a whole bunch of donations from all over. And so they were able to help a lot of people. There's actually a lot of outcomes, and we can talk about those a little bit more later. So these are the two recommendations, the Red Woman Rising recommendations to strengthen and support solutions that restore the role of Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people as title holders of their lands, traditional knowledge keepers, sacred life givers, and matriarchs within extended kinship networks. And the call for justice 18.7, we call upon all governments and service providers to increase support for existing successful grassroots initiatives, including consistent core funding. Whoops, why is this not? And so UNDRIP is mentioned several times within both Red Woman Rising and the final report, and it's also in the calls for justice and mentioned in the 7 principles of change. It's actually the first one, and I'll tell you what those are in the next slide. So we keep these key points in mind when we do our work. The way we approached our work was to start aligning with UNDRIP, start aligning with UNDRIP, TRC, and everything, but we're still learning how to do this work with the most impact for Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. So feedback and partnership with the advisories and communities will support these actions to become emerging practices that are peer-reviewed by community and elders. And so I'll go back. So this is when we got to Contomergy Outreach Center, and that's what we were doing there. But when we went back to the review, we pulled together directors from these departments and organizations. So we have ACCS, Arts, Culture, and Community Services, the City Manager's Office, which was specifically equity and intergovernmental relations. We have Development, Building, and Lands, Engineering Services, Finance, Risk, and Supply Chain Management, Planning, Design, and Sustainability, Real Estate and Facilities Management, Vancouver Fire Rescue Services, Parks and Recreation, Vancouver Police Department, and Vancouver Public Library. Not all departments were included in phase 1, so legal, human resources, and technology were not included in the very beginning. And so out of Red Woman Rising, we looked at the 200 recommendations and found that 141 were more what the city could directly implement or advocate or support. And 74 out of those 141 recommendations have actions that were identified by city departments. And from the calls for justice, there's 231, 143 were called to the city of Vancouver, and 76 are identified that have actions. But keep in mind, these numbers do not include the sub-bullets under each recommendation. Many of these recommendations are being worked on by multiple departments and are not counted each time the recommendation is worked on, but only counted once. These numbers do not speak to alignment of actions, but actions that are underway or have been completed recently. Survivors and family members of violence made it clear that all governments and peoples responding to the calls for justice need to use these 7 principles when implementing actions. And the first one that's there is a focus on substantive equality and human and Indigenous rights. The second one is a decolonizing approach. And decolonizing is just basically centering Indigenous way of knowing. Inclusion of families and survivors, self-determined and Indigenous-led solutions and services, recognizing distinctions. We're not all from Musqueam. Some of us are Anishinaabe, and we all come from different lands, and you need to recognize that if you speak to one Native person, that's not, we don't all believe the same thing. And then the cultural safety and the trauma-informed approach. So those are the 7 principles that need to be kept in mind when anybody's implementing recommendations from the calls for justice. So we created a scorecard. We were trying to see where how we could think about this, because we do know that systemic harms exist, and we want to move from systemic harms to best practices. We want to utilize the 7 principles of the calls to justice to move to best practice. And one example of moving from a systemic harm was actually in 2021. So May 5th, 2021, Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people had a march outside here to raise awareness. They marched across the Cambie Street Bridge, and people hung up dresses along the bridge. Later that evening, the street service people, the city workers, they came and removed the dresses and disposed of them. An Indigenous community was harmed when they did that. And there was outrage. People wrote letters, they called the mayor, and they were very upset. And then fast forward to this year, May 5th, 2021, the engineers actually reached out to us and said, how can we support? On the morning of the event, elders from Musqueam came and brushed the bridge down, and they hung up and they brushed the dresses. Before the engineers met with the elders, they had a whole cultural and safety talk with the people that showed up. And then they came there and they hung up the dresses for community, and they came back the next day and they took them down and they delivered it back to the people who donated them. So that's how we see something that's systemically harmful and moving forward, right? If they never did anything, they would have been inactive. And if they would have came at the last second, they would have only been reactive. And trying to look ahead is being a little bit proactive. If you want to be progressive, we're actually reforming and creating change. And those emerging and best practices can start to show, right? So that's how we determined, just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, so this is an example of how change can occur with proper knowledge and institutional will. Okay, so we're moving systems to best practices. So we had one-to-one with departments. We created a survey for city staff on their actions that respond to the calls for justice. We based it on the 7 principles of change, and then we piloted that. We gave the survey to IGR and to Equity Office, and we started the evaluation on the JEDI curriculum. And from that, we seen that it was clear from that analysis that the city needed a little bit more learning to effectively implement the recommendations. The advisory was looking for gender-specific language and for the recommendations to specifically align. And so we did not survey every single department that had actions. And so that's where we started with the recommendations. How can we do a citywide coordinated implementation plan based on this? So the first recommendation that arose from this was a cross-departmental implementation plan. And that will be comprised of decision makers, Indigenous staff, and Indigenous advisories who would lead the development of this plan. Built into that plan will be evaluation and accountability. And we will do a full evaluation of all the actions and give recommendations to move them forward to a best practice. We're also asking for everybody that's implementing these actions to commit to the 7 principles of change. And we're also asking that city leadership, directors, and mayor and council to complete training to be recommended by the MMIW G2S advisory and UiPac. We also have, and there's actually, this is just a summary of the recommendations. There's more sub-bullets in the report. Can I move this? Sorry. We also would like staff development to be a priority. So in the competency section, to have something specific for reconciliation. And then year by year, people can say, oh, have you learned anything about reconciliation? Maybe you need to take this training. We would also like to have a response protocol for MMIW G2S citywide when Indigenous woman and girl is missing from Vancouver. There's a lot of examples in there, but one of the protocols can include alerts to the public and residents of Vancouver. How do I get rid of this thing? I can't see the... So the 6th recommendation
All right.
So in addition to all the other recommendations, there are several actions that are already underway that can and must continue while the implementation plan is being developed. These are called actions while planning, and this will facilitate better implementation of the calls for justice and the Red Women Rising recommendations worldwide. So the overarching recommendation from staff at the director's table and community is that the city implements a cross-departmental implementation and evaluation plan that includes city departments and boards. The MMIW G2S advisory and UiPac will help evaluate the implementation of the recommendations alongside staff. And there is one that I didn't put in here, but we're also asking for an Indigenous-led healing lodge run by grassroots women and Two-Spirit. Miigwech, thank you so much. And this next slide is actually community voice. So I'm going to invite up members from the advisory who would like to share a few words. Yeah, Anita McPhee. She's from the Tahltan Nation and she sits on the Justice Committee and she is an awesome, deadly Indigenous warrior woman.
Koskuya, Ushia, Danaswatia, Shiona Justini, Gutsama Justini, Tagishkwan Justini. And my English name is Anita McPhee, and I'm Tahltan and I'm Tlingit. And if you don't know where that is, that's in northern BC, a village called Telegraph Creek. I'm a long way from home, but I live in Hamalchisitin, which is also known as North Vancouver Capilano Reserve. We were talking about what it's like to be an Indigenous woman in the city of Vancouver. And we were talking about, and you know, when we were sharing, we started to share all of our strength, but we started to share some of our pain that we experienced as Indigenous women being marginalized in this community. And the one example that came to my mind was when I had my baby. My daughter is 14, she's gonna be 15 on August 3rd. And when I had my baby, I had postpartum, so I just had anxiety. And I had a nurse come and help me. And she was not a Native person, and she was supposed to be my support person at the women's hospital. And she was really good while we were in the hospital. And then we got out of the hospital, she was my support. And I thought, well, I feel good now. I don't have to talk to her anymore. So I didn't call her. I was fine. Well, because I didn't call her, she called social services. And you know, that's where it starts. From the time we have our babies, we're targeted as Indigenous women. I have a law degree. I have a social work degree. I graduated with honors. I got an award from the Governor General as a role model, National Native Role Model, back in 2000. And she had the audacity to call social services because I didn't call her back. You know, I could have lost my child because somebody decided that I needed more support. You know, that's not the kind of support we need as Indigenous women, nor do our children need that. What we need in the city of Vancouver is places for wellness that include Indigenous workers, Indigenous healers, Indigenous women, people who want to support us. Do you know that a lot of us experience second generational pain and trauma because our parents went to residential school and our grandparents, and my mother went, my grandmother went. As a result of that, I've had experiences similar to that of the people who attended residential school, which include abuse and a lot of pain and trauma. The reason I'm bringing this to your attention is because I will not access services to get healing because I don't have any trust. Because my vulnerability as an Indigenous woman, my pain and trauma is being used against me. And that is wrong. That is wrong. And you know where children who get taken away from their parents end up? What my elders shared with me this morning? On the street. 9 out of 10 of those kids who get taken away end up on the street. And you know where else they end up as Indigenous women? In the ditch. So you know what? I'm just begging you and asking you to take our considerations very seriously. Some of them are common sense, you know, like an Indigenous healing center that's barrier free, where you could be free. It doesn't matter if you're on alcohol and drugs. It doesn't matter. You can access healing anytime you want. In fact, that's a basic human right where we should be able to access housing and healing because of the traumas that have been, you know, imposed upon us because of colonization. So that's one of the basic recommendations, you know, and I don't want to take too much time on the mic because there is a lot of us here who do have a lot of valuable words to share. But I want to start with our babies and helping us as Indigenous people heal and be able to come into places and feel culturally safe. Because you know what happened at that woman's hospital was not culturally safe. And in fact, that caused harm to me because I remembered that today when we were talking about our pain. So thank you for listening. Madu, that means thank you in Teltan. And Nedischa means I wish you love. So thank you.
Amanda Nahaney from Squamish.
Tanoya, Yahweh when I sweat, Nata and Shama Silka Shaman, Nachan Tlasko Homish Oath, in Niska Oath, and Wakaiston. My son Wakaiston. My English name's Amanda Nahaney, but I prefer to be called Shaman, so it's my ancestral name. I come from the Squamish and Nisket Nation. Feels good in my heart to be here today. Thank you for allowing us some time to share the hard work that we have been doing and the recommendations that we have. I stand here because 3 of my family members, my parents and my sister, are transplant recipients. And so they depend on the health services on a daily basis. And probably 75% of the time they experience racism in the healthcare system. And in the educational system, we have experienced a lot of racism. My parents are day school survivors. My grandparents are residential school survivors. And I'm very grateful that my son will not have that experience. And it's my job to make sure that he doesn't have that experience. My first child is 19 years old, and when he was 6 months old, the Child and Family Services were called on me because my son was overweight, considered overweight for his age. But he was a Nisket baby. Nisket babies are very chubby. They're very well fed because we eat traditional foods, and it's just the way we're born. A lot of my nieces and nephews are all the same. So, you know, that's something that I was really concerned with being pregnant again. When my first concern was, what are they going to do to try and take my child away? So I live in fear every day, wondering what kind of judgments I have against me, what kind of system is going to be used against me to take my child away. So we just do the best we can. I really implore you to read the recommendations that we have. And I really implore you to take it in your hearts, to really think about it yourself. We've done a lot of work to sit here, to go through the information, to develop a presentation for you. But it's not going to be until you take it into your hearts that we actually see change for our people, for future generations. So, what you go see. Thank you.
Carol Martin. Carol Martin will be speaking. I'll let her introduce. She's Nishka and
Hello, my name is Carol Martin. I'm Niska and Gitnyao. I've been working downtown for like 35 years. And I was sitting here trying to figure out what to say. I just need a moment. You know, I see the end results of decisions that are being made. I been sitting thinking about what needs to be said. And you know, 35 years of standing up and speaking about the same issues over and over. You know, I see the end results of decisions that are being made by people who have the power to make the decision. I've worked in it for so many years. And we have to start something new when we're bringing forth these issues. New faces, new voices. It just feels like a record that's playing over and over and over. And I was going to ask you, what is reconciliation? When you're just scratching the surface part of it, you have to understand, you know, the impacts of decisions that are being made, especially when it comes to Indigenous women. I've been part of the Memorial March for so many years, and the list gets longer and longer. And I'm screaming inside, wondering, when is this going to end? I'm very familiar with the stories that are being told in A Red Woman Rising and listening to the stories of the women at the National Inquiry. It starts with each and every one of you, those who are sitting here listening to our stories. Question yourself about how you see us. Question yourself about what you think when you look at me or when you look at an Indigenous woman. The foundation that needs to be laid, it needs to change. I know that myself. I used to look out of the colonizer's lens. I was a 60 scoop. I aged out of the welfare system. And I was not accepted by my family, and I was not accepted by the white population. I was told to go back to my own kind. When you're living disassociation for so many years, you know, you finally find yourself downtown. And that's where I actually started looking out of Native eyes. I actually started looking out of my own Indigenous eyes. And I couldn't look at my reflection for so many years in the mirror. I couldn't look at myself. I'm telling you this story because you know what? In order to start doing the work and start to see the changes, we got to start looking at ourselves. What lens are we wearing? What are we hearing? How much are we paying attention? Because you know what? 35 years working downtown, seeing the end result of decisions that are being made, the homelessness. What is going on down there? If you're going to make decisions about stopping something, something else needs to be put in place. You know, the war on Indigenous women needs to stop. I have grandchildren I need to start thinking about, and I think about times when I'm not going to be here for them. I want them to have a voice, and I want them to have a foundation to be standing on. We are producing something today. Hopefully, it'll be something that it will not be put on a shelf. They'll collect dust. In 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, people that are going to be sitting in your seats are going to be hearing the same thing over and over. Some kind of action plan needs to take place. We can present and present and present. I can think of a different approach, and I can be a thorn in your side and hold each and every one of you accountable to what you're listening to and what you're reading. It all starts with us as individuals. Who am I? What am I? Are you willing to sacrifice and give up what the structure has allowed us to allow to happen? We need to make those changes. And it does start with each and every one of us. I know that. It took me a long time to fit back into my skin, back into my body. And I'm still working on it. But I'll tell you one thing, I'll tell you how strong my strength is. I just turned 62 on Friday. And my daughter came over and she wanted to take me for a hike. So I was just in that frame of mind. You ever have those moments where you just want to take a bow and arrow and just go out? I was at that because the justice system failed my daughter. The justice system failed me. I almost lost my daughter. She ended up on life support. The guy only got conditional sentencing. So my daughter takes me for a walk. And I didn't know what I was getting into. And I feel right now, today, that is what's going to happen. You're listening to a report that might be new for you, but you're going to have to do it. It may take a while, may take some practicing, but I'll tell you one thing. When my daughter told me we were going on a hike, I didn't know we were going to Squamish, and I climbed the chief. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. Sorry.
I could not believe I made it up there. But I took it on without knowing what I was getting into. And I feel this report that you're listening to and the stories that we're telling you is something, maybe it's new. There's a newness to it. And I will hold you all accountable. I want your names by the time I leave this courtroom. This accountability in leadership is important. Accountability. Who are we holding accountable to make decisions? I'm really, really upset at what is happening to Vancouver. I'm really, really upset. The violence against Indigenous women has gotten so bad. We've lost so many lives. Homelessness. What is reconciliation? When you look at what's happening downtown, our elders are homeless. Our youth they're disconnected from their families. They have no job, they have no education, nowhere to go. Yeah, a friend of mine just came from Ontario just to bring her young son back home. That's a daily thing in our lives. You know, genocide is real. It's real. I'm sorry I got emotional. I was thinking about all the women that I've known over the years, 35 years working downtown. And so many of them have died. And a lot of them are on the list for the memorial march. And I want you to think about it. I want you to think about where do you stand or where do you put yourself when it comes when we're talking about reconciliation. Are you just working on the surface of it? You need help, you know we're here. We can make the changes together. Relations.
Sorry,
I'm
can
the
I just get
shortest
you
one
to,
here. Whoa, grapes.
sorry, I don't think we heard you in the microphone. If I can just get you to restate that name just so that any folks listening along could hear, that would be great.
Yeah, we have Skundal here, Bernie Williams from Haida Gwaii.
Thank you.
I just want to say to the three host nations here. I come from Haida Gwaii in a small village, an old massive village. My traditional name is Olk Eat Chad, which means golden spruce woman. I'm named after my grandmother. I'm a hereditary chief in waiting. um, as Carol had echoed, I've been on the front lines there since 1986. But before I want to say how to is Mary Claire, Zach, Shabna, Rachel, and Bronwyn McCrae, but also Mecta Peter Fry over here. There's not too many men in this council that and actually is also Councillor Weeb here too, also that I've really see, standing with us women in some of the work, whether it's a march or just usually when we're out there doing our work on the front lines and that. I got involved with this movement that I never expected. I was apprenticing with Bill Reed for about 6 years, and my life changed. I'm a residential school survivor. I'm a 60s scoop and Indian Day School survivor. I, like Carol, I ran away from residential school, and they say the rest is history, but I never expected that I would be on these front lines. I'm going to be 65 in a few months. I've done federal time. I grew up in the system with the ministry, and I made my way down to Vancouver. Very violent marriage. I have 3 wonderful, amazing sons. But my world changed. I did not know anything about my mom. I was trafficked at the age of 11 on the streets in Prince Rupert. And you never think that, children, and I think Carol said it right out. We are targets. And the younger you are, the more money we are worth to these people, these evil people in that. My goal in life was to apprentice like with Bill Reed. I passed the test. I started my apprenticeship. Then I met 2 amazing women, Harriet Nahaney and Kitty Sparrow. They came down to the Bill Reed studio down in Granville Island, and they said, "You're coming with us," and my life changed. Through the process, I learned that my mother was murdered down there on November 5th, 1977. 2 of my sisters were murdered down there, Catherine Rose, Noreen Joyce, and my baby sister was murdered, Charlene McAdams. I never knew that I was going to meet a woman like Elder Rita Blind, Carol Martin, Viola Thomas, Mary McCaskill, Bernice Brown. I never ever thought that I would be on these front lines. And like Carol had echoed, I'm going to echo what she said. Nothing has changed. It's gotten worse. Then I met Gladys Raddick. We formed a group that was called like the Walk for Justice. We walked across Canada from Vancouver 7 times, from Vancouver to Prince Rupert for the Highway of Tears to create the awareness. And still nobody listened to us, right to the city, right here. We couldn't even get support. We couldn't even get support from the downtown east side or from the Highway of Tears. And the people that stepped in was CUPE, COPE. These were the unions. And I also remember Peter's mother. She was one of the very few, is her and Libby Davis, that stood with us. It took us 20 years to get through those chiefs' doors. And these are our leaders. And the reason why that I'm saying this is because we are still saying the same things. As today, as we stand here, as Carol talked about reconciliation. You cannot have reconciliation until you start speaking the truth of what it is and understanding who we are. We've been on these front lines. We've got a list of women who are murdered and missing, over 5,000 women's name, and it's still counting yet. Many of us were involved with the National Inquiry. I was one of the senior advisors to Commissioner Michelle Odette. And as Carol Martin mentioned, we've heard those stories. This is a very historic moment for each one of you here right now. Because never in the history, I feel very saddened that the mayor is not here. I actually feel really insulted because he needs to hear this.
I'm just going to take a moment to share because the mayor is not feeling well. I'm sure he really wanted to be here and he was here before, but he's actually under the weather. He's not feeling well. Just to let you know.
Okay, can I tell you something? I was in a car accident on Sunday. I'm not feeling well neither. I was on a head-on, but this means a lot to me. This is very important to me. We've listened to many excuses right to the 3 levels of government, and this is very serious. I don't want to come back here again in the next 3-5 years. I know elections coming up. There's a lot of good promises that are going to be here. I also want to mention one last thing to you about your taxi services, that we work with these women that are being sexually exploited by these taxi drivers too. And I am recommending, we've all want to recommend that before you give them their license, make sure they have a criminal record check. Our women are taken to places still to this day. These are the most racist taxi drivers I've ever met in my lifetime. When they see a drunk Indigenous woman, right away, we are easy praise. And we're talking about the youth. It really broke my heart to hear that they shut down directions. We have no places for our Indigenous youth. We have nowhere even for women who are fleeing. We've been asking, and I was actually kicked out of the chambers here by the previous mayor because I called him a liar, and I will still call him a liar to this day because he promised us our own building. And that building was given to Atira, to Janice Abbott. We have nowhere to bring, when these women are ready to flee, we have absolutely no place for them to go. And then we hear from women that will commit a crime in the summertime just so they would have a place to stay, is when they go to jail. This is very shameful. We are on those front lines. We are called the Moccasin Mafia. We've been doing this work for about 35 years. And nothing has changed. I've never seen anything so deplorable. We feed between 200 to 300 meals a night. And those streets are controlled in those tents by gangs. And it's not even safe to walk there anymore, to even hand out a bag of food for them. And I am pleading with you. We need to do better, and we can do better together. And if you guys ever want to take a walk with us, you let us know, and we'll show you exactly, what is going on, because this is not right. Anita McPhee said it. This is a human rights issue. As soon as I walk out my door, I am a target. I am a walking target. I am very grateful for Mary Zach here, because through her work and with Rachel and Shabna, when we got a call from a couple of family members of loved ones, thank God that Mary Zach, was really diligent and spoke to one of the women police officers that you guys work with, and they acted on it right away, and they rescued one of the women from downtown. We don't have those places. And I mean, there's been a lot of talk about a health, healing, and wellness center. Our elders have been asking for a health, healing, and wellness center for over 30 years. And we still haven't got nothing. And I was told by one of the ministers over a year ago that over $450 million goes into the downtown east side. And now it's over 550 million right now. And yet, my family alone, since the pandemic over 2 years ago, we are at 108 deaths of family and friends. I'm going home to Haida next week for 3 memorials, and we're bringing one of our aunties home. This fentanyl, this harm reduction does not work. Our holistic, our health, healing, and wellness that we have structured for over 10,000 years in my home in Haida works. We've asked for land-based healing. There's so much we can, we could sit with you all week. And the question that you need to ask too, what's working? Not what's not working. Ask yourself what's working. Because we could sit with you and we could tell you some of these organizations have built their empires off of our backs. And they still are. They sit at their homes, like their homes are paid for. I'm still renting. All of us live below the poverty line, but as we work together, that's the only way we can do this. I'll never own a home in my life, but I know my boss makes over 160, 180,000 a year, and we're doing their grunt works. We are the grassroots. And why can't we have our own space to look after our own people, our own kids, our elders? I've never seen so many elders on those streets now that are homeless. And they've got nothing to go home to, whether it's a reserve village or a settlement, they've got nothing to go home to. Because it's, the land is just gone, gone, gone. And it's not my intention to offend or hurt you or anything in any ways. I'm speaking my truth. And I just really want you to look at, what we're asking. And like it was said, everything is common sense. And we're just asking you that you would respectfully just honor, what we are asking. Oh,
Hello, we have Marlene Jack from Cheslatin. Sorry, I couldn't remember how to say it. Cheslatin. Marlene Jack, thank you.
Hi, my name is Marlene Jack.
Speaker.
I'm a member of the Cheslata
Speaker.
Carrier Nation.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but just for a moment, I just have a procedural matter and I apologize to take care of. And I'm looking for counsel because normally, just to let everybody know that we normally break for 5 at dinner, but we recognize that you've all made an effort to be here and we'd like to vary procedure to allow us to finish this item while everybody is present with us. So looking for counsel if they'd like to make a motion to do that.
Thank you.
I see it moved by Councillor Carr, but if you'd like to second, Councillor DiGenova?
I'm happy to second it, but I'd also like to just speak to it very quickly, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks so much. And I don't know if you want me to put myself on the queue, but I just wanted to to quickly say that I have to collect my child from childcare at 5 p.m. and I wanted to note that because I will be back as soon as I can. This is really important, and I appreciate all of the women who have come, you know, from some from very far away, and to share their stories. And I just wanted to know why I wouldn't be able to stay past 5 p.m. because I have to collect her from childcare. I have no wiggle room there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Digenova. I'm just going to ask for a quick verbal vote. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
And not hearing any objection? Okay, thank you. We will continue to finish this, and I apologize for the interruption. We just didn't want to precipitously finish the meeting at 5, and so that allows us to give space to continue. So please go ahead.
Okay. Shit. My name is Marlene Jack. I'm a member of the Chislada Carrier Nation. I've been advocating, like my family is the missing Jack family, so I've been advocating for my sister since 1989. I had to keep silent for the first years. RCMP threatened me that if I talked in media or anything, they'd cut me off. So I'm thankful to Bernie and Gladys for bringing me up and having my voice louder. I advocate. I worked with the National Inquiry to the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. The work we do here is, we feel, is for the best interest of our First Nation women. We are not safe in this city. I've seen it myself. I've physically seen a woman, a young First Nation woman, almost being stabbed to death in front of me. And the city police came an hour and a half later, you know, even though this was a total emergency. This work we do, we would like to protect and keep our First Nation women safe. We're not safe in this city. We're targets. Everywhere we go, there's somebody that's after us. I saw a white guy down on Main and Hastings pointing to all the First Nation women. Rape, 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 rape. This is what he was saying. We have strong women here. We all did our work with Shadna and Rachel. We like this work to continue for long term. This is not a short term. This solution needs to be long term. Can't be brief. This is long time coming. We need these action plans implemented, not for short term, for long term. This advisory committee also, if you need any other help or assistance, we'll always be here. We're just a phone call away. Just keep in mind the work we're doing and how we need to keep our nation safe. It's not only our women, it's our men too. Thank you.
And we have one more speaker. Christy Charles will speak on behalf of Cecilia Point. Right, we have two more speakers. Did you want to go next, Gladys? Okay. Oh, well, Christy Lee Charles will speak on behalf of Cecilia Point, and then we have one more speaker.
Oh, Gladys will go first.
Yeah. Gladys Raddick. Oh yeah, Wet'suwet'en. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the Squamish Nation, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh for allowing me to speak on their land. And I'd like to acknowledge the council for listening to us today. And I just wanted to say I'm originally from Whitsett, which is a northern community, used to be called Morristown, northern BC, and that is right in the hub of the Highway of Tears. I presently live in Terrace, BC. The history of our missing and murdered women came about when I was living in Vancouver. I've been living in Vancouver off and on for 56 years. I'm 67 now. And throughout the history of living in Vancouver, I've faced many, many challenges. I was a 60 scoop. I was hospitalized when I was a baby. I was ripped away from my family. I was put into the foster system and I hit the streets in Vancouver when I was 9. I was prostituting by the time I was 10. This is the history that I have here. Throughout all those years, we faced so many different things. I was almost a victim of Clifford Olson. And because they didn't listen to me, there was other kids that were killed. And that breaks my heart to this day. I went through the Robert Pickton trial with my colleagues. I knew a lot of those women that were killed by Robert Pickton. They were friends, they were family. Moving forward, I had to get involved with the Highway of Tears because now I have my precious niece, Marilyn Chipman, who's still missing since 2005, and several nieces and nephews who are missing from the Highway of Tears. I have a van that has the pictures of these victims, and there's boys and men, women and girls. And you think the numbers are what their RCMP are saying? That's not true. They say 18. I have over 50 just from our area that are missing. What happens to these women that are leaving the north? They come down here to Vancouver for a better life. They say, oh, you can go get your education in Vancouver. Yeah, you can get a really nice place to stay in Vancouver. You got better health services in Vancouver. 56 years, that's been a big fat lie for me because I didn't get any of that. I got thrown around down on the streets just like a lot of the girls and women that I know of from the north. And probably about 40% of those women that I know of that came down here are already dead. Is this the kind of legacy we want? These recommendations started out with the Highway of Tears Symposium 2006, where our families got together and we know what's needed for our community members. We know what safety measures are needed. We know what kind of policing we need. We know what we need. And we have a failure in the leadership who are failing to provide us all of these things that we need, such as housing. There's no excuse. I come down here now. I don't live here anymore, but when I come down here now to Vancouver, it feels like a war zone. When I see what's going on in the downtown east side where I was raised. It's a war zone down there. How can you call it a world-class city? Knowing that that is going on. How can you do that? And sit there and do nothing? You know what? These recommendations were put together not by victims, but by people who care what happens to their people. We're not victims anymore. We don't want to be victims anymore. We want to have a working relationship with the leadership of this city so that we can have our sacred places. This is sacred territory. This is unceded territory. And there's absolutely no excuse whatsoever for that war zone down there. Proper measures need to be taken to protect people. When we called it genocide through the inquiry, when I first put that word into our mission statement, everybody said, oh, no, 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 it's not genocide. But you know what? At the end of the inquiry, we proved it. And that genocide starts here in Vancouver because this is our escape route. It is genocide. And if you guys continue the way it's going right now, somebody should be charged. Because what's going on here right now is a crime. It's a human rights crisis. Yes, I have taken systemic racism to court here in BC, Tinseltown. Look it up. And if those are the necessary steps that we need to take to have these implicated, well, then maybe that's what we have to do. Let's go down that road. I'm willing to walk down that road again. But I don't want to threaten you guys. I want you to work with me. I want you to work with us. We all bleed the same blood. We all breathe the same air. We all want to live in this world-class city together. And there's no reason why we can't do it. My latest experience here for my granddaughter, I had a granddaughter that aged out of the system 2 years ago. And her social worker decided that the best place for her to go was into a brand new building on Main and Hastings. She's 18 years old. She lived there for 6 months and she was crying to me on Facebook. Grandma, I saw 6 stabbings today. Grandma, I saw 4 overdoses today. Grandma, this old man came and groped me while I was walking home today. She's 18. And you want to put an 18-year-old girl right on Main and Hastings? We got her the hell out of there. Thank God we were lucky to get her out of there. I have another friend of mine that was a manager of one of the hotels here in Vancouver. A walk-up hotel, and he managed it for 27 years, and it was the only hotel in the downtown east side that would not allow hard drugs in it. No cocaine, no heroin. And he kept that hotel clean all those years until a few months ago, where he was attacked by one of his tenants and the police didn't do anything. So he ended up leaving his job from 27 years, and I had him move up north because he had to escape. He couldn't handle the violence down there anymore. Is that a city to be proud of? I think it's deplorable that people have to be treated that way. Our Indigenous people have been coming down here since time immemorial. We deserve to go anywhere that we feel that we need to get. If we need our resources, we need a place to go. We need our education. Yes, the schools are down here. Yes. We need our youth centers because you know what? Our youth are dying like flies down there from all the drugs that are going on. Why can't the police do anything about the dealers? No, they're sitting there and letting them sit on the corner. I've watched them pick up the girls. I've watched the police pick up the girls after the guys give the drugs to them. And then the police go around and they circle around the girl, put her in jail, and she gets it out an hour later. And that dealer will beat the crap out of her and say, you owe me. Chances are that girl's going to get killed. That's the way that rolls. That's the way it rolls on the streets here. That's not acceptable. Give these places these people a place to live, a proper place to live, so that they can get on with their lives. That's the one thing that people do need most. There's lots of food being delivered, but there's no infrastructure for them. There's no health, healing, and wellness centers. I remember when we were rallying for health, healing, and wellness center, and we still didn't get it. That was 20 years ago. I don't want to be coming back here 20 years from now, still asking for the same thing. It's not hard to figure out how we can help these people and how you guys can put a better face on the city of Vancouver. It doesn't do any good to hide all those pictures from the media in the downtown east side. Doesn't help. You need to be truthful. You want truth and reconciliation? Well, listen to your truth and show your truth and see what we can do to fix it together. We're not asking for much. We're just asking for our own human rights. And this is a human rights issue. And I'm pretty sure that I can rally up the help to launch a suit if need be. And that's not a threat, that's a promise. I don't like to see people wasting their lives. I don't like to see my relatives dying like flies. I don't like to see my relatives that leave Terrace and come down here and go home in a pine box. That's what happens every time. And I'm sick of it. We worked really hard for all of the recommendations, and we need people who are going to implement them in its entirety. We as family members know what's needed, and all you have to do is listen to us. Thank you.
Okay, we have Christy Charles from Musqueam who will be speaking on behalf of Cecilia Point.
My name. Asiamnasiaya, Eaton Quell, Atla Sisi, Tanawaya, Nasiamnasiaya. Just like in the protocol we're following today, it's in our Salish protocol, in our Indigenous protocol, to support one another. Cece, we've chatted, and I'm here to share some words on her behalf. But before I say that, I just want to introduce Cece. Cece is from our Musqueam community. She's a part of the advisory, and she's a part of many of the other things that happen across the city and across the country. She's a very powerful woman that comes from powerful lineages and that is out here doing the work just like each and every one of us. And I also want to remind each and every one of you, like everyone's saying here, remember who you are and where you come from. Each and every one of us comes from a lineage, comes from a cultural practice, comes from a sacred land, comes from sacred people. No matter what our nationalities are, we are all connected somehow to our ancestors and to this land. So it's a great honor that I get to share just a few words on behalf of my family here. Cece not only is a part of this, but her sister Mary Point, who isn't able to be here, she's a part of the advisory council as well. Cece and Mary, myself, and Shaman Sot, who was here with my little nephew, we are all descendants of the nations, but we are also descendants of the Indigenous families that were removed from our own land at Sanok. In the 1900s, our women were removed from our lands and we were shipped off on barges. And I'm sure you've heard of it. You can find it in your archives, these histories, these actions that happened towards us. So not only is this happening to our family that we've invited, these women here that stand with us, they're welcome here. CC works with everyone here and our other family, we all work together. And CC has it in her heart to just raise her hands and say thank you to each and every one of you, to each and every one of the members that are on all these councils, advisories, part of these families, a part of these movements, and to each and every one of you for taking time to hear the important things that are being said today. Because not only, are we from this land, is Cece from this land, but she's a mother, she's raised her children and has, experienced being a single mother on this land, accessing resources from our community, help establishing resources within the city. So this is something that has always happened. It's in our teachings to always take care of our people, to always stand each other up. So just on behalf of Cece and her family, just want to, extend that gratitude for all the work that has been done and the work that has yet to come. Anything else you'd like me to say? No? Okay, thank you so much. Haitsepka Nasiyam Nasiyaya.
I just wanted to say that the speaker that is signed up is actually on the advisory committee. So are we able to let her speak now, or does she have to wait? She's on the phone. Her name is Viola Thomas.
If you've concluded your presentation, then we would move to speakers and confirm if she's still on the line.
Okay, the last thing that I want to say, that if the city holds space for Indigenous women Two-Spirit to empower themselves, our teachings will empower the entire nation, and so will these calls for justice. Miigwech, thank you. All my relations.
Thank you so much. And so thank you to everybody who participated and shared your words and your experience in that presentation. We really appreciate it. As mentioned, we do have one speaker on the line, and I'll just look for a sign from the clerk if we still have Viola Thomas.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just one moment, speaker. If you could just bear with us for a second. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Bly.
I just want to
Cook's
confirm that we are hearing from speakers. I believe there's two, but that questions to staff could come then after the speakers list.
Oh,
because typically we'd go straight into questions.
That is a good point. If council are amenable, since the speaker's been waiting for some time.
Great.
And I'm not seeing any objection, I'm going to suggest we hear the one speaker and then do questions. But thank you for that, Councillor Bly. Sorry, Viola, if you're ready, please go ahead, and you do have 5 minutes to make your comments to council.
Okay. Cook's Jam to the Coast Salish people. Cook's Jam, my traditional name is Animki Wadum. And I wanna pay tribute to my dear colleagues on the committee, sharing our blood, sweat, and tears in the past year and a half to get to where we are today, to share these reflections with you as leadership for the city of Vancouver. As was reiterated earlier with the comments from my colleagues, my dear sisters, Indigenous women continue to face ongoing human rights violations, including intersectoral discrimination based on race, gender, ability, and sexuality that impacts both our individual and our collective rights. I want to reiterate to you today that the City of Vancouver is committed to implementing the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Vancouver and British Columbia must ensure the duty to consult must include the women's rights and title holders for the implementation of ONDRIP with the City of Vancouver. And I want to point to you as leaders, Article 21, Section 21.1, ensuring particular attention is paid to the rights of the special needs of our grandmothers, our women, our youth, our children, our persons with disabilities. We must ensure that women and children enjoy the full protection and guarantee against all violence and discrimination. I want to reiterate to you as leaders of the City of Vancouver that the attitudes of indifference towards Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirited people within the City of Vancouver must stop. This societal indifference must stop. Each of you have a role to play to cultivate and foster a better way forward. British Columbia recently adopted data legislation I would urge you, as members of the City of Council, to use that as a tool in the work of our committee to address the systemic harms and systemic ongoing discrimination that is reflected within all the policies and the way in which services are funded or services are not funded. What we face is a lack of trust, a lack of action, a lack of consistency to foster systemic change. And we need to build in systems in your processes as the city to ensure that if there is a transition in leadership, that these recommendations will be implemented regardless of who gets reelected or not elected. We can collectively do much better if you have the political will. We can and we will do much better by fostering and cultivating a better response and protocols with First Nations and the Coast Salish territories, as well as throughout British Columbia, to ensure those proper investigations are carried out for our loved, murdered, and missing ones. Article 23 of ONDRIP encourages you to and reminds you that the right to determine and develop priorities and strategies for exercising our rights, the right to be actively involved in developing health, housing, and other economic and social programs. Article 44 speaks to all the rights and freedoms and are equally applied and guaranteed to both male and female persons. The Gender-Based Analysis Plus requires implementing economic, social, cultural rights with the same priority as civil and political rights. This means that Vancouver must stop thinking about education, social housing, healthcare, and so on as social policy issues. And you must ensure that our work is based on a human rights framework moving forward. By utilizing a rights-based approach, this will facilitate a paradigm shift in attitudes. This is not about unfulfilled needs assessment. This is about a denial of rights. Instead of looking at this as a symptom of service gaps, this is about Indigenous women's equality rights. And when I look at the gender equity plan with the City of Vancouver, Indigenous women are only mentioned once. And when I look at it as an equity plan, it's not an equity plan because it does not speak to the equality rights of our Indigenous women, Two-Spirit and girls. And I just want to close by acknowledging and honoring in the past month, today, a notice was just sent out again today. Mackenzie Russ Morrison, 20 years old, gone missing in the downtown east side. Noelle Soup, 14-year-old young girl, died in their single-room occupancy rooming house in downtown east side. Who is responsible for that? How and why is it that a 14-year-old girl can end up dying who's part of the child welfare system? It makes me wonder how and why we have so-called human rights that is not being enforced or extending those human rights, equality rights to our women and girls. I welcome the opportunity to continue to collaborate with my dear sisters on this critical work, and I appreciate the support of the city staff, and I echo the need for systemic change and systemic education within all city staff. Cookschum, all my relations.
Thank you so much, Viola, for your comments. I do see, and I know they're appreciated here in the council chamber. I do see, I think, comment or questions from you from Councillor Weeb. Councillor Weeb, are you on the queue for questions? Oh, okay. No, you don't have any questions for council, but thank you so much for taking the time to call in and share that with us. Okay. So council, we've concluded the staff presentation and speakers, and that brings us to debate and decision on this item. Sorry. Questions to staff on this item. And Councillor Weeb, you have the floor, so go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I need to thank all the women that spoke today. Your voices make this council better. And I think that we hear you loud and clear that we need to honor and hold space for change. The question I have is really about a conversation that was had in one of the recommendations about the need to create land-based healing in Vancouver, and the place to create a grassroots healing lodge. And you said it was kind of a recommendation, but I don't see it as a formal recommendation. Can you talk about the very end there? You talked about this should be a recommendation, but I don't see it as a formal recommendation on us really advancing the opportunity for a sweat lodge or ceremonial healing space, and mostly one that youth can be involved in.
Good afternoon, it's Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. It's actually part of the, in Appendix A, there's attached a report and a list of recommendations that are in there. And the call for Indigenous women to be part of the grassroots, part of the planning, development, operations of, oversight of. And it's likely that there needs to be more than one, but let's start with one.
Okay, so the goal is that are we looking for space? So I guess the question is, this conversation's been going on up here for 20 years. There's been a lot of different committees. I sat 4 years ago on the Indigenous Advisory Committee. And so I've heard it's been a need and we know it's a need. I'm wondering when we can start looking for space to provide the land back to make sure there's a facility to provide this healing and wellness.
We can do that with the direction of council, and it also links to our social infrastructure strategy that council also passed just recently. We have been looking for other kinds of space for healing and wellness, but this is specifically space and land that would be developed similar to the Women's Legacy Project, where we actually have Indigenous women involved in the planning right from the get-go.
Okay, so it's part of the recommendations and we are looking to initiate this.
Yeah. And we will do that in more earnest once this is passed.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Weeb, that's all? Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson, go ahead. Questions to staff?
First, I just want to thank all the speakers, the staff, and especially all the speakers from the committee. I apologize that I'm not there in person, but I listened to every word. You guys are really powerful. So to the staff, one of the suggestions from the speakers was to have a criminal record check for cab drivers. Is that something that we can do as part of the business license process?
That's something that we will follow up on as staff, definitely.
Okay, great. And one of the recommendations was to change the protocol for missing Indigenous women. So I'm just wondering how that would work out and what the police involvement would be.
Hi, Shabna Ali, Social Policy Senior Planner. There's actually quite a few options that we have. Right now, because of the way that the Amber Alert works, most children who go missing on Indigenous lands, or what we call reservations in the colonial word, are not considered to be part of that Amber Alert. So that's one piece that I think is an important part. The second part is there's been a real call for a different kind of alert for missing Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. In the city, we can do a variety of things, including pulling out just an email to all of our community partners, letting people know what's happening, using our bus digital platforms to be able to put up posters. We've already been working with engineering to make sure that posters that are put up are not taken down and that they're kept up. We're looking on developing some posters that specifically are, or plastic containers that posters can go on that are specifically identified for missing and murdered Indigenous women. So there's actually quite a lot we can do, including advocating to higher levels of government for a different kind of an alert altogether.
Okay, thanks so much. That's it for me.
That's it, Councillor Swanson. Councillor, thank you. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to staff for the presentation, but also to all of the speakers who I know you're really speaking from your heart and your lived experience. I want to ask a question, and it stems from some of the speakers' comments about at-risk youth, particularly youth aging out of care, which we know in many cases are Indigenous youth, and the risk of homelessness, and that was identified by a number of people. I'm curious if staff could comment on the work to date on looking at accommodating more youth housing. You'll recall that I brought a motion specifically with the view of youth aging out of care, and the direction was to look at how we could add through partnerships with housing developers and housing providers to embed youth units. I'm just curious if you have any updates in that regard.
Unfortunately, there's no staff here from Planning and Development Services for Housing, so I'll have to follow up with you on that question.
That would be fine if we could get a report back though on that. That would be greatly appreciated. I think I'll leave my questions there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. My question is really a follow-up to Councillor Dominato's. I've heard that the Vancouver School Board is looking at the possibility of developing housing for youth aging out of care on school board lands. I wonder if our staff have been in any communications with the school board, and if there's any way the city can work in some sort of partnership way regarding that.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders Singh, General Manager. We have had some conversations with the Vancouver School Board around their potential consideration of modular housing on school land. At this point, there's nothing kind of firm, and that's certainly something we can follow up with them on.
Appreciate that. Thank you. And it's part of also the working group that has been established between the school board and council. So it's been on our agenda. That's it. Thank you.
That's all. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, I had a meeting with the government relations representative from TransLink yesterday, and he mentioned that, and I'm just looking for some clarity here, that the Indian Act prevents transit from servicing reservations. Is that accurate? And should that be a call to action within this report? As that seems a real problem.
Hi, Shabna Ali, Senior Planner. Yes, that is accurate, actually. And if you are a reservation and want access to transit, you have to pay for it yourself, and then have an agreement with TransLink to provide services on your lands, on their lands. And so that is one of the things that is part of the Indian Act and part of the way the structures are set up with the colonized process that we have today. So yeah, we can look at doing some advocacy around that, but it is.
Sorry for the stupid look on my face, but I'm just dumbfounded that that's a thing.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, and we're going to advocate for that.
We can advocate to higher levels of government. It would have to go through the Metro Vancouver to TransLink, and we would also have to advocate to the province and to the feds, because the feds would have to transfer money to TransLink also to provide that service. So
it just seems to me that that would put women in a very risky situation if
it does.
No options to get home.
Which is why taxi cabs are also an important aspect of people getting home, and why making sure that they're a safe avenue is really critical.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm happy to move the.
Okay, I heard Councillor Carr moving and Councillor Fry seconding the recommendations, which are now up for debate and discussion, or from Council. And Councillor Fry, I see you on the floor, so go ahead.
You know, actually, I don't have much to say beyond thank you for speaking your truth and coming here and spending time with us today. And this has been incredibly powerful and moving. And I don't want to speak too much to this because I think you really left a deep impression with me that I'd rather sort of keep, and I'm appreciative of staff hearing this as well and putting this work forward. But thank you all for speaking today.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and I will just echo that it is so powerful and important to have your voices in this space, and the work of decades, and particularly the work of the last few years in getting this report here. Incredible gratitude. It is heavy and emotional, and lives, far too many lives have been lost during the time that we have not acted. And so I'm grateful to be at the table to get to vote in support of this, but more so just committed to working towards the full implementation of all of the work that you have laid before us, and to continuing to work alongside it. Thank you for showing up and with us, even though we continue to not do enough on this, and pushing us to do more.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks again to all the speakers. I remember being at City Council in 2014 for the adoption of the local area plan. And the old local area plan committee didn't agree on much, except we agreed that we wanted an Indigenous healing and wellness center. Remember, Tracy Morrison was really pushing for that, and so was everybody. And she convinced us that it was absolutely necessary. And so it's really frustrating that we've been working for it, and some of the other women said been working for it for 30 years, and we still don't have it. So we've definitely got to push that up so that it gets built sooner rather than later. I love the example of the red dresses and engineering as an example of what we can do together. I remember when I was in jail, I met an Indigenous woman actually who told me that she got arrested every fall so that she could be warm and have a place to stay in the winter. So that everything that the speaker said resonates with me. And I understand today, like I haven't before, that as a white woman, that Indigenous women are actually targets. And it's a very horrible realization. Viola said it's a human rights crisis and we need systemic change, which is absolutely true. And I think we have to keep up our push for housing, for help for for housing, for higher welfare rates, for all those things, the systemic change. So I hope you'll keep up the pressure, including the pressure on me if I'm reelected and between now and then. And I loved the last thing that our staff person said, our teachings will empower the entire nation. I think that's probably right. And thank you so much for coming and for all your work on making this report.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, it's a privilege to move these recommendations, actually. This is a very powerful report. Thank you, staff, for all your work on this. Thank you, everyone who put your experiences and your wisdom into this report. And thank you for speaking. You were very powerful. And I think your words resonated with everyone here. There is nothing like someone speaking their life's truth to, in fact, change. And I think that's what this report is about. Why I'm so happy to have moved it is really because of Part D, which says that there's going to be a cross-departmental implementation plan and a community-led evaluation plan to advance the directions in the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirited Peoples response report, including a financial and delivery strategy that considers funding, delivery options, and trade-offs viewed as part of the next budget process. Actions need funding. They need the strategies and the money behind them, the people and direction to staff to work on these, the commitment of council to support the measures that come forward. That's a powerful part of this report, to get the money to do the work needed to make the change happen. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato?
Sorry, get my mic on. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, so I'm going to start again, and I reflected this earlier, is to say thank you for sharing today. It takes courage to open up and share your personal experiences and your lived experiences. And I'm reflecting back on actually something Councillor Swanson reflected from, I think, comments earlier from Rachel around the ability of your cultural teachings and learnings that can not only empower women and girls, but also a nation. And I agree with that. And there are many, many injustices, too many. And you've identified and reflected those today. And while we can't change the past, we certainly can change the present and we can change the future. And I see this report and the work and the recommendations and the action plan associated with it as doing just that. And I recognize it's only one step and it probably doesn't go far enough for many, I'm sure. I see heads nodding. But I certainly am committed to it. I want to thank our staff and all the members of the committee, the advisory, and the members of the nations who've been involved in this work. And so thank you. I raise my hands to you. And I will happily support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. And Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Oftentimes we'll speak to different reports, but I think it's important to hear from each of us and our support for the work in this report and how much your contributions to today's meeting and what you shared and how impactful that was. And we're coming to the end of this term, our last meeting, and it just feels very well, it just underscores and illustrates the immense responsibility that we have in these seats to take this work forward. So for anybody here who is running again, I think that this is the perfect timing to have heard this report in each of the speakers and to have staff support and guide that work as well, and guide council really on how we can respond and how we can take action in the pieces within the report that are extremely important to see through. So just wanted to add my voice of support. And for those that traveled quite a distance to be here today as well. Thank you for taking that time out away from your families to be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. I'm just going to advance myself because I just want to take the opportunity to provide a clarification that Council was able to receive from staff, because the question was raised by one of our speakers today about requiring criminal record checks. And I just thought it would be helpful to reflect back to everyone that our licensing staff have confirmed that criminal record checks are required for operators of passenger director vehicles, including taxis, and the passenger transportation branch does require record checks for operators on an annual basis. I just thought that might be helpful to clarify. That certainly doesn't mean there aren't issues with individual operators, but that practice and that legal requirement is in place. So I just thought it'd be helpful to share that. Okay, so seeing no further comments from council, I'm going to ask staff to take us to a vote. And that has passed, I'm happy to say unanimously, of all of the councillors present, with none in opposition. And I thank everybody for all of your contributions to that item. So at this point, council, it's 5:30. We do have a full agenda ahead of us, and I did send out a note around the dinner break. So I'm going to suggest that we do, just based on the responses I'm getting back, a shorter break. I believe the majority has it at about 45 minutes versus an hour. So that would bring us back just about a little after 6:15. Okay. And we will see you back here going back to item number 1, report 1. Thank you, everybody.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Kirsty, are you on the line?
Hi, Bonnie. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks.
to today's council meeting. We will be beginning with report number 1, 2022 Community Services and Other Social Grants. I will let council know that we did have one registered speaker to this report earlier, but they have withdrawn since, so we don't have any speakers on this item. At this point, do any members wish to declare conflicts of interest on 2022 Community Services and Other Social Grants? Councillor Fry.
Oh, no, sorry, not a conflict. Just wanted to ask some questions of staff.
Okay. All right, at this point, I understand there is no formal staff presentation. Looking for affirmation? Yes, from staff. So this is the appropriate time to ask questions of staff if you have any. And Councillor Fry, I will advance you. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm not on the queue, but I've managed to turn my mic on. I have questions about the $750,000 grant to Atira for the London Hotel. I want to frame this carefully because I hear a lot of allegations.
Councillor Fry, can I just get you to put your mic closer? It might be a little difficult to hear you.
Really, I thought I was coming through loud and clear, but okay.
That's a bit better. Thank you.
Okay, closer. You know, and looking through some of the previous grants, I know we did 215 or 2015, 530 for the Murray Hotel, and again, 350 for the Murray Hotel, both for SRA upgrades. We did a grant of $450,000 in 2016 for 420 Hawks, which is as yet unbuilt. And of course, we hear a lot of allegations that I'm not going to get too into in the community, some quite horrific things. Also, allegations that have been reported by Francis Bula in the Globe and Mail, Jen St. Dennis in the Tyee. And so I want to first and foremost know about the accountability in this. I know, for instance, that the London Hotel had units without doors for quite some time. I know that there was an inadequate door check for guests coming into the building. So I'm really concerned about the accountability, and I'm wondering what kind of assurances staff can offer on how this money will be spent and how we're ensuring well-run. There's obviously, the London Hotel has a pretty significant history of police incidences and violence and rape, a murder or two. So can I get some assurances that this is, as I'm really struggling, and there's things I'm not going to get into because I don't want to get libeled, but.
Thank you, Councillor Sandra Singh, General Manager, ACCS. I'll ask Celine Mobilis, who's on WebEx, to respond to that question.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, I'm not going to speak to, I think, the specifics, kind of the managing and maintenance and operations of SROs are an ongoing challenge. We work closely with DBL. We have an SRO tactical team with fire and BPD where we are monitoring and working with BC Housing and partners to improve livability and support tenants in those buildings. This grant right now, the London Hotel is currently vacant. This is a partnership with BC Housing and CMHC and a private owner to basically upgrade these rooms and bring them back online for tenanting, which is so needed right now. We have clear gates in terms of when the funding flows and a clear scope of work that the funding would be contributed towards.
Right, so this hotel was fairly recently vacated, though. I know there was a significant upgrade within the last 10 years or so. Is this still Port Development that's the owner, and are we as such essentially giving them a capital infrastructure grant through Atira?
That's correct. It is owned by Port, and it is leased to Atira. It has been since 2008. This grant would extend that lease. They are making a contribution towards the upgrades as well. Ours is only one component of the funding that's required. The building is in quite a bad state of repair, so these are much needed upgrades to basically the building infrastructure to improve livability while also maintaining affordability over the course of the extended lease with rents at $375. There were tenants, they have been relocated. There is a TRP associated with this project. They would be given the ability to return to those units if they so desired.
So how often do we do a significant capital infrastructure grant of this nature for an SRO? Isn't this the sort of thing BC Housing should be funding?
It's a partnership. Obviously, it's quite a significant investment here. So we're just one funder coming to the table. Again, these buildings, many of them are aging and in a state of disrepair. So this is going to be kind of an increasing need and challenge in terms of just making sure we can keep these buildings open with the goal of longer term replacement with self-contained social housing. As we know, they are an outdated housing form. But they do play an important role in the stock, and by doing these upgrades and to the plumbing and electrical, it will improve livability and be able to rehouse some folks that currently, while the units are vacant, it'd be good to repurpose those units. Hence
So
the
are there
recommendation.
are there conditions here? Because I'm really worried about the accountability. I know of at least one tenant who lived without a door for months. And we have a history of mismanagement of this particular facility with the same operators, same owner. And I'm really concerned, and there's other incidents. I'm just really concerned about how we are getting accountability for our significant investment here. Specifically safety for tenants.
The grant that we're giving is towards capital upgrades. The operating agreement, BC Housing does provide an ongoing operating subsidy to keep the rents at $375. So that is an operating agreement between BC Housing and Atira. We do, we do through our property use, our standard maintenance bylaw, our regular inspections. We do work to ensure that the buildings are maintained to a livable standard through our various tools and bylaws. But this grant is targeted towards capital upgrades.
Way over time, I see, but.
You are Councillor Fry. Unless somebody else wants to move for another round, I'll leave that up to Council. Councillor Swanson, you have the floor.
I'll move for another round in case Councillor Fry would like to pursue that.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Second, Councillor Carr. All in favor? Any in opposition? Oh, okay, go ahead. We'll start if I can get the clerks to restart Councillor Swanson's time, please.
My question is about Women Transforming Cities. I understand they applied for a grant and didn't get it. So I'm wondering if staff can work with them in terms of helping them figure out how they could get a grant in the next round.
Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy. Certainly we can do that. The one thing we have, and I will just let you know that we have talked to them before as well about this. Part of it is that we just have limited amount of funding, and it is a highly competitive process. We've had very much an increased demand recently, but we're more than happy to talk to them.
Okay, thanks very much. And maybe I'll just follow up on the London one too. Would it be possible for us to put conditions on in our grant, such as, you only get the grant under the conditions that the facility meets the standards of maintenance bylaw, for example?
Celine Mobilis. I think of course, council could direct staff to do as they wish. I think every time an inspection is done in an SRO, there's going to be a standard of maintenance bylaw violation. It's just the nature of these buildings. I think we would have to think. Perhaps we would have to think about what those conditions might be, and once the capital repairs are done and the grant funding has gone, what the recourse would be should they not be in compliance with the condition. Those are just some thoughts. I think there are ongoing violations. The nature of SROs, and I'm not sure if anyone is here from DBL, but every time we enter into a building, there are violations, and the goal is to work with the operator to address the ongoing issues. Sometimes they're related to perhaps something management done. Other times it's perhaps the tenant is hanging something on a sprinkler. So it's an ongoing challenge that we face in these buildings. These grants are to really do the capital repairs that are needed in order to reopen the rooms. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
We also, it's Sandra here, we also have someone from DBL who can speak to.
Hi, Koji Miyaji, Assistant Director, Community Standards. One of the areas that I oversee is property use inspections. There are a number of, there could be a number of issues with these buildings, but our staff are very diligent in responding to all the complaints. And we have the annual inspections that we do as a minimum. There's a winter inspection that we do for readiness. And then for capital projects too, that'll go through the permit process. So there'll be accountability on that end in terms of work that is supposed to get done, will get done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Just picking up on a couple of threads here, I'm wondering if staff could just reconfirm and clarify what I heard. Was that I heard that the grant to Atira is simply for capital upgrades and infrastructure. And the reason I'm asking is because I'm reading on page 11 the reference to the grant program providing funding for improving livability in rooms, while also securing the affordability of those rooms for low-income residents through a housing agreement. So could we confirm that 100% of what's proposed goes to capital, not a combination of capital and operating?
That's correct. Celine Mobles, Managing Director of Housing and Homes and Services. That's correct. It's 2 capital upgrades.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess second question is, can you comment on noting that there are conditions associated with the grant around amending those conditions? Is that within the purview? Would that be within the purview of council?
Yes, that is the purview of council. I would just add, if there are standard maintenance bylaw violations and other challenges in terms of the operations of buildings, we also have other recourse. We do issue orders, and ultimately fines can be brought forward to prosecution. So we do have other recourse if buildings are not being maintained to a certain level of livability. The grant proposed here, basically the money would flow once all of the capital upgrades have been completed and the partner funding has been secured, which would enable the rooms to be reopened. So attaching conditions to this grant, perhaps if the concern is about standard of maintenance, there might be other opportunities to look at ways that we can ensure that those are forced, as opposed to putting conditions on this grant.
Okay, thanks. I'll pause there.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yeah, my one I was looking at was the Indigenous food forest. Recognizing I was just at the Open a couple weeks ago in Oxford Park, and it was absolutely stunning to see land back being utilized for connecting vulnerable populations. Can you speak to a little bit about some of the granting proposals that really create physical spaces in some of our civic spaces, and what they would need to do in future granting processes to maybe deliver that project?
Council, I think that Diana Herford is online, or Jason Say.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Weeb. Diana Herford, Senior Planner in Social Policy and Projects. I think in terms of looking at Indigenous spaces, one of the things that is a priority for Spaces to Thrive is to look at expanding Indigenous healing and wellness spaces, including Indigenous food sovereignty. So in this report, you'll see the next milestone for SOUST and the Indigenous Wellness Centre in the Aboriginal Land Trust project. You'll also see community, which is really looking at expanding Indigenous queer spaces and wellness through the 2S LGBTQIA community, and several others, IRSSS, wellness spaces co-locating with the library. So there's a multitude from food to kind of wellness spaces to organizational spaces that we're working on.
Okay, and is there moving forward an opportunity for us to re-indigenize certain kind of engineering spaces? We have little pieces of grass, little pieces of property across the city that are underutilized, and I know that there's been talks with these types of groups to revitalize those space and bring back Indigenous berries, Indigenous foods, and a way to connect and bring neighbors together. So is that a conversation we're having with these groups moving forward, or is that we need policy.
Oh, yes, sorry, absolutely. I think one of the, a couple of things that you might be referring to as well is the Indigenous ceremonial garden that is linked to MMIWG ceremony and spaces at 117 East Hastings, as well as the Astoria Garden, where Dudes Club and other Indigenous ceremonial garden and medicines are being grown across the city as well. We're always looking to honor and to expand those spaces.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, that's all, Councillor Weeb? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a follow-up question on I recognize that the questions related to the grant to ATIR are just because likely we'll need to be able to better understand and explain exactly how this process comes to be. So if I can just repeat and have it confirmed by staff that the total renovation is just under $3 million of the 72 units, and we're maxed out at being able to grant $10,000 per door. And so this grant going to ATIR is maximum that basically we've maxed out what we can grant to any one SRO for capital upgrades. Is that correct?
Correct. That's our standard practice.
Okay, great. Can I just get an understanding for, in terms of, do we have a sense of how long the total renovation is going to take?
Oh, Councillor, I don't have that handy. I can get that information. I think it's less than 12 months once all of the permits are in place.
Okay, and then what's the city's role when everything is complete in terms of occupancy? I imagine we would have our city staff attend the site, or could you just reflect what that process looks like?
Sure. Celine Moblitz, Managing Director of Housing, Homes and Services. Well, there is a TRP in place, so tenants that were previously there would be offered first right of refusal. The tenanting would then occur through BC Housing's coordinated access and assessment table. So we would look at the list that BC Housing maintains for people waiting for housing, and referrals would be made through that list to fully tenant the building.
Okay. Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And actually, just one quick follow-up is the capital grant, the 2019 to 2022 capital plan allocated $6 million towards SRO grants. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how much of that $6 million coming to the end of that capital plan was spent? Or granted, I should say.
Oh goodness, roughly 1.5 million.
Okay, so what happens with that $4.5 million? Does that roll into the next capital plan?
That's my understanding, yes, that funding will continue to be available for SRO upgrading grants.
Okay, okay. Okay, that's helpful. Again, just to be able to answer any questions specifically to this one. I just want to move along really quickly to the food grant, and just going back to that page in the report. I'm curious. I'm curious around the total amount granted to the Vancouver School Board, 160 odd thousand invested in the just looking for the name of the food program that's currently in place. How does this compare to our investment in food programs in past years, specifically with the school board?
Hi there, Jason Chia with Social Policy. Yeah, we typically provide about 200,000, or sorry, for about, let me pull up the numbers, about, I think, typically what we provide, it's a slightly smaller number this year than in past years, by about $7,000 or $8,000. That amount has been redistributed to Fresh Roots Urban Farm, who is operating another food program out of Lord Roberts, and the Total Education Alternate School. So that program is looking to expand in the next year, and so that money was allocated that way to, I think, really provide the help it needs to develop and pilot a really interesting model for food access, universal food access for kids.
Okay, got it. So that's clear. I just wanted to get a sense of if we're sort of starting to look at other programs and what that funding can look like. So that's super helpful. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Blythe. Right under time. Councillor Fry, you are back.
Round two. I'm still struggling with this Atira one. I want to go back to the 2016 grant for $450,000 that went to 420 Hawks, and that's obviously still a vacant lot. And what happens to that grant money that we gave them?
Celine Mobiles, that's a new project. That was a project that's been rezoned. The funding has been allocated, and we're waiting for the project to proceed. So the funding has still been allocated. It just has not been provided to Atira.
Oh, so we haven't released a check for $450,000.
That's correct. We're waiting for the project to proceed.
Okay, well that's good to know. I'm reading here from a February 2022 Globe and Mail article from Francis Bula, following a 2018 external audit of Atira and BC Housing found they lacked an effective and efficient budget development and approval process and demonstrated a lack of clarity on allowable and disallowable expenses and what constitutes controllable and non-controllable costs. Do we have any kind of auditing metric that we apply when we allocate these grants, or is it just sort of who's in the queue?
Celine Mobiles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. In this case, the grant funding would only flow once all of the repairs had been completed. So all of those would need to be permitted. The occupancy permit would need to be approved. There's a clear scope of work that formed part of this grant, which we confirmed with the Chief Building Officer and our DBL colleagues. So there are checks and balances in place that the work would need to be completed to a certain standard, and all the partner funding would need to be in place before our grant funding would flow.
Okay. Some of the responses, thank you for that response, but on the other issues around standards of maintenance, seem to focus more on the standards of maintenance. I'm curious about the accountability for things like, obviously we want to have working fire extinguishers and sprinklers and those kind of things. And yes, SROs get beat up very quickly. One of the issues that I understand has been one previously with the Atira Import development was issues around door control, and specifically dealers and other folks being allowed access to the building and a lack of sort of adequate staffing and security. So I want to make sure that we're not replicating that same scenario that happened with the same operator, same owner. Has there been any consideration, or is there an accountability metric we can apply here beyond just standards of maintenance, but actually standards of safety and management?
Celine, maybe I will jump in here. Councillor Sandra Singh, General Manager, with capital grants like this, typically what we seek to secure is the use and the affordability within those spaces. And as Celine noted, the grant would flow after the upgrades are implemented. The challenge with tying a capital grant to, and of course, operators are required to meet the all of the the bylaw requirements around operations, and they have operating agreements with and safety. Fire safety practices, and they have operating requirements in their agreements with BC Housing. The challenge for a capital grant for us, if we seek to tie it to operations, then what happens? So how we enforce that or how we implement that becomes challenging. So they upgrade the space, they do the repairs, or the renovations. We issue the grant. We've secured the affordability, we've secured the use as housing, and how do we recoup that if they don't, if we deem they have infractions, or we're working with DBL through that task force. So it's just how does a nonprofit pay the city back is kind of the issue for us around capital grants. Operating is a bit different, so that would be a consideration for us, how we would even do that. We'd have to take that away and think about it.
What would be the consequence of not awarding this grant?
Celine, can you speak to the timing?
Well, the building is currently vacant, so not providing this grant. Perhaps some of the work could be done, given the commitment from BC Housing and CMHC, but the full scope of work would not be completed, and the livability and potential future occupancy might be at risk.
Out of time again.
I'm going to advance. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just probably two more follow-up questions, and just with respect to the granting of these capital grants, would we knowingly recommend a capital grant to any organization if we had concerns of them not fulfilling their mandate in terms of standards set by the city or otherwise by the province?
Celine Mobiles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. As noted, we have set clear parameters for the funding to flow, including a detailed scope of work, which we've reviewed and had chief building official review and approve, and have put gates in place before that funding would flow to ensure that we have full confidence that the capital upgrades have been done to the standard that was agreed to.
Right. Okay. So the work will be undertaken. That will be assessed, and the funding will flow. I guess the last question, just in that vein, is do we, in identifying and proposing award of these capital grants, do we look at the track record of the operators and organizations?
Yes, we do, and also on the state of the building and what our contribution would do in terms of securing affordability and length of affordability in terms of the lease. So we look at opportunities and partnerships with the province and federal government in making those assessments.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
That's all, Councillor Dominato. Okay, I'm not seeing any further councillors on the queue, so I am looking for an action from council if anybody would like to move the report.
Boyle.
Moved by Councillor DiGenova, seconded by Councillor Boyle, and the floor is now open for debate and discussion. And Councillor DiGenova, I have you on the queue. Go ahead.
I was on the queue, but I may have to just deal with a small matter here, so I'm either just going to vote or I'm going to have to run away and deal with the parenting responsibility. Thanks, Chair, but I am in support. I've moved it to support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. I'm not seeing any other councillors. I am seeing one. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm not going to belabor the comments, but I am really struggling with this, so I think I'm going to ask to sever the vote. But I'm just sort of reviewing to ensure that in doing so, it's not inadvertently affecting other stuff. So maybe if I can ask through you.
Are you in a position to specify which piece you'd like to sever, Councillor Fry? I noticed that you were asking specifically about recommendation O.
That's right. And I was wondering perhaps if I can ask through you to the city manager if that would be lawful.
Okay, so point of information through me to the deputy city manager, or if you would like to comment if we can accept O from the vote separately, or if we would require a short recess to reconfigure the recommendations to accommodate voting separately on the ATIRA grant.
I would suggest a short. We can confer with the clerk.
Okay, I think that might be wise. That's my instinct, unless the clerk has anything further to add. Nope. Okay, so I'm going to suggest 5 minutes. Give staff a chance to do that. So we'll come back, council, at 6:54. Thanks. Back to order after a short recess, and we have confirmed that OMP are independent recommendations in the report, so they can be pulled for separate vote as one. Does that suffice, Councillor Fry? Okay. Do you have any further comment at this point?
Not at this time.
No? Okay, great. And Councillor De Genova, you have the floor. Councillor DeGenova, you might want to check your mute button.
Or I was double muted there. I have a point of information for staff, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
If Atira were not to be granted this $720,000 that is stipulated currently in O, what would happen? What would the ramifications be specifically? I mean, I understand what the money is for, but I'm wondering if you might be able to elaborate a little bit on what their plan B is, or what would happen if they don't receive those funds.
Celine Nobles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. There is a detailed scope of work. So if council were to not approve this grant, we would go back to BC Housing, and I think BC Housing and CMHC and Port might need to reassess the full scope of work that was required, noting that the scope of work that's been defined is much needed in that building. I don't know. We had not contemplated that option. So that was the direction of council. We would go back to see if we could work to support them with a revised scope of work to see if we could hopefully get the building up to a state of livability so it could be reoccupied. But at this point, the scope of work that's required and the funding that's been committed would support that. There is still, yes, so I'll stop there. Thank you.
And just to follow up to that, would there also be a conversation about BC Housing and possibly CMHC or other partners funding this $720,000 instead of the city?
I can't speak to that. That would be something that they would need to take back to their respective organizations.
Okay, and it would be a year before they could come back requesting the same grant or with a different proposal, is that correct?
No, they could potentially come back to the city, although we brought forward the recommendation that we feel is best supported in terms of the scope of work that's required. If council approves the recommendation, permits are ready to be issued and the work would get away immediately. Not approving this grant this evening would likely delay the beginning of that work because they would need to relook at funding sources and the full scope of work.
Okay, thanks so much. I really appreciate that information. Apologies for putting staff on the spot.
Thank you. That's all, Councillor DeGenova.
For now.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I guess I'll just make a couple of comments because obviously we're dealing with potentially some new information. It's secondhand. It's not direct with respect to ONP, and so I guess as a council member now looking at this, wrestling with what to do, and again not getting directly information from Atira, not getting it from an independent third party. Our staff have undertaken the work and done the due diligence around bringing this forward, and so and then beyond that, the consideration of that we have this vacant building that could be housing people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. And so I guess I'm just stating on the record that I'm finding myself a bit conflicted as this has now been severed, and feeling that I'm certainly not feeling as informed as I normally would be on these matters. And were there a formal report or investigation report or financial audit or any other kind of reports that would give me some guidance around, but I don't have that obviously in this particular decision-making process. So simply to say that obviously I'll be voting, but I'm not sure what I'm doing at this time.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Dominato. I am not seeing anybody else on the floor, so I'll take the opportunity to make, sorry, losing my voice. I'll take the opportunity to make a couple of comments. I appreciate the questions raised by Councillor Fry. It's not easy to raise them, but I think that anybody that's reading the news is seeing increasing number of issues and increasing severity of issues related to this particular provider that we are hearing. And I don't think that we can not be cognizant of those when we're looking at grants. I also think that sometimes we are very challenged by the construct between capital and operating grants, but essentially I think that we do have a responsibility as a council when we are aware of not isolated, but a number of issues and mounting concerns to try to work within the procedural parameters that we have to send a signal that we think that there are situations that need to be addressed and provide an opportunity to enable that dialogue to happen. And I think that is what this is about, to be honest. And again, I think it takes courage to bring it up. We know that sometimes the TIRA deals with some of the hardest to house people, but we also know that there's a disproportionate amount of grants and also other challenges and issues. And I think it's never a bad thing to pause sometimes and ensure that we are doing full due diligence around the disbursement of public funds, but more importantly, the safety and well-being of the people that those funds are intending and purporting to help. And so that's my perspective on it. I appreciate Councillor Fry raising it, and I actually will be voting with him on this in opposition to O and P. Councillor Fry, did you have?
Yeah, I just, you know, and I do, and thank you for those words, Chair Kirby-Young. I do really struggle with, I really understand the need for this hardest to house housing. This is a deeply personal choice for me as well. I knew a resident for a number of years who has since passed away. And she had a lot of struggles with the management of that building and stuff that I can't get into, but that I was informed of and now in retrospect feel terribly guilty about, just for not having been more assertively acting, and certainly things that, allegations that I've heard and stuff. So I really, really, really struggle with sort of business as usual, adding some more money, but same owner, same operator, and no assurances that things are going to get better. And I do understand the need for the hardest to house, but I also struggle with stuff. And for folks who are listening, I live close by. I live in this neighborhood. I talk to a lot of folks who have lived in various different supportive housing operated facilities, and they're not all the same. And this particular one had a lot of dark corners where horrible things happen. And I personally, and I totally respect everybody on council, because this is a highly personal decision for me based on conversations that I've had with individuals that are things that I will have to carry with me if I voted in favor of this. So I can't vote in favor of this based on my own personal reasons, but I completely understand that this is important to support this kind of housing. And conceptually, without a smoking gun, I think it's difficult for us to make that distinction, but it is a highly personal thing for me, and I'm gonna, for Patty. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Thanks. I know we're near the end of the debate, Chair, but I'm wondering if I could ask through you a question to staff.
Yes, please go ahead.
Point of information, and that is it possible to add conditions to these grants that relate to much more stringent monitoring of conditions in a hotel? I'm like searching for language here, but I'm really hearing Councillor Fry. So have we ever done that? Added conditions that subject to regular inspections and evidence that the grant has been used to successfully improve the conditions at the hotel.
Sandra Singh, General Manager. I'll ask Celine to speak to the piece around ensuring that the grant is spent appropriately, and Jeff Greenberg from Law to speak to conditions that beyond the use of the grant.
As I mentioned, we have in coming up with the amount and the overall budget, we did clearly define the scope of work. So we would not flow the funds until we knew that scope of work was completed with all of the necessary permits. So there's some accountability in terms of what the money is being spent on. And perhaps with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff regarding the conditions.
Hi, Council. It's Jeff Greenberg, Assistant Director of Legal Services. it is definitely possible to impose conditions on the making of grants. The difficulty, as Sandra pointed out with this particular grant, is that it's a capital grant and the money is going to be spent up front, so it won't be there with respect to operations being up to whatever standards or conditions the city might set. In other grants where we're providing operating funding or other funding, which is over a period of time, we have used conditions to provide grants in installments. We have provided grants where there's conditions that council sets in terms of standards. But where the money is flowing up front and being spent up front, it's difficult to recoup the money, as Sandra pointed out, because the grant money will have been spent long before the operational problems might surface. So that's sort of the best advice I can give you on that particular topic. But council certainly has the authority to set conditions. Whether or not you'd be able to get the money back or what you would be able to do is the more challenging aspect.
Yeah. Thank you. That was clear, Grant. I did that. In terms of follow-up, then, is it possible that at the very minimum, staff have heard the concerns raised here and would monitor this situation in follow-up to, more, potentially even report back to council in terms of the achievement of the stipulations of the grant in terms of the intended repairs and increased quality of the living conditions?
Celine Mobiles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. That's certainly something we could do. We could certainly ensure that once all of the scopes of work were completed, we could work with our colleagues in DBL to update council as per the regular inspections to see whether or not the work, the funding that supported the upgrades is being maintained. That's certainly something we could do.
Yeah. Do you need a specific direction on that, or do you have enough from the conversation that's been happening around this?
I think we can commit to that based on this conversation. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks.
That's all, Councillor Carr?
Yep.
Okay. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a friend whose son died at the London hotel way too young. And I know that conditions there were really bad. But I'm going to vote for this because we desperately need housing. And presumably, if it's newly renovated, it will be in good shape. And I'm hoping that the discussion that we've had here was heard by our staff. We just heard that it has been heard by our staff. And I'm sure it will be heard by Atira, so that before more grants are given, we can get certainty around the conditions that premises are left in and operated in, and make sure that they're good conditions. That's it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Dominato, you're up again.
I have a point of information through you.
Point of information?
Staff, and
Okay,
it is
go
simply
ahead.
that I see the that one of the conditions is Atira extending the existing lease. Is that confirming that the lease has not been renewed yet and hasn't been extended? Is that correct? Or are they in the midst of negotiating at this time?
I wonder if the appropriate staff can comment.
Celine Mobiles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. That's correct. Once funding is confirmed, the lease would be extended.
Right. So, but negotiating the lease is not contingent upon this capital grant. They could renegotiate the lease and extend the lease without this capital grant.
I don't believe the lease would be extended without this capital grant or the funding commitment from the other partners.
Okay, so you're saying they're tied together?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. So I have a point of information, and again, just to clarify, questions from other councillors to staff, and that is related to whether or not it would be in order to refer this portion back to staff, O&P, given the conversation around council chambers now recognizing this is our last meeting, this is a critical amount of capital in terms of upgrades for housing that we need. I think what we're dealing with here is a situation where not approving this means that this particular renovation, much needed housing, would not be delivered in the same time frame. And that this council is feeling, I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but the tension, and of course we need 8 votes for this to pass, that approving it, it's, you know, are we condoning what's not working? So I think part of that tension, and I'm wondering what that process would look like if these 2 portions of this report were referred back to staff to address some of the concerns, if at all possible.
Okay, City Manager.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll ask Jeff for any supplemental advice. My sense is that, yes, Council could refer these recommendations to staff for further work. I think we would be seeking additional direction as to what Council would be looking for us to do and under what conditions we would bring it back. So I think if there are particular issues that Council would like us to look into further or provide more background on, work with the grant applicant, those are things that we could certainly do and come back to Council for a decision at a future date.
Okay, so that is helpful. And given obviously the time frame that we are at our last meeting, and there wouldn't be a time, I guess, that this would come back to this particular council with that direction. Yeah, I'm feeling torn with this one as well. We hear people raising concerns around the living conditions in a number of our SROs, and not to tie it necessarily to any one operator, but we recognize that people are struggling to feel safe, both physical health and their safety in our SROs. And we know right now we're in the middle of the summer, and there are a lot of people who are choosing to that they feel safer and their conditions are better not indoors really. And I personally have heard a number of people share that with me. So, you know, on one hand, we need to improve the living conditions so that folks can feel like they can find security and a home in our SROs. And on the other hand, this council has very few levers to pull to have some influence over making things better. And I think that's probably, certainly the tension that I'm feeling up against, is not knowing how do we make things better when we're here to approve a grant that is a fraction of what the bigger renovation is, but is still very much needed without any direct conversation or direct line. So I guess what this comes down to is having our staff heard us and communicate that back to the folks that we deal with every day, that we're trying to partner with senior levels of government to improve the situation. I think what we see here as we go into our next, granting cycle is that there's a spotlight, much closer attention happening on what we're enabling or what we're endorsing when we're approving grants. And we want to make sure that that lines up. And that's why I think we spend as much time as we do meeting with organizations to understand what their needs are and in supporting sort of what's behind the granting program that we have. And that's deeply needed and valued within the city. So I think I've talked myself into supporting it, knowing that change has to happen, and not allowing this renovation to go forward isn't actually going to directly cause that change. And hopefully future conversations coming out of today's meeting will have an impact or have some influence over making things much more transparent and better ultimately for folks who are living in these buildings. So I will support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry, you do have some time left.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Bly's loquaciousness for allowing me time to cobble together an amendment which I've just submitted. Because I do recognize that
So you are opposing an amendment, Councillor Fry?
I am.
Okay, I'm going to move us to an amendment queue and then go ahead.
What? Oh,
Councillor Fry, if you
yeah,
put
well,
yourself back on the- just put yourself back on the queue and then I can advance you. Okay, go ahead.
yeah, I mean, just clearly I've been struggling with this and I've
Before you go ahead, I'm just going to ask if we have a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Bly? Okay, now go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, obviously I've been struggling with this, and I am very cognizant of the fact that we need, you know, a 2/3 majority to allow a grant, and that the mayor's not here, and that that this we need this housing. But I do also recognize that housing alone isn't necessarily a solution if the housing is unsafe and violent and dangerous, and there's a lack of door controls and all these things that allegations that we hear about hardest to house housing in the downtown east side. So I understand and I appreciate that staff have heard this. I'm sure Atira's been listening on the line and heard this as well. And I need a bit more assurance in that we're making things better and that this is not same old as far as the operator and the owner. And bearing in mind that this is really just a capital grant for 10 years, as I understand it, and I would like to see if that's an opportunity that we refer this back to staff to do a little bit more work and come up with some conditions. I appreciate it's a capital grant and it's hard to put conditions on operating, but I think given the longstanding track record of us submitting grants to this operator, that it should be at least something that can be worked on as a new standard moving forward, so that we're really talking about not just standards of maintenance, but actual safety and livability for tenants. So the amendment, I don't know if the clerks want to put it up on the screen.
Okay, I have a clarification, then I'm going to take a moment just to confer with staff on this, but you have M and O, and I just want to clarify if you meant O and P.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I meant O and P.
Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
Could we take that as a typo and have the clerks correct it? I just want to take a moment, though, to confer with staff, because I heard quite clearly from staff that we couldn't attach conditions related to operations with respect to a capital grant. So I'm wondering, City Manager, if you would like to comment on that, or if you suggest we take a recess to confer if this is, and this is actually in order for that reason.
I think, and again, it was Jeff that provided that advice. I think the challenge is the extent to which such conditions would be practical on a capital grant. So there could be conditions, and you know, obviously there's direction here. We would take that away and determine how best to fulfill council's direction. I think there are some practical limitations because of the way capital grants work, and you know, the money flows out the door at the outset, and then the operations occur later. But we can, you know, within that context, you know, we can look at what council is looking to do here, the issues that council has raised. Obviously, we would be talking to the operator and could come back with our best advice on how to address that.
Okay, I'm following up on that then. Since this is a referral, you feel there's enough latitude within that scope that staff would come back with what was sort of permissible within the capital grant framework?
Yes, and there may be some options or a range of things for council to consider, but yeah, we do see that, I would say that there's enough room in here for us to do that work.
Okay, that's helpful. I just wanted to clarify that before we continue. And thanks to City Manager. Councillor Fry, can I move on now? Are you good?
Yep.
Great. Councillor Boyle, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. I have a question, a point of information through you to staff, which is that I'm wondering if staff could give us a sense of the timeline. If we're referring this back, when it would be likely it might come back to us, and what that would mean in terms of delays to improvements to the building and delays to people being able to be housed in it.
Celine Mobiles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. Well, the permits are pretty close to being issued, so it would delay the work and the potential re-tenanting of the building, depending on when we came back, whether it was September or in November. By that timeline, again, we would also obviously have to have a follow-up discussion with BC Housing and potentially CMHC. And Atira and Port, so that might also take a bit more time, but it would delay the project by I would say at least 5 months.
Okay, and a follow-up question through the chair, and apologies if this was in the report and just can't remember it now. What's the estimated length of time this work would take if this capital grant is approved today? Do we have a sense of when people might be able to move in?
Upon issuance of all permits, I think the work was estimated to be between 12 and 18 months.
Okay, appreciate that answer. I can certainly appreciate the concerns and the conversation that we've been having, and the need to be looking at how we are upholding that standards of maintenance bylaw. That's work that we have already directed. There's certainly, as has been named, conversations that need to be had about ongoing operating funding sufficient to maintain good and safe and dignified housing. And if this were an addition to further direct those conversations, I would certainly be supportive of it. I am worried about delaying this capital funding for 5+ months when we know people need housing. And so won't be supporting this referral amendment. Again, I certainly hear the concerns and staff have heard them, and I hear them in community as well, and I appreciate the need for that conversation going forward. But this, as I understand it, is a capital grant to make the sorts of life safety and livability improvements that will create good housing for people who need it. And so I think we should get going on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just have two very quick points of information through you. One is whether with this referral, it could be referred to a specific date. We have a number of council reserves next week, and would that be sufficient time to engage in some of those conversations to see what might be able to come back for the end of next week? And my second question, which I've clarified through the clerks, was the ability to have it referred to September 27th special council meeting, which I've been advised can't be referred directly, but the mayor would have to amend the rationale for calling the meeting. And would that be in order to make a request to the mayor to amend that rationale in order to have this item come back? So those are the two questions.
I'm going to direct that one to City Manager. Would you like to address those 2 points?
So, and maybe Celine can speak. I'm not sure practically, how much work we could do in the next week with the operator on this issue, subject to Celine suggesting otherwise. In terms of the procedure for referral to the special meeting or what that might require, I would suggest we maybe take just 5 minutes to make sure that we have a chance to think that through and answer that correctly.
If I can, yeah. The clerks, I think, have answered the question, but what I would propose is an amendment to Councillor Fry's, which would be to the council request the mayor to amend the rationale for the special council meeting to ensure that this item come back and be heard at that time. Okay. That's what I would draft up, unless I see people shaking their heads and saying absolutely not. But that's what I would propose.
City Manager,
I'm just looking at the clerk.
Do you need some time to reflect, or would clerks like to comment on the logistics of amending the rationale for the special meeting?
Yes, no? Okay.
Not exactly sure how council could refer to a special meeting because the meeting needs to be called by the mayor. So I don't think it's actually possible to do that.
We
Kind of procedure?
He request that he amend the rationale.
Just a moment, Councillor DiGenova. Sorry, go ahead. Finish your point, Councillor Dominato.
That's my question is, could we ask the mayor to amend the rationale?
And I'm hearing that likely not.
I would suggest you give us 5 minutes, if I might, to consider that question.
Okay.
And provide the procedural advice to council on that.
Okay, we will do that, but I'll take this point of procedure from Councillor DiGenova first. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I understand this special council meeting can be called by the mayor or 2/3 of council. So if 2/3 of council were to call a special council meeting or add something to the agenda, would that not work?
That's not really a point of procedure, that's a point of
It is. The
information.
point of procedure is, can council add something to the agenda if it's a 2/3 voted council without the
Yes.
mayor?
Yes, they can. I can answer that. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so we'll take
Through
a,
Chair, it's actually a 50% of council to call a
50.
special meeting. So again, maybe we can.
okay,
that
so we'll
question away
take,
and
we'll take a
answer that.
5-minute, yes, 5-minute recess, and we'll be back at 5:29, or sorry, 7:29, council.
Thanks, Chair. So yes, just to confirm, so a special meeting could be called by the mayor. The mayor could amend the purpose for the existing special meeting that's been called in September, or a majority of council could call a special meeting. I think the challenge that we have presently is it's not certain that we would be in a position to come back to council in September because we don't know how long it's going to take to work through the direction here. Obviously, this would, if the grant is referred back to staff, that would delay the project. I think everybody's on the same page in understanding the intent to try and move it forward as quickly as possible if there was a way to do that. But at this point, we're not confident that we'd be able to come back in September, just from a practical standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Is that all, Councillor Dominato?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, you have the floor. You may be on
Thanks
mute.
so much. I was just wondering, even if staff could come back to us in September, and already the city manager's answered one of my questions, what other work, like to expedite this and go back and do all of this work, what other work on the work plan that we know ACCS has, the lion's share of a lot of this work, what other work will have to be postponed?
Is this a rhetorical question or a point of information?
I already started by saying that, Chair.
Okay, just to confirm, it's a point of information. Staff, who would like to address that question?
Maybe ask Celine or Sandra to speak to that.
Just to confirm, the question is what work would need to be postponed for us to go back and have conversations with the team around any stipulations for the, I don't think we'd have to delay any work. It's just the timing is important because we would need to talk with the TIRA, the CMHC, BC Housing, the landowner. And so there's a number of discussions that would have to happen. And but Celine, would you like to add anything to that?
Yes, Celine Willis, we do have dedicated staff and we could go and continue those conversations. I don't think it would delay or get in the way of other work. Yeah, so I think we could manage that. I am concerned though about the potential delay for the project, that it might put it at risk.
And then just a follow-up point of information. And I'm not sure who wants to take this one, but my understanding, just to clarify, is that putting a date on this is problematic because staff might not have the information by then, but you'll bring it back to council as soon as possible. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks very much. That answers my questions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor DiGenova. So at this point, I'm not seeing anybody else in the queue. I hope that council are clear on the responses back. We have a referral amendment on the floor, moved by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Bly. And I am going to ask staff to take us to a vote, not seeing any further debate on this. Okay, that has passed with Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, and Councillor Boyle in opposition. Okay, so council, that takes us back to the now amended.
Just a point of procedure, Chair.
Amended report. Yes, Councillor DiGenova.
Has that passed or not passed? Does that need a 2/3 majority passed or no?
It is not a grant, Councillor DiGenova, so it's a simple majority vote, and it has passed. For those in opposition, as I noted.
Okay.
Council, this is an opportunity for any final comments. Any requests for severing? And if not, we have an amended report on the floor. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff. There's a lot of amazing work in here. I know how long it takes to go through it all, and I know we're focusing on one report, but it was amazing to look at all the organizations, what we do as a city to support our most vulnerable. So thanks so much for all the work that went into this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weeb. Seeing no one else, I'm going to ask the clerk to move us to a vote on the amended report. Okay, and that has passed unanimously as amended with none in opposition. Thank you, staff. And that concludes item or report number 1, Community 2022 Community Services and Other Social Grants. And that now moves us on to report number 4. All right, just going through so we've read the agenda here, which is the 2023 Business License Vehicles for Hire and Animal Control Fees. Do any members wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item before we begin? Councillor Fry, was that a holdover? Councillor Fry is trying to inject a note of humor and after the last item. So I'll take that as a no for conflicts of interest. There is no formal staff presentation for this item, Council, but you do have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff before we hear from speakers. Are there any questions at this time? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to speakers. And I wonder if the clerks can confirm that we have speakers on the line for this. I believe we have 4 registered speakers. Okay, and speaker number 1 is Jacqueline Pahota. Jacqueline, are you on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead when you're ready. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jacqueline Pahota. I'm the Executive Director at the Retail Cannabis Council at BC. That's the RCCBC. We are formerly known as the Association of Canadian Cannabis Retailers, so that's ACRES. So I'm calling on behalf of the 14 brands in Vancouver that RCC currently represents. I wanted to speak in very, very strong terms in support of the measure proposed to reduce the cannabis retail business license fee to $5,000. That measure brings the license fee more closely in line with other jurisdictions. It also represents a significant relief for our sector, which is continuing to struggle with a number of different challenges. I wanted to offer special thanks to Councillor Blind staff. And then I would like to say that municipal officials and staff are critical partners in the success of the project of cannabis legalization. And because of that fact, RCCBC has been advocating to the provincial government that municipal partners receive the share of excise collected for cannabis sales that they were promised at the outset of legalization. So we're going to continue to deliver that message at RCCBC to the provincial government until that promise is kept for our municipal partners. Thank you for hearing me speak.
That was very clear. Thank you for your comments and thank you for taking time to call in for council. Speaker number 2, Aaron Richardson.
Yes, thank you, Council. Yes, this is Aaron Richardson. I represent Sunrise Cannabis, a licensed cannabis retailer in Vancouver. I just wanted to put some of this in perspective with the state of the industry right now, and we do appreciate Council's attention to this file over the years. I know it's not been an easy one. The reason why we don't have excise tax revenue sharing amongst the municipalities by the provincial government is because the provincial government is upside down on this file. You can just look at the revenues by themselves as a comparison. The state of Oregon, for example, has 1 million less people than BC, yet the total sales in cannabis was recently, this last year, was 1.2 billion US, so roughly 1.5 billion Canadian. Last year, the fiscal year for BC, we generated a roughly 327 million Canadian, a small fraction. Oregon does more than double our monthly sales in cannabis. So there's a lot of opportunity, but we need some changes to the regulations in order for this industry to thrive and for municipalities to start receiving their fair share of this excise tax. We've seen a number of store closures in Vancouver already as we enter into a consolidation phase. So, this reduction in the license fee will have a significant effect, particularly on the smaller mom and pop community shops that are just struggling to survive right now. And I think this will help if we're able to save some of these shops, I think it helps our story in making a compelling a case with the province to start to change these regulations for the benefit of the industry. And we hope to work with council going forward on this basis. Thank you very much to Councillor Bly and all the councillors that have helped on this file throughout the years.
Great. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to council. You don't have any questions, but we appreciate you calling in. Okay, speaker number 3, Andrea Dobbs.
Speaker 3 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 4, Juana Capilano.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to start off by thanking Councillor Bly for her hard work and support in bringing this matter before you. I am in strong support of reducing the business license fee to $5,000. This reduction is more in line with other municipalities and is a much-needed lifeline for small businesses at this time. Cannabis retail is no different than any other retail. Although we draw the closest parallels to alcohol, I can assure you that cannabis comes with its set of very distinct and significant financial challenges. Having the understanding and support of our municipal partners during an economic downturn that spans across all industries is paramount to our future success. I am hopeful that this council will vote in favor of the proposal and therefore demonstrate their support for small businesses like mine. Thank you again.
Great, thank you so much. I'm not seeing any questions for you, but thanks again for calling in. Okay, that is the end of the speakers list. As per our practice, I will go back and just confirm if our Miss Speaker number 3, Andrea Dobbs, is on the line.
Not on the line, Chair.
Not on the line? Okay, thank you. So that is the end of our speakers list for the item. At this point, would someone like to move a motion? Moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Fry. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I know we still have a lot to get through, so I will be very brief just to say thank you very much to our staff team for bringing this report forward and all of the work that was done, particularly on the cannabis file, recognizing that we were dealing with some very challenging circumstances. Without going down that rabbit hole, just to name that it wasn't as simple as sort of just reducing the fee. We had to do a lot of that work and stakeholder engagement. And even proposing the staged process to get here, I think all of that was really good work. And despite some of the pushback, landed us in the right place. So just speaking to that specific part of the report, I want to acknowledge and thank staff and also the stakeholders and those that have just called in very much for taking the time to call and continue to advocate and voice that support so that the licensee can be in line with other jurisdictions and sort of level that playing field. And obviously we have a long way to go with the provincial government, but for now, what's within our control, I just want to acknowledge that work of staff and I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Great, thanks very much, Councillor Bly. So we will take us to vote. Just a reminder for any council member that you do need to have your video enabled to vote, and any member whose video is disabled will be marked absent for the vote pursuant to section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw. So we'll now move to a vote on this item. Okay, Council, that passes unanimously with none in opposition, and that concludes the 2023 business license vehicles for hire and animal control fees. And that moves us on. I'm seeing that it looks like we have the right staff here to item number 5, which is titled 2023 fee increases for rezoning, development, building, and other related permits. So does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on report 5? Seeing none. There is no formal staff presentation, but you do have the opportunity, Council, to ask questions for up to 5 minutes of staff. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing no questions. We did have one registered speaker, although I suspect that may have registered in error, but the clerks advised me they're still signed up for this item. So I will let speakers know they have 5 minutes to speak to council and just ask the clerk if we have our one speaker, Jeremy Jacob, on the line.
Speaker's not on the line, Chair.
Okay. Okay, recommendation is now moved. That is the end of the speakers. Moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Dominato. And any discussion on report 5? Okay, seeing none. Going once, going twice. I'll ask the clerk to take us to a vote. Okay, and that has passed with 1 in opposition, Councillor Digenova in opposition. Thank you, everybody. Okay, that moves us on to report 6, Council, which is the Skina Terrace policy statement. And again, do any members wish to declare conflict on this item? Seeing none. There is, again, no formal staff presentation, but there is an opportunity for questions for up to 5 minutes. And if council would like to ask, please put yourself on the queue now. Okay, and I see we have a couple coming in. Okay, I'm going to advance. Councillor Weeb, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah, my first question is recognizing that this was a great opportunity to do the South Falls Creek model of a third, a third, a third. Can we talk about the 2/3 of affordable housing and what levels of affordability we're hoping to gather? Can we state that this is one of those models of a third, a third, a third?
Who would like to take that question from Councillor Weeb while his clock is going?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question? We're just getting set up.
You know what? I'm going to reset.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't provide a lot of time for transition. I'm just going to go ahead and reset Councillor Weeb's timer here, just to be fair. Give staff time to start. So go ahead. Can you restate your question, Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, recognizing that this is a great opportunity to do the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 model that has worked for us in South Falls Creek. I'm just wondering, can we speak to the 2/3 affordable housing, and do we see it being a 1/3, 1/3 breakdown for the affordability of the entire site?
Yeah, hi, sorry about that. Hi, my name is Angel Clark. I'm a housing planner. And so for the affordability breakdown for Skina Terrace is a target of 2/3 of the units to be Hills units. So for those are for households who make below the BC housing income limits, and they'll be RGI, so no more than 30% of it, household income. And then the 1/3 of units would be up to market rate rents, the remaining 1/3 of the units.
Okay, for those 2/3, recognizing that currently the rents are extremely low in this population, I'm wondering, are we looking at maybe ensuring that there's a certain level of housing maximums for a third of the units, recognizing there is a significant need for low-level affordable housing on this site?
Yeah, certainly. So all of the existing tenants would be offered the right of first refusal to be returning to those units at those rents that are affordable to them. A number of those tenants returning, not quite a third, but a significant portion, do have quite low rents. And how BC Housing does, there's a waiting list essentially for tenants who would be selected to be living in this building. Typically, we see people who have a wide range of household incomes who come to live in BC, the housing income limits housing. So there'll be a number of units that will be quite low, up to the shelter rate of income assistance kind of rents, up to the housing income limit maximums. So there's always a range within those Hills units for those different households. Yeah.
Okay, and then just a quick other one. Recognizing I was at the naming of the elementary school in the community center with the First Nations name. I'm wondering in future reports if we could see the First Nations name named throughout the report. I saw that Thunderbird was utilized in a lot of the maps.
Thank you, Councillor Ruiz. Cynthia Lau, Senior Rezoning Planner. Yes, we'll ensure that that happens as we move forward and when this application comes forward as a rezoning application.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's a great policy statement. Great work, everybody. I think it's really exciting. I do have the sort of one caveat, though, that we've seen great policy statements like Little Mountain could have been a great thing, and Olympic Village could have delivered a lot of affordability, and those didn't come to pass. So I'm curious how, and I know this isn't necessarily germane to this policy statement, but how does the funding contemplated here and the development partners, and what would that potentially look like? And I realize it's not done yet, but.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. We do have Cheryl Peters here from BC Housing who can speak to that.
Good evening, Council. Cheryl Peters, Provincial Director, Redevelopment, BC Housing. I have not been given the direction to dispose of any land, so I think the difference that we have here with this site is that BC Housing and the province will retain ownership and title of the lands. The tenants we have there today, and the housing that we're looking to preserve, the low-income housing we're looking to preserve, is currently managed by BC Housing. So these are our direct tenants. These are not nonprofit tenants. These are our tenants. They will come back and continue to be our tenants. Any net new units we will probably partner, as we do with other nonprofits, but it'll be done through a long-term lease where we still hold title. Does that help at all?
It does, because I was specifically thinking around the process that went down with Stamps Place, for instance, where it was, I forget what the name of the program was, but
The nonprofit asset transfer program.
that's the one, yes, and they did it at Sunrise as well, and yes, okay, so that's not going to be contemplated here.
I've not been given that direction. I've been told to develop it as our own, and we would partner it on where we hold title and afford what they call a ground lease for the build out.
Fantastic. All right, that really kind of, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dominato, you're up next.
Thanks, Chair. And a couple of just quick questions. I thought I had read in the report that initially the establishment of Skina Terrace involved the federal government. Is that correct, or did I misread that somewhere? And is there any role for the federal government in terms of deeper affordability through this initiative?
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. I just have Cheryl Peters here again to speak to that.
So you're correct. It was one of the, I'll call it founding projects that founded BC Housing. It was originally built by CMHC, I believe in the time of urban renewal, they called it. And it became part of the portfolio that founded BC Housing with some other named projects that you guys know of throughout the city. CMHC is not yet a partner on this site. I will confirm that full funding for the site has not been confirmed. Part of it has to do with understanding magnitude of cost, which is part of the process we're doing here today, and I have to present to Treasury Board. But there is an opportunity to talk to CMHC and for them to participate. And if so, and if more equity comes into the deal, yes, we could drive up affordability.
Okay, fantastic. I have two more quick questions. One is with respect to the tree canopy there. So listening to the news, and the UK is experiencing obviously very high temperatures right now, and they're looking to places like Canada and Canadian cities around our established tree canopies. And I'm curious, it says that we're looking to preserve as many as possible, but do we have some sense of with the proposed development, because I can see you've got tower forms and others, how much of the existing tree canopy would be retained?
I'm not quite sure if that's for staff or for me, but I can respond as applicant if that's helpful.
Sure.
We would be looking to retain as much trees. Again, one of BC Housing's aspirations and goals is to deal with climate change and try to find innovative ways to deal with things like heat island effect, air quality and internal housing comfort. Anything we can do to bring down those temperatures, we will try to do. Mature tree canopy, yes, is one of those methods, as well as rainwater recapture, really interesting things that we can do with the landscape that we just haven't reached there yet in design development, but we will be looking at that. We'll also be looking at tree replacement strategies, where if we do have to remove a tree, with recommendations of staff as well, what we could do in replacement at a higher ratio.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then last question before, so you don't have to go up and down again.
Sure.
Is just around, can you comment on the public engagement to date and how it's been received, given that we have existing residents there? And so just if you could comment on what that's looked like and what the response has been so far.
So we, at BC Housing, with our redevelopment sites, we've coined a phrase called tenants first. We're cognizant these are people's homes and the future, and how they feel about their homes is quite important and can be, in fact, impactful and high anxiety for them if they don't understand what future change may be, even if future change is years and years down the road. So our engagement all started with our tenants first. And then from that, we go to neighborhood groups, other groups of interest, as well as the general public. The general sense is quite positive, always looking for additional housing opportunities. There has been, and again, through guidance of staff, ideas around the things to assist livability as well. So connection points, accessibility, ideas around commercial inclusion as well in land use to assist with, say, convenience commercial that will help the site. We are looking to potentially partner with another ministry on the provision of daycare, knowing that we're trying to family orient the site as well, and do a unit mix here that's a majority 2 bedrooms plus, just to be a little bit different than what the private market is not necessarily providing, trying to fill that gap along the housing spectrum.
Fantastic. I really appreciate your direct responses. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. So just to confirm this affordability thing, you've got 2/3 at Hills, and you're expecting that of that 2/3, some will be at shelter rate, and those will mostly be current tenants?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Swanson. So that is correct that as many of the current tenants have incomes low enough that their rents are close to or at what the shelter rate of income assistance is. BC Housing, through their selection process of tenants, will be selecting tenants throughout of the range of the spectrum below the BC Housing income limits.
Okay, so do we have any idea what percentage will be at shelter rate?
At this point in the process, that's not the kind of information that we would have. I think a part of the process for BC Housing would be through the selection of non-for-profit partners. That would probably play into as well as tenant selection at that time. But this is much earlier in the process at this point.
Okay, thanks. So this next couple questions might be for BC Housing. Are we going to have air conditioning and or heat pumps?
Councillor Swanson, Cynthia Lau, Senior Rezoning Planner. Just to note that we are at the early policy stage, and a lot of this will be managed through design development during the rezoning application, and that will conform with all of our green building policies at that time, but more specificity, if BC Housing has that, can speak to it.
Again, speaking to our aspirations to reach our sustainability goals as well as our resiliency goals, I've told our design team to strive for step code 3, and knowing that this will take a number of years to build out. In all reasonable stance, it would hit step code 4 for a number of buildings, which would include those cooling measures. But we'd be looking at all sorts of passive as well as mechanical interventions to assist with housing comfort. All housing would conform to BC Housing design standards as well, and construction design guidelines.
Okay, then the last question is, what about, would they be pet friendly?
Yes, they will conform with BC Housing's current pet policy, which is 1 pet. So you can have 1 dog or a cat, but not a dog and a cat.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. So we do have a speaker registered to this item, Council, and I would like to remind speakers they have 5 minutes to make their comments and should state whether you're in support or opposition to the recommendations. And council members have 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers. So our first and only registered speaker is Nathan Davidovich. Nathan, are you on the line?
Hello, do you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Nathan. Go ahead. You know the drill. You have 5
okay,
minutes.
can hear me good. Thank you very much, Chair. You're doing a very good job, probably better than the mayor. I've spoken before about the Renfrew-Rupert area plan, and city staff have not changed anything. They still produce the same report, the same engagement plan, and the same plans that are the reason way of doing planning. And we don't want that. And, it's the city council or the next city council that might have to change that, because this is not the proper way of doing things. We have the BC Housing Management Commission instead of a BC Ministry of Housing with a full-time Minister of Housing like we had in the 1970s. And until we get that, things are not going to be done properly, and we're just wasting more and more money on bad reports, bad, facilities, and so forth. And the land value will go around Skina Terrace and so forth. Look what happened at the new Marine City that I call the city within the city of Vancouver between Knight and Boundary. No proper community facilities, no school, bad transit. Previous city council demanded better bus service, and cuts that were implemented by TransLink since 2011 be returned. This city council has zero transit accomplishment. Actually, bus service is worse now than when this council started in 2018. Our local MLAs have taken up advocacy for better bus service, as our city council does not want to speak out. Look at the number 9 bus, east of Commercial Drive. It's half the service as west of Commercial Drive. And the bus need to be extended from Boundary Road to Brentwood, as recommended many times by the GVRD. The number 27 Rupert bus has to be improved to previous levels. The number 1 First Avenue bus need to be implemented as soon as possible. The signs were already posted on the buses, and then they stopped this. They didn't implement the service. So there's many things to be done, and unfortunately, just by looking at this small site, that's not the answer. We don't know if Bill 16 will apply. Will the government buy many parcels of land within 800 meters of the Rupert station? That would change the whole area if the government does that and provide affordable rental housing for thousands of people instead of just for a few hundred people at the Skina Terrace. So we don't know all these questions, and who knows? Maybe the new premier might be better and it will change things around. But right now, the city is in a very bad state of affairs. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Nathan, as always, for calling in. You don't have any questions. I think your comments were very clear tonight. Thank you. Okay, that's the end, Council, of the speakers list for this item. And do we have anybody who would like to move the motion? Councillor Carr, second. Councillor Dominato. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Just before making comment, I wonder if I could ask a point of information through you.
Absolutely.
I was very interested in hearing the representative, BC Heisman, talking about step code 3, but I'm assuming that any building within Vancouver has to abide by the Vancouver building bylaw.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Derek Robinson, Development Planner. Yes, that's correct. Any building within Vancouver would have to meet the VBBL as well. This large site application will meet the green buildings policy for rezonings as well as the sustainable large site development policy.
Yeah, and do you know if by the time it gets going, if it'll, if the new regulations will kick in terms of requiring cooling? I mean, we just passed that.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's correct. Under the leadership of this council, there were some recent amendments to the VBBL. And so there's a couple of pieces to that. One is higher air filtration. And so that goes into effect for most buildings in July 2023. So by the time this comes around, certainly that would apply. In terms of requiring the cooling, that starts in 2025. And so certainly, depending on the timing, at least the later phases of this project, we would assume would be subject to that.
Great. Thank you very much. I am really happy to move this forward, and I'm particularly appreciative of the clarity of the answers from the representative from BC Housing. It was very, very good, nice to the point. We all really understand the project, and it's exciting. I'm pleased at the level of affordability. I'm pleased at with the commitment to climate action in terms of retention of trees and tree canopy. And so, I think that I just think it's a great project.
Wonderful. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yeah, I will be supportive. I think there is an opportunity to create a better connection to the Central Valley Greenway, recognizing it looks like a great opportunity to connect to mass transit, but also to active transportation to get people in and out of downtown. And so I think it'd be interesting to see how that's done in the next step on how to create that connection. I think the bioswale and the watershed planning of it's really interesting the way it's done. It'll be interesting to see how we can make sure that water is at a high enough quality to be re-entered into Still Creek, because I think that will show how we can design and build differently. So I was really interested in that kind of ecosystem section in there, and it'd be interesting to see how we can make sure this is providing a good water flow down to Still Creek and creating that connection with the elementary school and the community center. My last one is I do like that this is part of the sustainability guidelines, which means there's going to be food assets and recognizing, we've heard a lot recently about the importance of Indigenous food gardens and reconnecting people to the natural environment and berries and other things that were here in our area, that it's a huge opportunity, and that obviously in the next phase we'll see, I think it's Sway, but the name of the school that are represented is the area, recognizing that it was a very powerful movement when the nation renamed that area, and the amount of Indigenous children that are living in Skina and the youth worker next door. So this is an amazing project that could really provide a lot of important housing in a great different part of the city. So looking forward to supporting it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Weeb. See no one else. I'll just remind Council prior to the vote that you do need to have your video enabled to vote, and anybody who does not, any council member will be marked as absent. And see no further discussion, we will go to a vote. Okay, that one came back quickly. That has passed unanimously with none in opposition, and that concludes item report 6 on Skina Terrace. Just looking to see if staff need a couple of minutes to rejig and set up, or if you're...
Couple minutes, because the next one is fairly complicated. We'd like to give a short presentation, so I'll ask Ken to come.
Would you like 5 minutes, just 2 or 3 minutes?
Plenty of time. Thank you.
5 minutes?
5 minutes is
Okay,
good.
so council will come back at 8:15.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, Council. We are now going to commence report number 7, Policy and Directions, application for rezoning at 800-876 Granville Street. And before we begin, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none. And my notes say there's no formal staff presentation, but I'm going to ask the Director of Planning if you do have a presentation or remarks that you would like to share, because we do have speakers to this item, so I would like to provide that opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Chair Kirby-Young. We would like to make a brief presentation tonight because this is complicated. We're plowing some new ground here, and we'd like to kind of do some explanation. And Kent will come up and walk you through a presentation. But just a couple of introductory remarks from me first. This is the first of 4 kind of policy issue-related reports that staff are bringing to council. This one tonight and then 3 on Thursday. All 4 will deal with rezoning applications that have been submitted to the city, and all 4 deviate from existing policy in a substantial way. This Granville application is a rezoning application that did not go through the PEP process, but instead submitted a zoning application. And it's fairly complicated. And Ken will walk us through these, but there's 3 key policies and 2 key bylaws, regulatory issues that the application as submitted doesn't comply with. And so we want to talk about those with council. Because it's a live zoning case, we can't talk about the merits of the case. So we'll focus on the policy and how we will be seeking policy direction from the council, because that will help inform the way we process the case. Right? So it's going to be hard not to talk about the zoning case because they're so intertwined, right? And to really understand the policy, you kind of have to understand some aspects of the proposal. So Ken will give us some high level, what the height is and the FSR and some very high level. But as much as possible, we need to focus on the merits of the policies. He'll talk very specifically about the policies and the implication of those. And then whether or not council wishes staff to endorse them, to maintain and support those, or if they should be relaxed or amended in some kind of way so that we can consider this rezoning case. And for instance, like the downtown ODP sets a height limit. This case greatly exceeds that height limit. If the council were to decide, well, that height limits might be too low, how we would process that is when we brought the zoning application forward, we would bring a concurrent amendment to the ODP to increase the height. So those things might change. That's why we're looking for direction on the policy. The SRA bylaw would be impacted the same way. So the other thing, because it's an active zoning case, unlike a policy plan like we just did with Skina, the staff will be reacting, we will be analyzing the case that was submitted to staff, not the case, that might deviate from that, but the case that's submitted. So we have an actual application. We'll be evaluating that unless the applicant chooses to resubmit or amend that case. So we've got, this is unusual, it's the first time, but we think it's working pretty well to bring some different ideas to council. So that's what we'll be talking about. So in summary, we're bringing this report because it significantly deviates from council-adopted policies or regulations. We're not asking for direction on the zoning case because that will be a decision in the future for the council, but rather to seek your advice on the policies. So I'll ask Kent to come up and we'll walk you through the specifics.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kent McDougall, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application. This proposal has been formally submitted as a rezoning application. Staff are reviewing the application against relevant policies and bylaws, including the Single Room Occupancy Revitalization Action Plan, the Single Room Accommodation Bylaw, Downtown Official Development Plan, Granville Street Downtown South Guidelines, the Vancouver Heritage Program, and associated policies. Staff have completed a preliminary review, and the proposal is significantly non-compliant with the existing policy framework. Our presentation today will include a brief review of each of these key policies and bylaws, and how this rezoning application significantly deviates from them. Given the degree of deviation, staff are seeking council's confirmation of these matters prior to completing the staff review and returning with a referral report recommending non-support. The first of the applicable policies and regulations relate to single-room occupancy hotels. The Housing Vancouver Strategy and the SRO Revitalization Action Plan set out a 30-year goal for approximately 7,200 SRA designated rooms in the city to be replaced with self-contained social housing units for low-income tenants, either in existing buildings through rehabilitation and conversion to self-contained social housing units, or with new social housing on or off-site. The single-room accommodation bylaw prevents the loss of low-income housing, such as SRO hotels, rooming houses, and non-market housing in Vancouver's downtown core by regulating its alteration, conversion, and demolition. Redevelopment potential for the site is guided by the Downtown Official Development Plan. The intent of the DODP is to improve the general environment of the downtown district as an attractive place in which to live, work, shop, and visit. The site is located in Area K1, which allows for a density of 3.5 FSR and a maximum building height of 90 feet. The Granville Street Downtown South guidelines are used with the DODP to create a distinct urban character for Granville Street as an entertainment district for the city and as a pedestrian-oriented shopping area for Downtown South. Finally, the Vancouver Heritage Program sets out directions to further integrate heritage conservation within citywide planning. The associated heritage policies provide guidance on when a site containing a heritage resource may be considered for rezoning. Specifically, a heritage property must be preserved, must be seismically upgraded, and a high level of retention and conservation should be proposed. Facade-only retention is generally not considered to be an appropriate heritage conservation procedure. The rezoning site, shown in red, is located on the east side of the 800 block of Granville Street between Robson and Smythe Street and occupies almost the entire block face. Granville Street is located in the heart of downtown and is one of Vancouver's iconic pedestrian and transit priority commercial high streets. It is characterized by a dense cluster of historically significant buildings, many of which are older theaters with large neon signage from the interwar era, and residential hotels or single-room accommodation designated buildings. Many of these pre-1941 buildings are listed on the Vancouver Heritage Register, and several other buildings of heritage value are recommended for inclusion on the register. The site is currently zoned DD and developed with 8 buildings of varying heights between 2 to 4 stories. The site includes 2 heritage sites listed on the Vancouver Heritage Register, the A-listed Commodore Ballroom and the C-listed State Hotel, the latter being a mixed-use building also registered as a single-room occupancy hotel. The site also includes 3 other character properties identified as having potential for addition to the Vancouver Heritage Register: the Service Building, the Cameron Block, and the Clancy Building. This application seeks to rezone the site from DD to CD1 for a 16-story mixed-use commercial building with office, retail, and cultural uses. The application suggests the consolidation of these sites and limited heritage retention would free up space to provide new retail and office space and cultural facilities while ensuring the long-term viability of the Commodore Ballroom. A height of 260 feet and a density of 12.58 FSR are proposed. In the fall of 2021, the policy inquiry process endorsed by Council was launched, which enables staff to consider and process applications for proposals that are not compliant with adopted Council policy. This application did not go through the policy inquiry process. In this case, the applicant has submitted a policy non-compliant rezoning application, and at this point, we are at the policy and direction stage seeking direction from Council related to the applicable policy framework. Non-conforming aspects of the proposal include the State Hotel, which is located at 876 Granville Street, which is a registered SRO hotel under the single-room accommodation bylaw. The hotel contains approximately 73 registered SRO units. However, the rooms are vacant and non-operational. Under the bylaw, an owner may apply to Council for a permit approving the conversion or demolition of designated rooms. Long-standing Council policy is to work toward replacement of SRO units with self-contained social housing on a one-for-one basis to maintain housing options for low-income residents. Staff would review the ability to achieve one-for-one SRO replacement and may recommend to Council less than one-for-one replacement if full replacement is not achievable. Council consideration is required to approve SRA permits, and Council may attach conditions of approval of a permit, including $230,000 for designated rooms proposed to be demolished and not replaced with self-contained social housing. As proposed, the application does not contemplate any replacement housing units for the registered SRO units. Under the Vancouver Heritage Program and heritage policies, a site occupied by a protected heritage property should not be considered for rezoning if the proposal would result in demolition, severe alteration, replacement of original building structure, or with facade-only retention. The proposed scale, massing, placement, and form of development are not compliant with the Vancouver Heritage Program and is directly detrimental to the retention and conservation levels of the 5 heritage properties found on site. 4 to 5 historic buildings would be demolished except for their principal facades, highlighted here in red. As well, the massing and height of the proposed large building addition imposed on the existing urban fabric of the site goes against the heritage policy's conservation principles of subordination and compatibility with a heritage property. The proposed conservation of the iconic Commodore Ballroom is diminished by the proposed scale of new construction above. Should a development of this magnitude be allowed, the historic character of a fine-grained urban streetscape and the pedestrian-friendly sense of place found on Granville Street may be permanently lost. The site is not subject to any overarching plan or policy guidance which enables rezoning consideration beyond the provisions of the Downtown Official Development Plan and existing DD zoning. The site's existing zoning permits development of a variety of commercial and non-residential uses at a density of up to 3.5 FSR and a height of 90 feet. The application proposes to increase the building height to 260 feet and a density to 12.58 FSR, far exceeding the DODP provisions for the site. The Downtown Official Development Plan is an adopted bylaw, and Council cannot authorize, permit, or undertake any development contrary to or at variance with an official development plan. The proposal to rezone the site would require consideration of consequential amendments to the Downtown Official Development Plan. Staff have completed a preliminary review of this application, and the proposal is significantly non-compliant. Proposals including heritage buildings and designated SRO hotels should align with the applicable policy direction, including the height and density provisions of the Downtown Official Development Plan. This property has no special considerations or constraints that warrant deviation from the established policy framework. Neither has staff identified a compelling public interest to construe a benefit on this property that would not be available to other nearby properties. The proposal disregards the policy framework established by Council, and given the degree of deviation, staff are seeking Council's direction on these matters prior to completing the staff review and returning with a referral report recommending non-support. Council's options for direction include confirming the staff recommendation to uphold the existing policy and regulatory framework. Should Council wish to consider proposed alternatives, Council can direct staff to consider the application as proposed, noting it will require amendments to the Downtown ODP and SRA bylaw, or advise the applicant to withdraw this application and consider a submission through the policy inquiry process to evaluate an alternative proposal that addresses the PEP criteria. Thank you, Council. Staff are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. We move on to Councillor questions now, and Council does have the option to ask questions of staff for up to 5 minutes. And Councillor Fry, you are first.
Yeah, so about the SRA bylaw, I've been I had to Google Street Map to try and find the Slate Hotel, and then I realized what it was, and I've grown up in this town. I've spent a lot of time on Granville Street. I never remember that being an actual hotel. In fact, I think it was sort of beat up and abandoned for many years, even squatted by like the punk kids I used to hang out with back in the day, but it wasn't and that's like in the last 40 years. So I'm curious where, did the applicants come to you at some point to try and redevelop it as an SRO, like get it out of the SRA bylaw? When is an SRA not an SRA if it's got nobody in there?
Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. You're right, Councillor Fry. The hotel has been closed vacant for many years. However, it is designated under the bylaw, and being vacant is not a rationale to not be included on the bylaw. And no, we have not been approached by the owner in terms of discussing any potential SRA permit for conversion or demolition of this site.
So what would the SRA bylaw require to take a vacant site like this and move it out of the SRA? Like as far as the per door cost, do we have a sense of what the value of this?
I guess it would depend what the plans were for the applicant. In this current application, they are not proposing to replace those units. An SRA permit will be required going forward. And so council will need to approve that SRA permit. And as per the SRA bylaw, council can attach a number of conditions to that permit. They can approve it outright, they can reject it, or they can approve it and attach conditions to the permit. Those conditions could include anywhere from a $230,000 per door fee for the loss of those rooms, to a heritage revitalization agreement, to a housing agreement to secure affordability if there was residential on the site. So there are a number of conditions as outlined in the bylaw that council may attach to as a condition of the permit.
Okay. Does the ODP contemplate residential on this block? Would this even be, is this a right use? Is there a grandfathered in use for?
The ODP does not consider broad residential uses. There is a provision for existing rooming houses prior to 1997, I believe, that could be considered on the site.
Okay, so it's still considered an existing rooming house, even
Correct.
if it hasn't been occupied in 30-something years. Okay. On the subject of the heritage notion and the facades aren't contemplated within that, because I seem to recall that the McClellan building that we did at 550 Canby, which is very similar to this, in fact, was like a facade approach on the alley and on the front.
Yeah, I'd like to defer to my colleague Zlatan from Heritage, if he could.
Sure, and I'll tease that out a little bit further. So the building is across from VCC. It's in that kind of Victory Square area. It's 550 Canby, and it's a large glass kind of structure. And then on the alley and on the front, we've retained, or they proposed to retain some of the facade. And then I think there was a slide earlier that said there was no facades weren't contemplated as a heritage.
Yeah, Councilor Fry, this is Zlatan Jankovic, Senior Heritage Planner. We recently processed that other rezoning application, and you are correct. The facades were retained. That building has not been listed on the register, and it has not been. And it was offered for. It was negotiated. Heritage conservation aspect has negotiated as a rezoning. So it's a bonus, a public benefit bonus, that, if I may say, that we managed to negotiate out of that site. There is also a cultural component to it that we hope we manage to save as well. Cultural heritage component associated with those facades. In this particular case, the issue is the number of properties that would be affected. Facade only retention is not considered to be a heritage conservation. It is rarely done, only when there is no other options explored or possible in case of earthquake or fire affecting the properties, etc. But when we have the magnitude of development where we have options that haven't been explored, like this one, and consolidating this number of sites and outright going for facade only retention, that is not considered supportable by current heritage policies.
I think I'm out of time. Thanks, Zlatan.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, I just refreshed my brain with the SRA bylaw, and it says that council may require a payment of up to $230,000 per unit. Have we ever done that?
Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. We have not. Typically, the goal is to secure replacement social housing as opposed to cash in lieu. Earlier on, when the bylaw was adopted in 2003, the fee was much lower. So in those early years, we did have some permits where we did take the fee, but we have not done that recently.
Has this developer been asked if they would pay it?
The rezoning application just contemplates discussion with staff on that regard, but no definitive direction proposed.
Have staff haven't talked to the developer about it?
We haven't yet Councillor Swanson, this is kind of, the reason we wanted to be here tonight was check in on some of these policies. Like I said, there's substantial deviation on a lot of these policies. This is clearly probably the most impactful one, that the application didn't include any replacement units, and it was silent on applying for the permit. That would be another step that would be required if the application moved forward. But that's one of the big policy directions that we were looking for from the council tonight.
So for check-in purposes, I would be in favor of acquiring 16 million from the developer.
Councillor Swanson, can I ask you to just stick to questions at this point and not comments?
I'm done.
Okay, super. Just trying to keep us on track so we have a full agenda. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. My questions were also related to the loss of these units, recognizing they haven't been tenanted for a while. And I'm wondering, because as staff noted, this is a sort of a new process and area for us. Is there any language that is, or direction that's needed in what council approves today to ensure that those conversations around replacement or funding in lieu happen and come back as part of the rezoning?
So yes, we've I think the last slide of Kent's presentation laid out some options for the council. The council could choose to kind of uphold and enforce the existing policies, or they could direct staff to deviate and amend those policies, or they could even ask the applicant to consider withdrawing this rezoning application and go through a policy inquiry process where we could negotiate some of these aspects of a case, as opposed to us reacting to the case that was submitted by the applicant.
Okay, so I just want to be really clear on the language. I mean, I can ask this as a point of information on amendments, but I see their amendments and I want to make sure, my interest is making sure that that conversation around the SRA bylaw still happens as part of the next step. And so do we need to specifically state that we support the SRA bylaw, or is it enough that if the language that we pass doesn't say for staff to ignore or overlook the SRA bylaw?
Well, the recommendation in your report, recommendation A, does affirm the existing policies. So any amendments would be to that recommendation A. Does that help? Or Grant, would you like to hop in? I see.
Sorry, yes, it's Grant Murray with the law department. The SRA bylaw exists and is has designated this building, and they'd have to comply with the SRA bylaw in all circumstances. So that would mean eventually, if they were to get a conversion permit or a demolition permit, that it would have to be approved by council. This isn't one of the SRA permits that can be approved by the general manager, but a series of conditions could be imposed, or no conditions could be imposed, but they'll certainly require a permit at some stage. And that would be either for the purposes of demolishing the rooms or converting the rooms. But there's quite a long laundry list of conditions that could be imposed, and that would be up to presumably a future council to do that.
Okay, I appreciate those answers, and maybe I'll just come back with a point of order or point of information if and when there's specific amendment language on the floor to make sure that the SRA bylaws still will be considered within that. So I'll leave my questions for now. Really appreciate this. Thanks, staff.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Swanson, you do have some time. Did you have further questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that if we want the SRA bylaw to be implemented, we would vote for the first recommendation as it is. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And then there would be a possibility that staff would come back with a recommendation that the applicant would pay the 230 grand per unit.
That is a potential under that bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's it, Councillor Swanson?
Yep.
Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yeah, my first one's on the heritage. 3 of the 5 sites are not registered at all. Is that correct? So when we talk about making sure they meet kind of the heritage guidelines, at current state, those 3 could be demolished with no issues.
The 3 buildings you referred to.
Clancy, the
yes.
Cameron, and the Service, yeah.
Correct. They are not on the Vancouver Heritage Register. I'm not sure if my colleagues Latin Jankovic would like to add some additional detail there.
Yeah, they were assessed and through the heritage action plan. They were assessed as buildings that should be added to the register. So they qualify for addition to the heritage register. At this point, they're not on the register. Other 2 are.
But the proponent could bring those 3 forward for registry, is that correct?
They could, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. On the SRA, having an empty building, are they paying the empty homes tax on that current property as it stands? And if not, why?
Celine Mobiles, Manager Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. No, vacant SRAs are not currently subject to the empty homes tax.
So even when the building is completely empty, we don't charge an empty homes tax? And can you state which exception or exemption that falls under?
It's the building type. Buildings that are designated under the bylaw are not subject to the empty homes tax.
Interesting. Okay, so of the 5 SRAs, 2 of the 5, heritage is the 3rd. Height. It looks like it's underneath the view cone, and it's just, is that correct? So it doesn't matter. There's no view cones that the proposed project is affecting?
Correct. There is a view cone above it, but it is the height is proposed is below it.
So the only issue on that one is that it's the DODP is 90 and this is 260. So it's just that they're asking for.
From strictly a height perspective?
Yeah.
Correct.
And then in calculations, is there a commercial linkage fee, or how would the next phase of this go for determining the community benefits of a project like this?
Staff would assess that as part of the future application.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor DeGenova, you're next. Perhaps on mute.
Thanks. My question was just answered previously on the Heritage Register. I can't take myself off the queue for whatever reason. So if you'd like to remove me, Chair, that would be great.
Great, thank you. I'll take the opportunity to ask a question as well, because I was going to ask the same heritage question, noting page 3 of the report. It says that 3 of the properties are identified as having potential to be added, but the status of these would be the same as the earlier referenced example from Councillor Fry near Victory Square, the one that we just recently zoned for hotel, correct?
I'll defer to my colleagues Latin Jankovic from Heritage.
Yeah. They were pre-assessed for their heritage value, and they would qualify for addition to the register. If added to the register, yes, that would be the similar situation to the other rezoning we discussed a minute ago.
Okay. And if council exercises its discretion to encourage review of this application and allow it to proceed, that doesn't preclude any discussion with respects to some of the policies, whether it is things that were noted, such as the setback from the lane from the other buildings in terms of separation, or whether it's the SRA bylaw or intention or use around that site. Those conversations can still happen. Is that right?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, so regardless of whether council goes with the recommendations in the report or council goes with an amendment, there will still be dialogue on all of these components of an application.
Yes, they would be reviewed comprehensively through the rezoning application process.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you. Councillor Weeb, you...
Yeah, I've got one, recognizing this is a new process, so we're kind of going through a new form. We've seen in the past some rezonings have a proposed version and a staff recommended version that might be a little bit higher, a little bit less. Recognizing that these don't follow current policy, would we see something like that when it comes to rezoning, that staff might put a third column, which would be a staff recommended version?
So this is where it gets a little tricky, right? Because typically we're within a pretty close range when we do those. These are significantly different, and we're reacting to an application that's been submitted. So if the downtown ODP says 90 feet and the application is 260, that's not like a floor that's a big gap. So the way we do rezonings here is the applicant has to accept the conditions. So I would write a bylaw, I would write the zoning report and write a bylaw that on conditions that the applicant would accept. And the applicant may not accept a big reduction of the height. So it's not just a floor or two or increasing the setback. It's a significant deviation that, and so for the height, which is a pretty easy one, if the council wanted to see an increase in the ODP, height limit of 90 feet, you would instruct us to do that. I would, at the same time I'm processing the zoning application, I would run a concurrent amendment to the ODP to say we're going to look at increase in the height. And then we would have some public dialogue about that, because now there hasn't been any, because we don't have direction to do that. At that point, we would understand what the community expectation is about, well, it's too much or why not, right? So we're not at that point in the process yet.
Okay, and when you go to the ODP revisions, would you be looking at site-specific, or would you be looking at updating larger components of the OCP?
We would look at a comprehensive few block areas, because in the concept of zoning is you treat all similarly situated properties the same. You don't single out a property
Councillor
for
Weave
a
is
substantial.
Councillor
Thank
Weave
you.
is running
Appreciate
out of
that
time.
answer. That's helpful.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Weave. Councillor Boyle?
Yes, thanks. Sorry, I have one more specific process question, which is I'm wondering, staff list 3 particular policies, the downtown ODP, the Vancouver Heritage Program, and the SRA bylaw, that are not in line with the current proposal. And I'm wondering if council, what would be the appropriate way for council, for example, to say, we want to affirm the SRA bylaw, but are amenable to, adaptions to the other 2, or less concerned about the other 2 policies in terms of alignment of what comes back. Do staff have direction? And I can ask this by email if that's easier, but direction for how we would say we prioritize this one of those 3 policies and not the other 2.
Yes, we could help you with some language on that. The other thing is we could direct the applicant back through the policy inquiry process, because I know there are some other considerations that might be, the council might be interested in, like where to direct the CAC and what uses are included or not included. So instead of trying to amend a zoning application on the fly, we could direct them back through that process to have some negotiation about what uses, what heights, what densities.
And that Councillor Boyle is also running out of time. But we would have opportunities for points of information later on. I'm sure there'll be discussion. Okay, Council, we will start hearing from speakers. I will remind speakers you have 5 minutes to make your, late addition to my queue, sorry. Councillor Bly, I apologize.
That's okay. I just wanted to actually hear the rest of that answer to Councillor Boyle's question, and it provoked a different question, which is, and maybe you mentioned this a minute ago, but so forgive me, it's been a long day already. Has that been, what if that is to go back through the PEP process, right, to follow that route? Was that proposed? Why did we do this instead of just have that applicant do that, if that's the third option?
That was the applicant's choice.
Okay.
And this has been drawn out for a while, and I think it was frustration with the time it was taking.
Okay.
But the applicant is on the line as a speaker and probably best to answer that question.
Okay, great. I'll ask that question.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anything further, Councillor Bly?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that does look like the queue is open now. So I will remind speakers you have 5 minutes to make your comments to council and may only speak once. We do have 3 registered speakers, council, to this item. And our first registered speaker is Carrie Bonas of Bonas Properties. Carrie, you're on the line?
Yes.
Okay, when you're ready, go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Good evening, distinguished council. I'm Carrie Bonas of Bonas Properties. We appreciate council's consideration of our proposal for 800 Granville Street today. It's been a long road to get here. After years of engagement with planning staff, we were only aware of the contents of the staff report when the agenda for this meeting was released last Wednesday afternoon. We've therefore not had an opportunity to discuss our response to the report with staff and would like to outline some nuances about our application that were not included. First, I'd like to comment about the process. My brother and I, who operate Bonas Properties, are born and raised Vancouverites. We are passionate about the city's history and about its future and have been involved in many heritage revitalization projects that underscore this dedication. Bonas Properties' office is on Granville Street. We are operators of several businesses there. We're invested in the success of the street to a largest extent possible, really. We're firsthand witnesses of changing dynamics taking place on Granville every day. As we, the DVBIA, and the music and performance industries can attest, COVID has exacerbated a trend that was already well underway. Granville Street has been declining and badly needs an injection of energy. That's what our proposal for 800 Granville Street is rooted in, continuing the legacy of this street, the former legacy, and taking it to the next level. In 2 decades, it took us 2 decades to assemble 800 block to make this proposal possible. This is unique, and it is a unique site. And when we hear of policy, that the Director of Planning was saying earlier, that we have to look at sites and how they would be considered amongst other sites. And there's no other site like this contemplated, or actually where so many heritage sites and arts and culture venue exist. Nothing ever materialized, and that's why we're started in early 2018 with planning staff about putting forward a rezoning application for 800 Granville Street. We were encouraged when in March 21, Council passed the motion understanding COVID recovery through economic and cultural stimulus projects, providing a path forward for our application. The motion was a clear indication Council is willing to consider applications that have significant economic and cultural benefits. 800 provides both. We formally submitted our application in August 2021. At the time, our understanding of the process was that our proposal will be in front of Council to make a decision in January 2022. 6 months later, we are here as a result of a very disappointing staff report that asks Council to reaffirm the policies that have restricted development along Granville Street for decades and have done the street no favors. It makes me question whether or not staff have visited Granville in the last decade, because the realities that we see every day can't be ignored. Now, with respect to the application, we are, of course, aware of the fact that our application does not conform to city policies. We respectfully disagree with staff that a compelling rationale is not available to justify why the proposal deviates from policy. Ryan Bragg, our lead architect, will talk about the proposal details and urban design response, but I would like to outline some of the key project benefits that are not referenced in the staff report and warrant Council's consideration. This proposal started with a desire to keep the Commodore alive and make it viable for future generations. The application presents an opportunity to retain and strengthen arts and culture legacy that is critical to Granville Street. It's a use that has continued to occupy the Commodore building since it was constructed, soon a century. While the staff report references the city's desire to retain the entirety of all heritage buildings, it ignores the intangible heritage of the lived experience and fact that this proposal will allow future generations to experience one of the most celebrated venues in the country. With respect to the SROs, We actually did approach the city approximately 20 years ago. We met with Michael Gordon. I'd like you to ask me the question. I'd love to elaborate on that. In short, there are many benefits for this project to go forward. Workspace, arts, culture, entire heritage retention of the Commodore Ballroom. We ask that you move it forward and stop the further delay. The status quo is simply not acceptable. I believe that's my 5 minutes.
All right, that is your 5 minutes, but you do have questions from council, so I'm going to go ahead and advance Councillor Swanson first. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, if council required you to pay the up to $230K per SRA unit, would you do it and still go ahead with this project?
Provided the density and the massing, I believe that was in our original submission in the CAC budget. I believe it was in there. I've spoken with my brother, my partner, while we were listening to you, and we confirm right now, yes, we will do the replacement. We would pay the replacement fee, and it's in our budget to do so. We believe that there is the need to house people, and we'd like to see them housed in units, self-contained, where people can live with dignity. But to actually ask them to live in small hotel rooms is not the solution. And just to set the record straight, earlier the city said that we never approached them to provide housing in that SROs. That is not true. When we first purchased the property over 20 years ago, our then architect, Studio One Architecture, and myself personally had multiple meetings with the senior planning individual, Michael Gordon, who was in charge of this site, and we proposed to reactivate the SRAs and make affordable housing. Our request was outright rejected. In no uncertain terms, Mr. Gordon told me that residential is not allowed under any circumstances on this block. It's outright in the K1 zoning. It's not a permitted use. I told him,
just to confirm,
I told him.
I'm just considering, I don't care about 20 years ago so much. I'm just going forward to the future because we have a homelessness crisis. And I just want to confirm that you would be willing to pay the $230,000 per unit to us to invest in housing.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Swanson?
Thank you.
No, that's good.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Swanson. Carrie, you do have questions as well from Councillor DiGenova. Go ahead.
Thanks. And Chair, is Councillor DiGenova, not that it really matters, but just wanted to kind of note that here.
Thank you.
It's been kind of going on all day. I really do appreciate the presentation, and I think you covered off most of what you had to say about your conversations with the city in Councillor Swanson's time. Feel free to elaborate in your answer to me, but I'm wondering that, from the segue of Councillor Swanson's last question to you about the, $220,000 a unit, to be able to pay that, your pro forma would have to work. Is that correct? This would have to work out, and it can't just magically kind of be this sort of give. Instead, it has to be a give take, and we have to balance this out to make sure that your pro forma works. Is that correct? But you are willing to provide this. Is that fair?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. You've nailed you perfectly stated it. It's provided we get it's all numbers in the end, and so provided we can have the density that we've requested, which is approximately 400,000 square feet of office space, much needed workspace when we have a declining workspace vacancy. Provided we get the density that we have in our proposal, the numbers work to pay for the SRO. If there's any reduction in density, it will not work. It won't be viable. There's no way to finance it.
Okay, and what I'm understanding from you, correct me if I'm wrong or provide some more clarification, is that you came into this with good intentions and good faith. And I do care about 20 years ago because it's why we're here today. If something had happened differently 20 years ago in your conversations with staff and you were able to provide those units as SRA units, you know, we may be discussing something different today. Is that correct?
Yes, and I was told by Michael Gordon that, you know, the units were unoccupied for approximately now for about half a century. They were unlivable. There was about 1,000 plus carcasses of pigeons. It was a pigeon trap. It was rat infested. In fact, we had to do hazmat to remove everything. Hazmat work. It was unlivable. There were no kitchens, no washrooms, no nothing. It was just basically a hotel. And I said to senior planner Michael Gordon, is it possible, should it not be grandfathered because this is an original use? And he told me that technically when a use is not actually current and it's been years without a license, a business license, and without a use, you can't invoke a grandfather clause. Technically, he told me. Sorry.
Harry,
Yeah.
unfortunately, Councillor
I just wanted to say that's my time. Thank you so much, though, and I understand your position.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry, you have the floor.
Sure. Maybe you can just complete that thought quickly about what Michael Gordon told you about the technicality. It can't be reused.
Yeah, he basically said because this use, you know, if you want to reactivate the use that you would like to do so, you can't invoke a grandfathered use. You must comply 100% with only the uses that are permissible under the K1 zoning. And under K1, there's no possibility for any residential use. And he said, and that will never change. He said, because the use is completely incompatible with being in the center of the Granville Entertainment District when you've got the Commodore blasting music through the stage. There's no way we would ever allow residential on this block in the center of the Granville Entertainment District, and this is why there's no circumstances that we can allow you to come forward with residential proposal to rehabilitate the SROs and make them again affordable housing, and that was our intention. So the city contemplated us and gave us absolute no go on it. So I just want to set the record straight on this.
Okay, no, I
but in
appreciate
any
that.
case,
we can
do
look into that.
Yeah,
I just
thanks.
want to hone in on a couple of other items because, of course, the Commodore is very important to Vancouverites, as you know. The staff report contemplates that it's a Heritage A. The Slate Hotel is a Heritage C, which is a streetscape kind of thing. Now, my understanding, and just correct me if I'm wrong, but you're proposing to retain the Heritage A Commodore building, the bowling alley, the stores below, the Commodore above, as is, and then keep the Slate as a facade, but also the other streetscapes that currently aren't registered as a C. Is that the gist?
Yes, that's correct. So, I mean, Ryan, our lead architect, will go into the intricacies, but the idea is to have, I'm kind of disappointed because staff is saying that we're just keeping the facades. That's not true because the Commodore occupies about half of the site, and it will be retained entirely inside and out and completely restored on the exteriors. They'll be 100% retained, and I don't think the report has properly reflected that.
Last
but most
question
importantly,
just last question, Carrie.
Sorry.
Now you said office space, but so no residential above for the piece on top. No residential, just office space and anything else. Like, are you going to do entertainment stuff?
Yes. I mean, so. We have the entire promenade in the sky, if you will, and we intend to have food and beverage and other uses that would be complementary for for the venues. So a lot of people crowd around on the street, and our vision is to allow people to go vertical, be on like a viewing. Yes, sorry.
I'm sorry, that is Councillor Fry's time, but I put myself on the queue for questions, so. If you want to just quickly speak to that and then give me a chance to ask you other questions. Want to finish that thought?
Sure. So we'd have a viewing deck, and it allowed people to flow from the street upwards in between the shows and so forth, offer food and beverage. We'd have several levels of retail. But also, with respect to the Commodore, in the State Hotel, and the impetus for this whole project came from the Commodore telling us, we need lifts, we need parking, loading zone, we need more exiting for better fire and safety. And the only way to do that, to keep the Commodore totally intact, is to build it on the north and south sides. So basically, in the State Hotel, we would provide those lifts and parking and loading, and this would give the infrastructure for the Commodore to work for years, and then also provide for increased wheelchair access down to the Commodore bowling alley. And there are a lot of seniors bowling, and we need to have those lifts, which, if we want to keep the building intact as it is originally, we need to do it on the adjacent properties and just tap in, just make openings on the side. And so that's sort of our vision.
Okay, so I'm just going to keep going for time. So the question that, and I'm timing myself in another timer because one isn't working, so just for council's FYI. Just to be clear, so you heard staff do the presentation, outline the options that council can potentially consider them to, or direct them to consider this application based on its merits might require some policy amendments. And the second alternative is to go back through a PEP process. And I just want to be explicitly clear, is it correct that you would favor the first and you would not want to go back through a PEP process? Because I hear some frustration with respects to timing, and then you could end up at the same process where you're not policy compliant. Is that a fair summary of your position?
We've submitted our application. We'd like council to basically instruct staff to accept this zoning application and process it now. We've been delayed for so many years. We're closing in on half a decade. The streets in a dismal state. We need this done fast, and we need to inject millions of dollars for post-COVID recovery. We need it for the small businesses on the street. This can't wait any longer. The status quo is not acceptable. When we first met with Gil Kelly, we had an hour meeting. We knew everybody had spoken before in the meetings, and Gil Kelly spent about 20, 30 minutes running the clock down. We don't want any delays. This has to move forward. And we'd like council to take the initiative and ask staff to go forward with the application.
Okay, and then my other question is, notwithstanding, because you'll need to look at the overall viability of the project in terms of the economics, any discussion around SRA impact, et cetera. But there is a possibility as part of an overall package to deliver a new music space. Is that correct? Obviously, that would need to be considered with the overall project economics, but is that something that could be a legacy? I know that's something that you've contemplated.
Yes, we're absolutely open to do that. We think that arts and culture and the growth is vital to the success of Granville Street and to create a cultural hub in the immediate radius, and we are entirely open to that. And if that's going to be council's direction, then we're willing to work with it. It'll be a question of economics. So as long as we have no reduction in density and can adjust if there's an upward need just to tweak it a bit to cover the costs, and we'll make that happen.
Okay. And then just what happens if you're sort of stuck in time because you're sort of victim of policies at this point? What happens to the Commodore as it stands today? Like if you can't move forward with a project like this?
Well, basically, it will just continue operating, but
that's actually my own time, so I'll leave that. Perhaps you might get asked that again, but I'm going to advance Councillor Dominato because you do have questions from Councillor Dominato.
Hi, Carrie. Did you just want to finish your thought and then I'll ask my question?
Sure. I mean, the thing is that the Commodore is very expensive to operate, and we are not the operators. Live Nation is, and they've told us about how labor intensive it is. A lot of equipment has to be carried upstairs and so forth. So they've approached us over the last 2+ decades to go, hey, can we do something on the sides, like to make it economical? From their point, they've always told me that there's a risk that it may not continue to be viable to operate. So we are not the operators. I can't speak specifically, but I'm just relaying what our tenant has told us. And I mean, that would just be tragic. Ballrooms can also be used, for weddings and things like this. But it'd be a shame if it was no longer viable to actually host music and performances, and just ended up being like a discotheque. So I think we need to provide the operators with all the infrastructure in back of the house that will make this viable for several more centuries. And it would just break my heart to see it not be viable and just end up being just a ballroom that I had my prom there, so but hopefully they can squeeze some things in between the nights. But yeah, I mean that's basically what the tenant operator has informed us.
Thanks, Carrie. Just one really quick question. It's been a long day, so I just want to clarify what I think I heard earlier. Is Councillor Swanson asked you that if council wanted to ensure replacement of the existing SRA, and you have the option of either it's being replaced on site, existing, or funding in lieu to replace those units elsewhere, you would be prepared to support through funding in lieu. Is that correct?
Only funding in lieu, because residential is not a permitted use there, and we'd want to comply with the existing zoning, which means it's not possible there. So the only solution is to do payment in lieu, and so we are committed to that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you clarifying that. That's all for my questions, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dominato. And Carrie, that is actually all the questions that we have for you. So thanks for calling in tonight and sharing the passion behind the project. Appreciate it. And we'll move to our next speaker, number 2, which is Ryan Bragg. Ryan Bragg, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Yep. Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. I have a presentation which has been sent to all of council, and it's entitled 800 Granville Council with today's date. So if everybody wanted to follow through,
I'll just stop your timer and just give the clerks a minute to bring that up. Have we received a presentation?
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Just bear with us, council. We're just seeing if we can identify the presentation. Hold on. Okay, council, it might take the staff a couple minutes to find the presentation. So if there's no objections and no objections from the speaker, Ryan Bragg, I'm going to suggest that we go to speaker 3. Nolan Marshall, give staff time to find the presentation, and then we will come back to speaker 2. Does that sound amenable? Yep, see nods, no objections. And that's okay with you, speaker? Ryan Bragg, you're okay if we move to speaker 3 while the clerk finds the presentation?
No.
Okay, great.
Yes, no objection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Nolan Marshall, speaker 3, are you on the line?
Good evening, Council.
Hi, go ahead. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
I am Nolan Marshall, the third president and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver BIA. I'm grateful that I can speak to you tonight in support of a project that I've been anticipating since my arrival in Vancouver just over a year ago. I had a lot of questions about the future of Granville Street when I began walking it every day, and the answers and optimism always came back to this project. In January 2021, the DVBIA released Granville Reimagined, a vision for the Granville Entertainment District that was developed with extensive stakeholder and community engagement. The 800 Granville proposal is in alignment with those community aspirations and will revive the retail and cultural prominence of a street that is critically important to all of downtown. While Granville continues to be an evening attraction, the character of the street has to evolve during daytime to be a sustainable destination for visitors and businesses alike. For the past decade, a lack of new investment has resulted in stagnation, and as a result, businesses are suffering. Property crime and street disorder are unchecked, and perceptions of the neighborhood are increasingly negative. Granville Street's vacancy rate is double the rest of downtown, with 1 in 4 storefronts currently inactive. Many others are only active in the evening. This is evidence of a street that is not in balance, a street approaching a tipping point. 800 Granville will be a much-needed catalyst for positive change. The 400,000 square feet of new office space will dramatically change the weekday and daytime utilization within the GED. The addition of 3,000 to 4,000 new employees is estimated to generate $23 million in annual spending in the local area. This will directly impact the viability of street-level businesses in retail, restaurant, and service industries, and will enable employers to provide additional job opportunities on Granville Street, entry-level jobs that are accessible to communities we're trying to connect back to work. Housing is critically important, but so is access to employment. Finally, improvements to the Commodore Performance venue will allow for more shows throughout the year. Commodore is an invaluable part of the city's cultural history and continues to be a much-loved venue. This development seeks to restore, protect, and enhance this building so that it can be enjoyed by future generations. There are streets like Granville and other North American cities. Sadly, a declining downtown theater and entertainment district is not unique. What is unique and rare is private developers eager to initiate the revitalization process without any public subsidy. Leaders in other downtowns would fall over themselves to create a project like this. I know I would have. Trust me, it gets harder, not easier, if we don't act now to tip the street in a different direction. The 800 Granville development is critical. We strongly ask you to advance this proposal so that it can be approved as urgently as possible. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. You don't have any questions from council, but we really appreciate you calling in tonight. Thank you. Okay, staff, have we identified the presentation for speaker 2? We have. Okay. Okay, Ryan Bragg, back to you if you're still on the line. Staff have brought up the presentation, and you can go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. As Kerry stated, we are very knowledgeable on the fact that we have some misalignment with current policy, and that's, of course, why you're hearing us and hearing staff tonight. What I wanted to do was I'm not sure who can advance the slides, but if you want to advance the slide to slide number 5, that would be appreciated. And I know that Kent McDougall had described the zoning envelope and the outright zoning of 3.5 FSR, and we're very aware of this, and it ties into the heritage policies, which if we slip to the next slide, slide number 6, the heritage policies really encourage the retention of buildings, which we completely agree with, actually. And this is the type of rooftop addition that would be allowed on these buildings. Essentially, if you have a 2-story building, you get a 1-story addition. If you have a 3-story, you can have a 2-story addition. And so it's a limited addition that's allowed within the heritage policies. And what is, if we go to the next slide, it's slide 7, what is being described in this diagram is really the the combination of both the existing zoning as well as the heritage policies. And what you see is essentially the maximum FSR, the maximum buildable area that we could build within the current policy. And as we started working with the Bonus family and looking at what the potential of this site was, we recognized the value of the site, we recognized the value of the heritage. But one of the big questions that we asked was, is this what we want to see as the future of Granville? Will this create a renaissance? And is this in fact what we want to see for our downtown, which is relatively insignificant in its ability to have meaningful change? So if we go to slide 8, our proposal is quite different. We see a different vision for the city, and we see a different vision for what we believe is an opportunity for Vancouver. This is an exciting time for us, and it's an opportunity for us to play at the world stage. If we go to the next slide, what we recognized in dealing with the approach for the overall project was that not all of these buildings are equal. The heritage is valuable, and in fact, we valued the 3 buildings that aren't on the register, and we want them to be retained. But we recognize that the Commodore has greater value than anything else on the block. And there are lots of reasons for that. It has architectural merit, but it also has a huge cultural legacy. And that cultural legacy is both within the entertainment community, but it's also within the LGBTQ community. And it is part of what we are as Vancouverites. And so its value is actually much greater than just the bricks and mortar. Interestingly enough, it was originally started as a 2-story building, the last bay of the building, and the Commodore itself is actually a huge addition. It is a 5-fold addition to this building. So there's actually precedent for what we're proposing within the building itself that everybody reveres. On the next slide, what we did was we recognized that the Commodore itself we believed it needed to be preserved, completely retained. And in order to do that, we're literally building a bridge across the Commodore to protect it. And that means everything is being retained within it, from the lanes all the way to the ballroom. What it does mean is that in order to do that, we need to do significant alteration to the State Hotel. The State Hotel also suffered a serious fire in the 70s, and not only is inhabitable because of all the birds, but there's actually fire damage as well. But we are proposing the retention of facades. It is not just the postage stamp facades on the fronts of the buildings, though. We're actually proposing to return those facades. They would be retained along the laneway for the most part as well as the flanking walls that come back into the site. And of course, the Commodore's walls will all be retained as well because the entire building's being retained. So you go to the next slide. What we're doing then is above the sawtooth and above the heritage, which everybody who walks along the street will recognize and understand and really appreciate. It's not like it's being lost at all. In fact, we believe we're highlighting it, as you'll see in some renderings in a moment. But above that, we have a terrace form, and this is where the office sits. And this terrace really, it figuratively and literally creates a transition from Granville up to the CBD. Because
Speaker, you have reached your 5 minutes, but you do have some questions from council. So I'm going to go ahead and advance Councillor Fry. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. I wish you were able to complete your presentation there, but so it is. Curious though, this is a pretty grand scale kind of approach, and I mean, in particular, sort of cantilevering over a building the size of the Commodore. And you mentioned sort of world class and stuff like this. Has this been done in other kind of, are you modeling it after anything? Do you have any examples of where this has kind of been successfully done elsewhere?
There are, thank you, Councillor Fry. There are examples where this type of support over top of heritage buildings has been done. But the sort of the heroic nature of it is something that isn't done an awful lot of the time because it is inexpensive and it's a heroic measure. Often what is done is what Mr. Yankovic was not wanting, which is essentially a complete facade retention. Whereas what we recognized is it's the space within the Commodore and the Commodore itself that has this value, and so we wanted to go through that effort because we believed that the value to the city and to the citizens was there.
And conceptually, I guess I'm curious. Do you the juxtaposition of heritage and obviously the very new modern kind of approach over top of it. That I'm just, I know you guys are a big firm and you do a lot of this kind of stuff, and I'm sure you do a lot of analysis of this, and just curious if there's examples of where that works and how it could work. And
You've identified juxtaposition, which is a very good description, because it truly is an opportunity that we have where we have this elevated promenade that runs along at the top of the heritage, and even the infill is subdued, it's muted, and it allows the heritage to be all that it really is, which is it's rough and it has a lot of articulation. The contemporary edition is the opposite. It's actually relatively simple in its form, and it's unarticulated in comparison. And that juxtaposition allows us to really honor and respect the heritage, while at the same time creating a large edition.
well, it's a nice job. I mean, it is an exciting space. It's an exciting block. I think that you're achieving something that does respect that history that a lot of us sort of value. So kudos on a very creative approach to a obviously complex challenge to retain that. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
That wasn't really a question, I guess that was.
Thanks, Councillor Fry, and thanks to the speaker. That is all your questions. And Councillor, that is all the questions, but I'm going to ask for affirmation to appoint another chair, because I'd like to move an amendment on this report when we get to that point. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over, suggest that we turn it to Councillor Carr as the next deputy mayor in line, but that does require an affirmative consent of council. So I'm just going to...
Councillor DiGianova.
Second.
Seconded by moved by Councillor DiGianova, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor? Okay, and I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Carr.
Staff? Sorry. Thank you. With the support of staff, I'll just stay in the chair here. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're next on the list. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and move the report, and I'd also like to move an amendment, Chair Carr.
Okay, staff, if you could move us to an amendment. If we could go to an amendment queue. Sorry, was that a seconder?
I seconded that.
Yep, by Councillor DiGianova. Yep, got that. Okay. And you are on amendment queue. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Carr. So I have an amendment to move, which I'd circulated to Council in advance. I wanted to ensure that Council had a chance to digest it, and also shared this with planning staff. And I think staff have walked through the policy framework that exists today quite clearly. And then we've heard from the applicant with respects to the vision for this project, which I think is really compelling in terms of economic and cultural benefits, revitalization for Granville Street, and particularly in investing in our cultural sector, both expanding the use of the Commodore, retaining a really important music space at a time when we know that we are seeing a loss of that desperately across the city. So I'll just highlight, and I see the clerks are bringing that up on screen. I'll just highlight what the amendment is, and it essentially, as you can see, strikes out the language so that this would, with respects to confirming support for the existing policies, and so it would now read that Council directs staff to explore the potential economic, heritage, and cultural benefits of this rezoning application, and bring forward a referral report with the necessary consequential amendments to bylaws or policies. And further that, staff evaluate the inclusion of a true turnkey music rehearsal and performance space as a community amenity contribution of the rezoning application. And then the last paragraph that speaks to not fettering council remains unchanged as it is in the staff report. And so that is the amendment on the floor. And I think it really acknowledges that if council doesn't exercise its discretion to provide the impetus to move this project forward and recognize the sort of unique vision for what is really a signature corner at Robson Granville in a signature area in the storied Granville Entertainment District. And I believe personally that this application really speaks to the spirit of the entertainment legacy of Granville. We will be years away from having the opportunity to consider something of this nature, and I think that this is the path forward to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And, sorry? Oh, I need a second. I thought I heard that already, but that's okay. Second, oh, yes, it was just the motion. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova as a seconder. To the amendment, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Carr. I circulated an amendment as well, and I think it's appropriate to add to this amendment, since this amendment is striking out reference to the SRA bylaw. So I'd like to move it.
Just before you go on, Councillor Boyle, clerk, if you could move us to an amendment queue, please. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Great, thanks. And as I was suggesting in comments, I am comfortable supporting. Well, I'll start by saying I'm actually very excited about this proposal and have really appreciated the input we've heard from the Downtown Vancouver BIA and others about the many benefits that this brings to the Granville Street area. And will say personally, I'm not concerned about the proposal not complying with the downtown ODP or the heritage bylaws. And I'll note, I think actually there's an important conversation to be had here about living and cultural heritage and how this aligns with the culture of Granville Street over decades relative to just heritage as a concept of built form, but am comfortable with this proposal going ahead without alignment with those policies, but am concerned about the loss of SRA units. And I think it's important that that particular bylaw be upheld. And I really appreciated hearing so directly from the applicant that as long as the proposal allows it, that they would be comfortable paying that $230,000 per unit